What if I told you, this week, aliens didn't invade Earth, they invaded hearts, extraterrestrial alien heavy black heart. Welcome to the weekly recap on UFO Love and Hate, where the strangest encounters turn into the most unexpected stories you'll ever hear. This week, things got out of this world literally. Sparkles, the fierce alien queen, swore she'd never bow to a human, but guess who's calling him my king now? Sparkles, the battle-hardened warrior, closed her eyes, ready to die only to wake up in a human's bed, with feelings she can't explain. Sparkles, and when they forced her to marry a monster, no one expected a human to take his place, changing her fate forever. But that's just the beginning. Rocket, get ready for betrayals that turn into bonds. High voltage sign, enemies who fall for their captors. Collision symbol and cosmic power struggles where love is the most dangerous weapon of all. If you think you've seen it all, think again. Because here, on UFO Love and Hate, every story asks the same question. When galaxies collide, will it be war, or will it be love? Hit that play button, curiosity won't let you walk away. They say the silence of space changes a person, but sometimes, it's the silence inside a ship that leaves the deepest scars. The medical bay of the starship Intrepid was quiet, lit only by the soft hum of overhead panels and the gentle pulse of diagnostic monitors. Commander Rick Ross stepped through the sliding door, the hiss of hydraulics punctuating the stillness. He had come to review the status of their botanical samples, but it was the figure seated near the far window that drew his gaze. She sat with her back straight, hands folded over a data pad, eyes fixed on something beyond the glass, a blur of stars drifting like ghosts. Her skin was pale, mottled like wind-scarred stone. Her limbs too long, fingers too thin, as though someone had drawn her with hesitation. And her face defied symmetry, one eye larger than the other, 3 breathing holes in place of a nose, and a patchy collection of coarse brown strands that passed for hair. Her name was Neri. To most of the crew, she was a discomfort wrapped in a uniform, an alien presence that made them take longer routes through the corridors, eat at different shifts in the mess hall, and whisper when they thought no one could hear. But not Rick. He crossed the room slowly, boots echoing against the cold floor, stopping a few paces from her. Neri. She turned, blinking slowly, her asymmetrical eyes focusing on him. Commander Ross. Her voice held an odd resonance, 2 notes speaking in harmony, gentle but unfamiliar. I've catalogued the last of the Proxima 4 flora. Sample 7B may contain regenerative compounds. Rick offered a quiet nod, folding his arms across his chest. That's good. You've been thorough. A pause. Then, as if she couldn't help herself, she said it. You don't flinch when you look at me? The words landed softly but carried weight. He met her gaze, unreadable, and after a moment he shrugged lightly. I've seen worse. Neri tilted her head, not in insult, but in curiosity. Most humans find my form disturbing. Most humans are idiots, he said simply, then added, but I suppose they've seen too many polished faces in propaganda hollows. Real people don't look perfect. Even humans. For the briefest second, something moved on her face, a twitch of the mouth, perhaps a smile. Or the closest her species could manage. She looked back toward the stars. Among my kind, I am not considered beautiful either. I was born different. Derek stepped closer, folding down into the seat across from her. So was I didn't stop me from enlisting. You enlisted? I didn't look the part, he replied. Too quiet. Too slow to anger. My instructors said I lacked fire. Yet now you command a long-range vessel for the Galactic Alliance. Yeah. Go figure. Silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, just real. The hum of machines filled the gaps. Outside the window, stars continued their eternal drift. You know, she said finally, I watch the stars because they don't judge. They just burn. Derek looked at her, then out into the darkness. They also die. Collapse. Go nova. Beautiful things destroy themselves too. She looked at him then, really looked. That is why I find you different, Commander. You do not speak like the others. You listen. He didn't respond right away. When he did, his voice was quiet. It's not much. But it's something. She nodded slowly. It is everything. Behind her, one of the monitors chirped, reminding her of the pending upload. She turned back to her pad, fingers moving with an elegance that belied their awkward shape. Derek rose. Let me know when you're ready to transmit the report. I will. As he walked toward the door, she called after him. Commander. He paused. Thank you, for seeing me. He didn't turn around. Just stood in the doorway, a long breath caught between motion and stillness. You're part of this crew, Neri. That's all that matters. And then he was gone. She stared at the door long after it closed, her eyes reflecting not just light but hope. Alone again, but for the first time in a long time, she no longer felt invisible. The stars above Proxima bent like ink in water as the Intrepid glided through the edge of a solar bloom. Pale light bathed the observation deck, painting soft shadows across the floor and highlighting the edges of two quiet figures seated by the panoramic window. Derek Ross leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. Across from him, Neri sat cross-legged, Daytop had forgotten at her side. No monitors beeped here. No ship-wide announcements intruded. It was a moment suspended in artificial gravity, like a heartbeat held between breaths. Your people don't dream, do they? Derek asked without looking at her. Neri blinked slowly. Her irises shimmered faintly in the half-light. We do not dream as humans do. Our rest cycles are different. Memory is filtered, not reimagined. He gave a short nod. That's a shame. Dreams tell us who we are, sometimes. Or who we wished we were. Or who we fear we might become, she replied. That made him smile faintly. Touché. They fell into silence again. It was not uncomfortable. Since their first quiet talk in the medbay, moments like this had begun to happen more frequently, encounters that didn't revolve around duty or orders. She had taken to bringing her samples to catalog near him. He found himself wandering past xenobotany when he didn't have to. Neither of them mentioned it. Neither needed to. Tonight felt different, though. Neri's voice came, softer than before. Among my kind, relationships are complex. We do not bond easily. Derrick turned his head slightly, curious. Because of biology? Because of history, she said. Her hands folded neatly in her lap. The Vidians once trusted recklessly. It led to devastation. Now, we test. We measure worth in unseen ways. It is necessary. Derrick studied her carefully. So, you're always testing people. Only those who might matter? The deck lights dimmed slightly as the ship adjusted for night cycle. Their faces shifted in tone, stars glowing brighter in the reflection of the glass. He could see her profile sharp, strange, but somehow familiar now. And what happens, he asked slowly, when someone passes the test? Neri did not answer immediately. She looked down at her hands, then back at him. Do you remember the first time we spoke? You did not look away. I remember. You listened. Even when I said things most humans would find uncomfortable. He shrugged lightly. You were just being honest. You treated me as an equal, not an experiment. Not a curiosity. Because you are? She met his gaze. Then know this, I was testing you. I needed to know if you saw more than a shell I wear. If you would recoil like the others, or if you could see the mind and soul underneath. He leaned back slowly, processing her words. So, did I pass? For the first time, she smiled. Not a twitch or subtle movement, an actual smile, foreign and beautiful, even on a face most would call unsettling. You did. Derrick felt something shift in the air. Not tension, not fear, something electric. Unnamed. Neri stood then, slowly, carefully, like someone making a decision they couldn't take back. Commander Ross, she said, more formally now, I will be entering transformation phase. He straightened. Transformation. She nodded. Her voice carried both weight and something almost sacred. Among the Vidians, this is our most guarded truth. We are not as we appear. Our natural forms are hidden, protected, only revealed to those we have judged worthy. His throat tightened. You mean, you're going to change? She stepped closer, her silhouette bathed in starlight. It is not change. It is return. This form, this body, it's a mask, a filter. Biological, yes, but intentional. You passed the test. Now you will see the truth. Derrick rose from his seat. Neri, wait. Are you sure? I have never been more certain. He didn't know what to say. There was reverence in the air now, and something deeper, a trust so profound it quieted the mind. She gave him one last look. Do not fear what you see. Then she stepped back, her body beginning to shimmer, molecules vibrating at frequencies his eyes struggled to follow. A faint glow erupted from beneath her skin. The transition had begun. Derrick took one step forward, then stopped. He had been entrusted with something rare, something sacred. He would not interrupt. Outside the window, stars burned on. And behind him, in the quiet hum of the observation deck, the woman who had once been invisible, began to become something else entirely. 4 days passed. The cocoon hung from the ceiling of the observation deck like a translucent lantern, its surface pulsing with slow waves of inner light. Sometimes it shimmered faintly, like breath held underwater. Other times it remained still, almost lifeless. But dear Rick came back every day. He would sit beneath it, alone with his thoughts, reading aloud from ancient Earth novels, or simply watching the stars slide by in silence. He spoke to it. Not often. Just enough. Enough for her to know he was still there. Then on the fourth night, the air shifted. It was subtle at first, the way a room feels before a storm breaks. The cocoon began to pulse more rapidly, the light inside growing in intensity. Dear Rick stood, the book in his hands forgotten. Hairline fractures appeared along the surface. Then, with a soft sound like silk being torn, the shell split open. He didn't breathe. Emerging from the cocoon was not the awkward figure he had known, but something transformed. Neri stepped forward, barefoot on the cold floor, her new form radiant and unreal. Her skin now shimmered with a smooth emerald hue, glowing faintly as if lit from within. Her body was strong, graceful, her posture proud. Long strands of silver-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, catching the deck lights in ghostly threads. Her face, once uneven and alien, now held a delicate symmetry, high cheekbones, full lips, eyes large and luminous, rimmed in silver. She wore what looked like a ceremonial garment, green fabric that clung to her form like liquid, part armor, part ritual. At the center of her forehead pulsed a small mark, softly glowing. Dear Rick took a step forward. Neri. She met his gaze. Her voice was different now, clearer, richer. Yes, Commander. It's still me. He tried to find the words. You're different, she offered gently. Beautiful. A faint smile touched her lips. I was always beautiful, Commander. You were simply the first to see it. He laughed, a low, stunned sound. Fair enough. For a moment, neither spoke. The distance between them remained. Not out of fear, but reverence. As if one wrong word might shatter something sacred. Then she walked toward him. What you see now is my true form. Vidians only reveal it when we find someone worthy. Once transformed, we cannot go back. So this, it's permanent. Yes. It is the highest vow my species can make. Dear Rick swallowed. And you made it for me? She nodded. You passed the test, dear Rick Ross. The observation deck door slid open behind them. Lieutenant Marco stepped in, a day-top hat in hand. He stopped mid-step, his eyes locking on Neri. His jaw dropped. Commander, Is that Neri? It is, dear Rick said evenly. Marco looked between the two, confused, awestruck. Then, without another word, he backed out and the doors closed. Dear Rick exhaled. That's going to be the first of many reactions. Does it bother you? She asked. He hesitated. No. What bothers me is that now, everyone will see what only I saw. And they'll think it's about this. He gestured vaguely to her radiant form. She tilted her head. And is it not? No, he said quietly. It was never about that. She looked at him with something between gratitude and sorrow. That is why I chose you? Later that night, He found her in the xenobotany lab. She stood beneath a soft green glow of containment pods, studying a sprouting vine from Arcani's 4. Despite the transformation, her posture was the same. Her focus, her quiet stillness, it was all still Neri. "You're not hiding anymore," he said from the doorway. She didn't turn. "And yet, they'll only see me now." He walked closer. "Let them. We'll remind them who you've always been." She finally looked at him. Her eyes shimmered. "You already have." There was something else behind her eyes now. Not just trust, but longing. A question unspoken. And perhaps, in him, an answer rising. But neither moved. Not yet. Outside, the stars spun on, unaware or perhaps watching quietly as one truth gave way to another. And a love that had begun in silence, began to burn. The shuttle arrived without ceremony, no salutes, no pageantry. Just the sharp hiss of pressurized air and the measured thud of boots on metal. Derrick stood in the docking bay, arms folded, jaw tight. Behind him, the crew whispered in cautious tones, casting sidelong glances as the tall Cantheran figure stepped off the ramp. 4 eyes, 2 atop 2, scanned the hangar like a hawk dissecting prey. Admiral Vexthric. Cold. Calculating. And famously disdainful of humanity. His voice came without preamble. "Commander Ross. This vessel appears adequate." "We aim to please, Admiral," Derrick replied evenly. Thrix's upper eyes flicked toward the escort officers, who snapped to attention. His lower set narrowed on Derrick. "Word has reached the Council. A Vidian transformation aboard a human vessel is unprecedented." Derrick didn't blink. "Specialist Neri remains a valued member of my science team." And yet no mention of such a transformation was submitted through the appropriate channels. Curious. It was personal. Personal. The Admiral's voice sharpened like glass. "There is no such thing as personal in matters of xenobiological interest." Thrick turned. "Where is she?" "In the xenobotany lab conducting analysis." Without another word, Thrick strode down the corridor, his boots clicking like a metronome of control. Derrick followed. Inside the lab, Neri stood as always, composed, focused, radiant. The green glow of her skin reflected off containment chambers as she logged notes onto a transparent screen. She didn't flinch when they entered. "Specialist Neri," Thrick said, stepping into her space. "So it's true." She looked at him calmly. "Admiral." He circled her slowly. "I have studied Vidian biology for decades. In all my years, I have never seen a transformation. You must understand how rare this is." "I understand," she said, her voice neutral. "And I have already submitted a full biological report." "What you have submitted," he said, "is insufficient. Your form is now a matter of scientific significance. I am transferring you to the research vessel Empirical." Derrick stepped forward. "With respect, sir?" Thrick raised a hand. "This is not a debate, Commander. Orders have been processed. She departs tomorrow at 0800. The room fell into stunned silence. Neri didn't speak. She stood very still. Dear Rick clenched his fists. She is a citizen of the Alliance. Not a specimen. She is a biological marvel, Thrick snapped. And you are too close to this. If you object on personal grounds, say so now. Dear Rick said nothing. He couldn't. One wrong word could end everything. Thrick turned. Dismissed. The lab doors closed with a hiss behind him. Hours later, in the stillness of Neri's quarters, she sat on the edge of her bunk, hands trembling in her lap. Dear Rick stood at the far wall, unable to pace, unable to breathe right. He said my transformation was wasted, she whispered. Dear Rick crossed to her. He's wrong. He said I should have saved it for a more evolved species. Dear Rick's jaw clenched. You don't belong to him. I don't even belong to you, she said softly. No, he agreed. But you chose me. That has to mean something. She looked up. He has the power, dear Rick. You don't? Then we change the rules. Her brow furrowed. How? He took a breath. Vidian bonding rituals are protected under the Cultural Preservation Act. That symbol on your forehead is recognized as a marital marker under galactic law. Her eyes widened. You're suggesting we invoke spousal protection? But we are not. We are. In all the ways that matter. She stood. You would risk your command. I'd risk more than that. She touched his chest, palm resting over his heart. Then let's make it real. The next morning, at 0755, the docking bay was quiet. Admiral Thrick stood near the boarding ramp, flanked by two officers. Dear Rick and Neri approached hand in hand. The moment they stopped, Dear Rick spoke clearly. Under Section 47 of the Alliance Charter, I formally invoke spousal protection regarding Specialist Neri. Her transformation qualifies as a recognized bonding right. You may not remove her without my consent. Thrick's eyes widened an expression of shock among his kind. Then narrowed. Convenient timing. Legal timing, Dear Rick replied. Neri lifted her chin. I chose him. Not as an experiment. As a partner. Thrick's voice turned cold. You'll regret this. Perhaps, Dear Rick said. But not today. The Admiral turned sharply, cloak whipping behind him. As the shuttle doors closed, Dear Rick let out a breath. Neri leaned in. We just declared war on power. Then let's win it together. Above them, the stars blinked slowly, witnesses to a love that refused to be dissected. The High Council chamber of Arcturus Station was not built for comfort. It was built for judgment. 17 seats rose in a semicircle, each occupied by a delegate from a founding species of the Galactic Alliance. Their features varied: tentacled, scaled, feathered, or flesh, but their expressions were carved in identical stone. Behind them, a gallery of onlookers watched in stiff silence. Dear Rick Ross stood at the center of the chamber in full command uniform, the silver trim at his shoulders catching faint glints of starlight from the transparent dome overhead. Beside him stood Neri, radiant in ceremonial Vidian robes. The glowing mark on her forehead pulsed gently, defiant and proud. Admiral Thrick's voice filled the chamber like a cold wind. Members of the Council, I submit that the Vidian known as Neri has triggered a transformation of unparalleled biological importance. Her presence aboard a human vessel, under the command of a species with less than a century of interstellar participation, represents a serious breach of interspecies protocol. He paced slowly, his four eyes scanning the room. We must consider the precedent this sets. If such bonds can be manipulated, masked as romantic attachment, then the integrity of cultural rituals will erode. The Vidian transformation was never meant for humans. A ripple of murmurs followed. Derrick stood motionless. The Florian delegate, with a crystalline exoskeleton that shimmered like ice, leaned forward. And what of the spousal protection claim? A legal technicality, Thrick said with a flick of his lower hand. Exploited to avoid scientific oversight. The Altarian chairwoman lifted a slender finger. Commander Ross, you may respond. Derrick stepped forward, his voice low but steady. Esteemed counsel, I did not seek this bond. I earned it. Specialist Neri revealed her true form to me after months of collaboration. I saw her when others would not look. I listened when others turned away. This transformation is not a deception. It is a declaration. He turned slightly, gesturing to Neri. The symbol you see glowing on her forehead is not an aesthetic flourish. It is a sacred biological marker of choice. She chose me. Not as a specimen. As a partner. Thrick scoffed. And you expect us to believe that a human species barely beyond its solar cradle was worthy of that honor? A voice rang out from the gallery. I do. All heads turned. An older Cantheran stepped forward from the shadows, robes marked with the seal of the Science Academy. Dr. Marin Vox, the chairwoman acknowledged. You have leave to speak. Vox moved to the center, bowing slightly. I was Admiral Thrick's mentor. I also lead the Alliance's division on xenobiological ethics. I have reviewed the data surrounding Specialist Neri's transformation, and I find it legitimate. Thrick's eyes narrowed in disbelief. You disgrace our lineage. I uphold it, Vox replied. This is not a distortion of science. It is its purest form choice driven by character, not genome. And I speak as someone with a personal stake. He looked toward the gallery where a human woman stood quietly, tears in her eyes. My wife is human, he said simply. We have kept our union private for decades. But I will not hide it any longer. Gasps echoed. Neri reached for Derrick's hand. He held it tightly. The chairwoman raised her hand for silence. Are there others who wish to speak to this matter? A rustle swept through the crowd. Then one by one, couples rose. A human man and an Altarian woman. A Vidian with a Terran linguist. A woman composed of shifting nanites holding hands with a scarred engineer. Dozens. Hundreds. The chamber no longer held silence. It held truth. Derrick turned back to the council. This is not about a bond between two beings. It's about what the Alliance stands for. If we deny this connection because of species, then we are no better than the divisions we claim to rise above. Neri stepped forward beside him. Her voice, melodic and unshaking, rang out. I am Vidian. My people taught me to test hearts before we reveal our truth. Dear Rick Ross passed that test. Not with science. With kindness. With honor. She raised her chin. If you strip me from his side, you strip my will, my agency, and my culture's deepest right. A long silence followed. Then the Altarian chairwoman stood. This council has heard all it needs. We will render judgment. They withdrew behind a crystalline barrier, voices low but firm. The chamber held its breath. Minutes passed. When the council returned, all stood. The bond between Specialist Neri and Commander Ross is hereby recognized as valid and sacred under Alliance law, the chairwoman declared. Furthermore, we find that Admiral Thrick's actions represent an overreach of authority. He is hereby reassigned. Thrick's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Cheers erupted from the gallery. Neri turned to Dear Rick, eyes shimmering. We didn't just win. We changed everything. He smiled. Let's make it count. Above them, the stars bore witness not to a judgment, but to a beginning. If you're someone who seeks only easy stories, filled with constant drama and no room for reflection, then this video is not for you. But if you're someone who longs for deep connections where the smallest gestures can change the world, and lost souls can find love, then this is the story you've been waiting for. The wind howled across the barren expanse, dragging with it the whispers of forgotten names and memories long since buried beneath layers of ice. Snow fell in silent sheets, wrapping the world in a cold, suffocating embrace. Amidst this endless white, a lone figure trudged forward, each step heavy, as if the weight of existence itself pressed upon his shoulders. Nathaniel did not know who he was. The name Nathaniel was but a faint echo in his mind, a fragment clinging to the edges of oblivion. His past was a void, devoured by the merciless cold that gnawed at his bones. Days and nights blurred into a single, unending moment of survival. There was no purpose, no destination, only the endless march through a world that had forgotten warmth. The landscape around him was a desolate sea of snow and jagged stone, where even the sun dared not shine with kindness. The wind spoke in a language of solitude, each gust a reminder that he was utterly alone. Until she appeared. Through the veil of snow, a figure emerged, graceful, almost ethereal. Her silhouette swayed like a fragile flame against the storm's fury. As she drew closer, the veil lifted, revealing skin of shimmering emerald, as if carved from the heart of a jade stone. Her hair, silver as moonlight, cascaded over delicate shoulders, and her eyes glowed softly, like twin stars lost in a darkened sky. Nathaniel stopped, breath hitching in his throat, not from fear, but from a strange, inexplicable pull. The woman approached with measured steps, her gaze gentle yet piercing, as if she could see beyond the tattered remnants of his forgotten soul. "You are cold," she said, her voice a melody carried by the wind, soft, soothing, and foreign. Nathaniel could only nod, though the chill he felt was no longer just of the body, but of a heart long frozen by solitude. She stood before him now, close enough for him to see the faint glow that traced her veins like threads of light beneath her skin. There were no words exchanged beyond that simple observation, but in that moment, something unseen stirred between them, a fragile thread woven from shared loneliness. In a world devoured by ice and silence, her presence was a flicker of warmth, a promise that perhaps even the coldest winters could be thawed. And so began the story of a man without a past, and a woman from the stars, two souls adrift in the snow, bound by a meeting that neither fate nor memory could have foretold. The wind had softened, though the cold still clung to Nathaniel's skin like a second, merciless layer. He stood motionless, his breath a faint mist in the frigid air, eyes locked on the woman before him, the strange, beautiful being whose presence felt less like chance and more like destiny's quiet whisper. Without a word, Elora reached into the folds of her shimmering robe. From within, she drew out a simple object, a worn blanket, its fabric aged but carefully kept, threads glimmering faintly as if they remembered every hand that had ever touched them. Her slender fingers unfolded it with a grace that made the act seem ceremonial. Stepping closer, she draped the blanket around Nathaniel's shoulders, her touch feather-light, deliberate like a painter completing the final stroke of a masterpiece. The warmth was immediate, but it was not merely the warmth of fabric against skin. It seeped deeper, reaching places within Nathaniel that the cold had long claimed. His heart, dulled by endless solitude, stirred for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Elora's gaze softened as she adjusted the blanket around him, her hands lingering for a moment longer than necessary. "This is not just cloth," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of ancient kindness. "It is a promise that even in the deepest winters, no soul should face the cold alone." Nathaniel's fingers brushed over the fabric, feeling the delicate weave beneath his calloused hands. He could not explain why, but the touch of this humble gift sent ripples through the fog of his forgotten memories. Faint images flickered, glimpses of warmth, of laughter, of a world where hearts were not encased in ice. His throat tightened, unfamiliar emotion welling up like a spring beneath frozen ground. He looked at Elora, words failing him, but his eyes spoke of gratitude he did not yet fully understand. She smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips that held neither pity nor expectation, only the quiet assurance of someone who gave simply because it was right. "Where I come from," she continued softly, "we believe that to give warmth is to share one's spirit. This blanket was given to me when I was lost. Now, it finds you." Nathaniel swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling over him like the very fabric she'd placed around his shoulders. In this desolate world, where even the wind sang of abandonment, Elora had offered him something he hadn't known he needed: care without condition. For the first time, Nathaniel felt something thaw within him. Not just his body, but the brittle shell around his heart. The cold, ever-present, and unyielding, seemed to retreat, not defeated by fire, but by the quiet resilience of compassion. As they stood beneath a pale sky, snow still drifting around them like forgotten dreams, the night was unnervingly still, save for the faint crackle of frost creeping along the edges of the shelter. Nathaniel lay beneath the worn blanket, its subtle warmth guarding him against the bitter cold. Yet, it wasn't the chill that stirred him awake, it was something deeper, something stirring within the shadows of his mind. His eyes snapped open, heart pounding with a rhythm he couldn't place. There, in the darkness, images began to flicker, ghosts of a life forgotten. A name. Nathaniel Walker. The words escaped his lips in a whisper, foreign yet familiar, like a song half remembered from childhood dreams. He sat up abruptly, breath visible in the frigid air, as fragmented visions flooded his thoughts. Faces without names, laughter echoing from distant memories, the warmth of a sun he could no longer recall. A hand reaching for his whose hand? A promise made beneath a sky of blue, now replaced by endless gray. The rush of recollection was not gentle, it came like a river breaking through a dam, overwhelming and chaotic. His chest tightened, torn between relief and fear. Who was he beyond this name? What life had he lost to the snow? The blanket slipped from his shoulders as he stood, unsteady, his legs weak beneath the weight of awakening. The cold bit at him, but he scarcely noticed. His mind was ablaze with fragments too many to grasp, too fleeting to hold. A soft sound drew his attention. Turning, he saw Elora sitting quietly by the dim glow of a crystalline lantern, her silver hair shimmering like liquid moonlight. She watched him not with surprise, but with a calm understanding that eased the storm within him. Their eyes met, and in that silence, she spoke without words. He stumbled toward her, confusion etched across his face. I remember, pieces, my name. Elora offered a gentle nod, her lips curving into a serene smile. The snow does not bury what matters forever, she said softly, her voice wrapping around him like the blanket had hours before. Nathaniel sank to his knees beside her, his hands trembling not from the cold, but from the weight of rediscovery. Why does it hurt to remember? Because memory is not just light, Elora replied, her gaze distant, as if recalling her own forgotten pains. It carries the shadows too. But even shadows prove that light once existed. For a long moment, they sat together in the quiet hum of the frozen night. The storm outside had lessened, but inside Nathaniel, a different storm raged, one of identity, of belonging, of a past clawing its way back. Yet amidst that turmoil, something else took root. Each glance toward Elora, each shared silence, wove an invisible thread between them, a connection not born of memory, but of the present. Nathaniel realized then, as his heart began to steady, that while the past was a puzzle he might never fully solve, the warmth beside him was real and immediate. Elora did not press him with questions nor offer hollow comfort. She simply remained, anchoring him in a world that felt like it could drift away at any moment. And in that fragile stillness, beneath a sky heavy with snow and secrets, Nathaniel felt the first stirrings of something unexpected, a quiet affection, delicate yet undeniable. It wasn't spoken, nor was it fully understood. But as he leaned slightly closer to her presence, he knew. The journey ahead was no longer his alone. In the days that followed, the snow no longer felt as heavy, nor the cold as cruel. Nathaniel and Elora moved through the frozen world like two threads woven into the same tapestry, silent, seamless, and inseparable. Words became unnecessary, for in every glance, every shared breath beneath a pale sky, they spoke a language far older than speech, a language of presence, of quiet understanding. When Nathaniel reached for a piece of driftwood to stoke the fire, Elora was already there, her slender fingers brushing against his. Neither pulled away. Instead, they lingered, allowing the warmth of that simple touch to say what neither dared to voice. The blanket, once a mere shield against the cold, had become their shared sanctuary. Draped over their shoulders during long, silent evenings, it wrapped not only their bodies but also the fragile bond that had blossomed between them. It was no longer just fabric, it was a cocoon where two lonely souls found solace. Nathaniel would often catch himself watching Elora as she moved gracefully through the shimmer of frost-lit mornings, her silver hair catching the first light like strands of dawn itself. In those moments, he felt an ache not of pain, but of something tender and profound. A feeling that perhaps, even in a world stripped of memories and warmth, love could still take root. Elora, too, would glance toward him when she thought he wasn't looking, her luminous eyes softening with a quiet affection. She never rushed the delicate thread that bound them, she simply let it weave itself, trusting that the heart knows its own pace. They shared meals in silence, the flicker of firelight dancing across their faces. They walked side by side through the snow-laden paths, where each footprint was a testament to companionship rather than survival. There was no need for grand gestures. Each small act, each unspoken moment, was a vow in itself. One evening, as the sky blushed with the faintest hue of twilight, Nathaniel found himself tracing the edge of the blanket where Elora had once folded it around him. He turned to her, finding her already watching him, her expression calm yet brimming with something deeper. "I don't remember much of who I was," he murmured, his voice barely louder than the wind, "but with you, I don't feel lost anymore." Elora's smile was like the first thaw of spring, gentle, inevitable. She reached out, her hand resting lightly over his heart. "Names and pasts are but echoes," she whispered. "What matters is the heartbeat shared in this moment." Under the endless canopy of stars, they sat together, wrapped in their silent promise. The world around them remained cold and vast, but within that fragile space between two souls, there was warmth enough to melt even the deepest winter. And so, without declarations or demands, their love grew not as a blazing fire, but as a steady flame. A light that did not shout to the heavens but whispered to the heart. "Here, in the quiet, we are home." The days had blended into one another, like snowflakes falling upon snow, each moment unique, yet seamlessly part of something greater. Nathaniel and Elora no longer counted time by the rising and setting of the pale sun, but by the quiet rhythms of shared existence. The silence between them had grown comfortable, a sanctuary where words were rarely needed and every glance carried the weight of 1,000 promises. The blanket, the simple, worn piece of fabric that had once been a gift of mercy, now rested upon their shoulders like a mantle of memories. It bore the scent of countless nights spent beneath starless skies, the faint trace of shared laughter, whispered confessions, and the warmth of two hearts learning to beat in harmony. One evening, as the horizon faded into a soft twilight glow, Nathaniel stood at the edge of a frozen ridge, the blanket draped over him like a second skin. Elora approached quietly, her footsteps barely disturbing the snow. She joined him without a word, her slender hand finding his with the ease of familiarity. For a long while, they simply stood together, gazing out across the endless expanse of white, a world that had once felt so empty, now filled with meaning only they could see. "This place," Nathaniel murmured, his voice thick with emotion, "should have been nothing more than a grave of forgotten things. But now, it feels like it holds every part of me." Elora's eyes glimmered in the fading light as she leaned her head gently against his shoulder. "Because here, in this desolation, we found something that cannot be lost." Nathaniel turned to face her, his hand reaching up to brush a strand of silver hair from her face. His touch was tender, reverent, as if he feared the moment might shatter if he held it too tightly. "I don't have grand words," he confessed softly. "No vows spoken beneath temples or stars. But I know this: I am yours, Elora. In every breath, in every tomorrow this world allows us." Elora's smile was quiet, but it held a depth of galaxies. She lifted the edge of the blanket, wrapping it around them both, binding them together beneath its worn fabric. A promise made in warmth, she whispered, is stronger than any oath carved in stone. As the night settled around them, the wind carried no chill, only the gentle hum of a bond that had weathered the fiercest storms. The blanket, now more than just cloth, had become a symbol of their journey, a tapestry woven with threads of survival, trust, and a love that needed no grand declarations to endure. Beneath the quiet sky, Nathaniel and Elora stood wrapped in that simple promise. That no matter how the world might change, or how many memories might fade like footprints in snow, they would always find their way back to each other. And in that truth, they were forever warm. Kalen Drax never believed in fate, but the moment he would awaken a girl capable of bending reality itself, he started to suspect the universe had a cruel sense of humor. But that moment hadn't come yet. Right now, fate looked a lot like stale recycled air, a half-empty mug of synthetic coffee, and the endless graveyard of dead ships stretching beyond his viewport. The nebulous graveyard where dreams, debts, and derelicts came to die. Kalen leaned back in the pilot's chair of the Starhound, his boots propped lazily against the console, watching the drifting carcasses of forgotten vessels. Some were ancient warships, their hulls scarred by battles no one remembered. Others were merchant freighters, hollowed out and picked clean by scavengers like himself. "You know," chimed a voice from the console, smooth and laced with perpetual sarcasm, "most people avoid cursed sectors. But not you, Captain Drax. You see a cosmic tomb and think, perfect place for a stroll." Kalen smirked without looking at the ship's AI interface. "Lux, if I wanted life advice, I wouldn't ask a program installed with exactly zero optimism." "Correction," Lux replied, "I was installed with realism. It's not my fault reality happens to be bleak." Kalen took a sip from his mug and grimaced. "Cold. Again. Just like everything else in his life." He scanned the radar lazily, more out of habit than hope. Credits were scarce, enemies plentiful, and his last job had ended with a bounty on his head thanks to a double-crossing client. Hiding in a stellar graveyard wasn't smart, but it was all he had. Then, the screen flickered. A pulse? Faint. Unregistered. A signal that didn't belong to any known beacon. Kalen straightened, frowning. "Lux, confirm that blip." "Already on it," the AI responded, voice shifting from playful to professional. "It's odd. No standard frequencies. No distress code. The signal's coming from grid sector Theta 9. Kalen's eyes narrowed as he brought up the sector map. Theta 9 was deep within the densest part of the graveyard where even scavengers didn't dare venture. Too easy to get lost. Too many ships tangled together like cosmic wreckage. "Tell me it's not a trap," Kalen muttered. "If it is, it's a very old one," Lux said. "The signal is coming from a vessel that predates current galactic registries. Design matches nothing in human archives." That piqued Kalen's interest and his survival instincts. Ancient ships meant two things: danger, and priceless tech. He hesitated, fingers hovering over the thruster controls. Common sense screamed at him to leave it alone. But common sense didn't pay docking fees or erase debts. "Plot a course," he said finally. Embracing bad decisions as usual," Lux quipped, but coordinates began to populate the screen. As the Starhound weaved through the skeletal remains of forgotten vessels, Kalen felt that familiar tension coil in his chest. The kind that whispered he was either about to get rich or get dead. Minutes later, it emerged from the shadows. A massive, jagged silhouette unlike any ship Kalen had ever seen. Its hull wasn't metal in the traditional sense, it shimmered with an organic sheen, as if grown rather than built. Strange glyphs pulsed faintly along its surface, alive with a rhythm that didn't match any known language. Kalen let out a low whistle. Now that's unsettling. Understatement of the year, Lux replied. No heat signatures. No power readings aside from the signal. It's a ghost. Kalen engaged the docking protocols, his heart thudding a little faster. Ghosts don't send invitations. Maybe this one's just lonely, Lux offered dryly. As the docking clamps locked onto a protrusion of the alien hull, Kalen stood and grabbed his jacket, the weight of his sidearm a small comfort. He paused at the airlock, glancing back at the console. Keep comms open. If I'm not back in an hour, I'll sell what's left of your stuff and pretend we never met, Lux finished cheerfully. Kalen snorted. Glad to know I'm in good hands. The airlock hissed open, and a wave of cold unlike anything artificial greeted him. It wasn't just temperature, it was the kind of cold that seeped into bones, whispering of centuries without life. His boots echoed against the strange, dark material of the corridor as he stepped inside. The walls shimmered faintly, responding to his presence with an almost imperceptible pulse, like the ship itself was aware. Kalen swallowed hard, the bravado fading as the oppressive silence pressed in. Lux, he whispered, his voice sounding too loud in the suffocating stillness, you still with me? Unfortunately, came the reply, though softer now. I don't like this, Kalen. Even by your suicidal standards. Yeah, Kalen muttered, eyes scanning the alien script that lined the walls. Join the club. Every step deeper felt like trespassing in a forgotten temple, where even time had given up keeping count. He wasn't sure what he was looking for: tech, artifacts, anything that could prove this wasn't just another dead end. But beneath the scavenger's instinct, something else gnawed at him. A feeling. Like he was being watched. Not by cameras. Not by machines. By the ship itself. Kalen exhaled slowly, forcing down the rising unease. Whatever lay at the heart of this vessel, he told himself, was just salvage waiting to happen. But deep down, a voice, one not belonging to Lux, whispered a single truth. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The deeper Kalen Drax ventured, the more the alien vessel felt less like a ship and more like a mausoleum carved from forgotten dreams. The walls pulsed faintly with that eerie bioluminescence, casting ghostly patterns across his face as he moved through the winding corridors. His breath echoed in his helmet, each step a reluctant drum beat in the oppressive silence. Then he saw it. A chamber opened before him, vast, circular, and impossibly quiet. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but in the center, suspended by cables of light and strands of unknown material, hovered a structure that sent a chill deeper than space itself through his spine. A stasis pod. But not like any stasis pod Kalen had ever seen. This wasn't built for function. It was art, no, reverence. The pod shimmered like liquid crystal, shifting colors with every angle, humming a tune too soft for ears but loud enough for the soul. And inside it, was her. Kalen's breath caught. She looked human almost. But no human had skin like molten silver kissed by starlight, or hair that drifted around her head like strands of the cosmos itself, dark with flecks of shimmering blue. Her ears were long, elegant, swept back like the wings of a resting bird. Eyes closed, face serene, she floated in suspended animation, beautiful and untouchable, like a goddess lost in time. "Lux," Kalen whispered, barely trusting his own voice. "You seeing this?" "I see it," the AI replied, uncharacteristically subdued. "And for once, I have no witty remarks." Kalen stepped closer, drawn in by something he couldn't name. The glyphs along the pod's surface glowed brighter as he approached, reacting to his presence. He shouldn't touch it. Every survival instinct screamed at him to back away, to turn around and forget he ever saw this. But his hand moved on its own. Fingers brushed against the surface, warm, almost like skin. A spark of energy danced up his arm, making his heart skip a beat. The pod responded with a soft hiss, and before Kalen could react, fractures of light raced across its surface. The hum deepened, resonating in his bones. Her eyes opened. Violet. Deep, endless, like galaxies weeping in silence. She looked directly at him, not around, not in confusion but at him, as if she had been waiting for this precise moment. Her lips parted, voice raw and ancient. "Finally, someone who sees me?" Kalen's mouth went dry. Hi." Before either could process more, Lux's voice snapped back to life, sharp and urgent. "Kalen, we have a problem. 3 ships just dropped out of stealth, locking weapons on the Starhound." "Of course they are," Kalen muttered, heart racing. "The woman, no," the alien stirred weakly, her limbs adjusting to gravity she hadn't felt in who knew how long. She faltered, and Kalen instinctively caught her before she could collapse. Her skin was cool, smooth like polished metal, but undeniably alive. "Who are you?" he asked, half carrying her. "Elindra," she whispered, as if the name itself was a secret too heavy for the air. The chamber shuddered, the first sign that the ancient ship wasn't as dead as it seemed. "Kalen. Shields are dropping fast. If you want to live, now's the time to run," Lux barked. Kalen didn't hesitate. Logic had left the building the moment Elindra opened her eyes. Whatever she was, whoever she was, it didn't matter. Leaving her behind wasn't an option. "Come on," he urged, supporting her weight as they stumbled back through the corridor. The ship's walls pulsed violently now, as if protesting her release. "They found me," Elindra murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow and a flicker of something else. "Hope?" "Yeah, well, they found me too," Kalen panted. "Seems we're both popular." The airlock loomed ahead, the Starhound gleaming faintly beyond, its systems already primed for a quick getaway. As they crossed the threshold, Lux sealed the docking clamps with a hiss of escaping pressure. "Get us out of here!" Kalen shouted, dropping into the pilot seat, Elindra collapsing into the co-pilot chair, her gaze fixed on the viewport where shadows of the enemy ships circled like vultures. "Engines hot," Lux confirmed. "But they're faster, Kalen. We won't outrun them in open space." Kalen's eyes darted across the controls. "Then we don't give them open space. Dive into the debris field." "Brilliant," Lux groaned. Nothing says survival like threading a needle through a minefield. As the Starhound lurched forward, Kalen risked a glance at Elindra. She was watching him not with fear, but with a quiet intensity, as if measuring the man who, for reasons beyond understanding, chose to save her. "Why?" she asked softly over the hum of the engines. Kalen gave a breathless, crooked grin. "Honestly? I didn't think about it." For the first time, a faint smile touched her lips, fragile, but real. Outside, plasma fire lit up the darkness as the hunt began. And somewhere between instinct and impulse, a bond was forged not by destiny, but by a reckless choice to care when it made no sense at all. Kalen Drax had no idea what Elindra truly was. But he knew one thing. He wasn't going to let her be alone again. Plasma fire sliced past the hull of the Starhound, lighting up the cockpit in sickly flashes of green. Kalen Drax gritted his teeth, yanking the controls hard to port as a chunk of ancient debris spun dangerously close. "Lux, status," he barked, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. "Status? We're seconds from becoming space dust," Lux replied, voice calm in that infuriatingly sarcastic way. "But hey, at least you'll go out with style." The ship shuddered as another blast grazed the aft shields. Warning lights screamed across the dashboard. Kalen forced a grin, masking the tight coil of fear in his gut. "I've always wanted to be a shooting star." "Careful what you wished for," Lux muttered. Outside, the three hunter ships closed in sleek, black vessels that seemed to flicker in and out of visibility, their forms bending light like shadows given purpose. Predators of the void. Kalen's fingers danced over the controls, guiding the Starhound into the densest part of the debris field. Jagged remnants of forgotten wars and derelict stations loomed around them, turning space into a labyrinth of death. "You're insane," Lux added helpfully. "We've established that," Kalen shot back, narrowly dodging a rusted-out freighter hull. A low hum beside him made him glance at Elindra. She sat rigid in the co-pilot seat, her violet eyes glowing faintly, hands gripping the armrests. The air around her shimmered subtle, but unmistakable. "Elindra. They will not let us go," she whispered, voice laced with both certainty and regret. Before Kalen could reply, one of the hunter ships surged forward, its cannons charging. A pulse of energy rippled from Elindra, barely visible, like a heat wave through reality itself. The incoming plasma bolt twisted mid-flight, curving unnaturally before dissipating harmlessly into the void. Kalen's eyes widened. "Did you just bend that shot?" Elindra's face was pale, well, paler than her usual silver glow. She nodded once, but her body swayed with exhaustion. "I can nudge the threads," she murmured. "But not for long." "Right," Kalen muttered, refocusing on the maze ahead. "No pressure, then." The Starhound spun through a collapsing satellite array, metal shards scraping against the shields. Behind them, the hunters adapted, weaving through the wreckage with predatory grace. "We're not losing them," Lux warned. "And the shields won't hold much longer?" Kalen's mind raced. "Options? None. Miracles? Already used." His gaze flicked to the NAV map and then, an idea. A terrible, desperate idea. "Lux, set course for Harkin's Edge." You want to hide in a gravity well surrounded by electromagnetic storms? That's your plan. No, Kalen grinned tightly. We're going to Dad's house. Elindra stirred, her tired eyes narrowing. Your father. Ex-military. Paranoid. Lives in a fortress built for planetary sieges, Kalen explained between sharp turns. If anyone can keep us breathing, it's him. Lux sighed through the speakers. Remind me to update your psychological profile under suicidal family visits. The Starhound burst out of the debris field, engines screaming as Kalen pushed the thrusters to their limit. The hunters followed, but the open space gave him just enough room to angle toward the swirling storms of Harkon's edge. Lightning arced across the atmosphere below, a chaotic dance of energy that could fry a ship's systems in seconds. We won't survive entry, Lux warned. We don't have to survive pretty, Kalen shot back. Just enough to crash politely on his doorstep. As they pierced the storm front, turbulence rocked the ship violently. Panels sparked, alarms blared, and Lux listed off a growing number of system failures with dry amusement. Elindra clenched her jaw, her hands trembling as another hunter shot fired a blast that should have ended them. But again, reality bent. The beam scattered harmlessly, though Elindra slumped in her seat, breath shallow. Stop that, Kalen growled, sparing her a glance. You're going to burn yourself out. Better than dying, she whispered, but her strength was fading fast. Through sheer stubbornness and suicidal piloting, the Starhound broke through the worst of the storm, its hull scorched but intact. Below, nestled within jagged cliffs and shielded by natural canyons, stood the dark silhouette of a fortress turrets already swiveling to lock onto them. Incoming transmission, Lux announced. Guess who's not happy to see you? Kalen smirked despite the chaos. Yeah, well, he's about to have company. As the Starhound made its final descent, Kalen glanced once more at Elindra. She met his gaze, guilt flickering behind her tired eyes. I didn't mean to drag you into this, she said softly. Kalen's grin was lopsided, masking the adrenaline and fear coursing through him. Story of my life, Elindra. If I had a credit for every time I got pulled into someone else's mess. The ship slammed onto the landing pad with all the grace of a falling asteroid. Systems failed. Lights flickered. But they were alive. Welcome to the family, Kalen muttered, unstrapping himself as the fortress defenses powered up around them. Outside, the storm raged on, but for now, they had a chance. And Kalen Drax wasn't about to waste it. Kalen Drax stepped off the Starhound into the biting wind of Harkon's edge. Lightning split the sky above, illuminating the angular cliffs and the looming silhouette of the fortress that had haunted his childhood. The air smelled of scorched metal and ozone. It felt like war. A familiar voice rang out from the platform speakers. You're late, and your landing was trash. Kalen smirked. Good to see you too, Dad. From the shadows of the blast doors emerged a tall figure clad in a battle-worn exosuit, modified for both utility and comfort. His face, rugged and stern, was carved from years of command, grizzled beard, cold steel gray eyes, and a scar across his temple that matched Kalen's. Commander Dorian Drax. A relic of every war the galaxy tried to forget. His eyes flicked to Elindra, who leaned on Kalen's shoulder, barely standing. Her silver skin reflected the storm light, her breath shallow. "That's not human," Dorian said flatly. "Neither are the things chasing her," Kalen replied. Dorian gave a grunt. "Then get her inside. Storm's getting worse. And I don't need orbital guests dropping in before dinner." They crossed into the fortress, part bunker, part museum of forgotten tech. Automated defenses clicked to life as Dorian moved, recognizing his biometric signature. Inside, flickering tactical displays lit up a command hub surrounded by crates of antique weapons and prototype shielding tech. Dorian tossed a tattered blanket at Kalen. "She doesn't look combat ready." Kalen wrapped it around Elindra and helped her onto a medical bench. "She's more useful than you think." Elindra opened her eyes and met Dorian's gaze. There was no fear in her voice when she spoke. "They'll find us soon. The ones who hunt me." "Then we better be ready," Dorian said, and turned to Kalen. "Tell me everything." Kalen did. About the ancient ship. The stasis pod. The hunters. Elindra's power. And the way she bent space itself. Dorian listened without interruption. When Kalen finished, he nodded once. "All right. I'll help. One last time." They had 6 hours. Storm fronts howled above, masking their thermal signatures. It wouldn't last. Dorian, Kalen, and Elindra huddled over a worn hollow map, outlining a perimeter of magnetic traps, plasma turrets, and fallback tunnels. Elindra, regaining strength, explained the resonance of the storm's magnetic field and how she could anchor it to distort time in localized pulses. "A time snare," Dorian said, impressed. "You sure you're not a weapon?" Elindra's smile was soft but resolute. "I am memory. And I choose what to keep." Preparations flew by in a blur of welders, old drones rebooted, and storm generators overclocked to feed Elindra's field. Kalen barely had a moment to breathe, but through it all, he felt something unfamiliar: purpose. And then, silence. Not peace. The kind of silence that comes before the sky breaks. Alarms rang as Dorian shouted, "Inbound ships. 3 signatures. Minimal comms. They are coming in hot." Kalen strapped on a plasma repeater and took position on the upper ramparts. Elindra stood in the center of the courtyard, robes fluttering in the storm wind, her arms raised as lines of energy swirled around her. Dorian activated the defense grid from his central console, muttering curses like prayers. The first hunter ship pierced the clouds with a scream of anti-gravity engines. The storm answered with a fork of lightning. Turrets opened fire, lancing blue bolts across the sky. One ship took a hit, spiraling toward the ridge. The others deployed troops, sleek black armored figures that blinked into reality like ghosts. Kalen fired. Plasma bursts tore through the darkness, meeting shields and scattering sparks. Below, Elindra stepped forward, her hands weaving through air heavy with static. Time itself rippled as the soldiers neared her. One lunged, then froze mid-air, trapped in a suspended loop, his momentum caught like a thread unraveling in reverse. Dorian's voice came through comms. "She's holding them. But not forever. Kalen, watch her back." "Always," he replied. More hunters advanced. Kalen vaulted over cover, dropping 2 with a scatter burst. Another leapt onto the rampart. Kalen turned just in time, catching the strike with his forearm and slamming the attacker with the butt of his weapon. The air was thick with smoke, rain, and war. In the courtyard, Ilindra's eyes burned bright violet as the storm itself seemed to slow around her. Bolts of lightning paused mid-flash. The enemy moved as if wading through honey. But it cost her. She collapsed to one knee, trembling. Kalen raced to her side, shielding her with his body. "I can still hold it," she gasped. "You don't have to do it alone," Kalen said, gripping her hand. She looked at him, and this time, the storm was reflected in her eyes not as something she feared, but something she commanded. Behind them, the last hunter ship hovered low, preparing a final strike. Dorian activated the final trap, a cluster of magnetic mines triggered by the ship's energy signature. The sky lit up as the mines detonated, ripping the final ship apart in a bloom of fire and light. The battlefield went still. Rain hissed on scorched metal. Bodies of the fallen shimmered and vanished, retrieved remotely, or erased. From a downed soldier's communicator, a message played. "You cannot run forever. We will reclaim the threads." Kalen crushed the device under his boot. Ilindra stood, steadier now. "Then we won't run." Dorian approached, armor scorched, face unreadable. "You did good," he said, to both of them. Kalen smirked. "That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." "Don't get used to it," Dorian muttered, turning back toward the fortress. And for the first time in his life, Kalen didn't feel like just a stray pilot with bad luck. He felt like part of something bigger. And Ilindra, no longer just a fugitive, stood with eyes forward. This time, she would fight. Not to escape, but to end it. The storm had finally begun to die. Kalen Drax sat atop a jagged piece of scorched metal, the remnants of a plasma-blasted turret, watching as the last tendrils of lightning flickered across the bruised sky. The air smelled of wet stone, burnt circuitry, and something quieter like the aftermath of chaos holding its breath. Beside him, Ilindra lowered herself onto the same slab, her movements graceful despite the exhaustion that clung to her. Her silver skin shimmered faintly in the muted light, and strands of her cosmic hair drifted lazily in the breeze, no longer charged with the frantic energy of battle. For a long while, neither of them spoke. Above, the clouds parted just enough to reveal the scattered stars beyond, the same stars Kalen had spent years drifting beneath, always searching for something he couldn't name. Ilindra's voice broke the silence, soft but steady. "You didn't just save me, Kalen." He turned his head slightly, catching the reflection of starlight in her violet eyes. "You saw me." Kalen let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his chest since the moment he found her in that ancient pod. "Yeah," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I guess I did." Ilindra's gaze drifted upward, to the sky that still rumbled with distant thunder. "For so long, I was nothing but a relic, a weapon they wanted to reclaim. Running was survival. Hiding became existence. But now..." Her words faded, but Kalen understood. He followed her gaze, feeling the weight of it all, the battles, the scars, the endless flight from things bigger and darker than himself. "Now," Kalen said, his voice firmer, "we stopped running." Ilindra looked at him again, this time with something brighter in her eyes. Hope not the fragile kind born from desperation, but the steady flame of choice. There are others, she whispered. Scattered, forgotten like I was. Threads waiting to be found. Kalen's smile widened, not with bravado, but with purpose. Then we find them, he said. We pull every thread loose until that tapestry they are so desperate to control unravels in their hands. Elindra reached out, her hand brushing against his not by accident, but as a silent agreement. They sat there a moment longer, letting the quiet settle around them not as fugitives, but as something new. Partners in defiance. When they finally rose, the Starhound stood ready on the landing pad, its hull scarred but resilient, much like its pilot. Dorian Drax waited at the base of the ramp, arms crossed, his expression unreadable beneath the weight of a soldier's pride he'd never admit aloud. You sure about this? He asked, his voice gruff. Kalen glanced at Elindra, then back at his father. Yeah. For once, I am. Dorian gave a single nod, the closest thing to approval Kalen would ever get. Elindra offered the old commander a respectful incline of her head. Thank you for standing with us. Just keep standing, Dorian replied. That'll be thanks enough. With that, Kalen and Elindra boarded the Starhound. The engines rumbled to life, a familiar hum that felt different now, less like an escape, more like a beginning. As the ship lifted off, Kalen guided it through the thinning storm clouds, the fortress shrinking beneath them until it was just another mark on a world full of battlefields. Elindra stood at the viewport, watching as the horizon gave way to the endless expanse of stars. Her reflection in the glass shimmered beside Kalen's as he joined her. So, he said, handing her a steaming mug of something that might have passed for coffee. Any idea where we start? She took the mug, her fingers brushing his, and allowed herself a small, genuine smile. There's a place, she said. In the forgotten sectors, the nexus where lost things tend to gather. Dangerous, uncharted. Sounds perfect, Kalen interrupted, his grin returning. The Starhound broke atmosphere, the void welcoming them like an old friend. Ahead, the stars stretched across the black canvas, each one a promise of stories untold. Kalen settled into the pilot seat, Elindra beside him, no longer a passenger but a co-navigator of whatever came next. We're not fugitives anymore, he said quietly. Elindra nodded, her gaze fixed forward. No, she agreed. We're seekers. With a final push, the Starhound surged into faster-than-light travel, leaving behind the world of survival and heading toward a destiny they would shape themselves. In the quiet hum of the ship, amidst the swirling stars, Kalen realized something he never thought he'd feel again. He was home. Not because of a place, but because of the person sitting beside him. And this time, they weren't running. They were chasing freedom. Some couples are brought together by destiny. Some fall in love at first sight. But Rex Marlowe and Lyra Velshera? A madman with tangled hair who talked to a wrench, and a celestial princess who believed every touch was a sacred vow. They met because of a single, well-placed hit on a broken machine, and a glowing stone picked up from the floor. Rex thought he was just fixing something, showing off, maybe. Lyra was certain he had just proposed, following the oldest rites of the Veillery. And so, before Rex could even find the restroom, whispers of an interstellar wedding between the Earthling lunatic and the Crystal Princess rippled through Orbis 9. Strange, isn't it? How sometimes, in a universe bound by rules and rituals, only raw madness can truly touch a heart. The camera would have panned through the cold, metallic corridors of Orbis 9 silent but for the hum of distant generators and the occasional flicker of failing lights. Amidst this sterile monotony, a door creaked open with a reluctant sigh. Inside, chaos had made itself at home. Sparks danced lazily from an overloaded circuit board. Gears, wires, and half-finished contraptions littered every surface like forgotten dreams. And in the center of it all sat Rex Marlowe, legs crossed, hair wild, face smudged with grease as he spoke earnestly to a rusted wrench. "Lucy," he whispered, holding the tool up to eye level, "if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you." The wrench, as always, offered no argument. Rex grinned, a flash of mischief in his eyes, and tightened the last bolt on what could only be described as a mechanical abomination. It whirred, sputtered, then promptly caught fire. "Ah," he nodded thoughtfully, "perfect." The overhead speakers crackled to life, dragging him from his triumph. "Attention all personnel. Diplomatic delegation from Villeray arriving in Docking Bay 1. Formal protocol required." Rex tilted his head, considering. Formal protocol, or lunch? He stood, tossing Lucy into his belt holster like a trusted sidearm, and ambled out, humming a tune only he seemed to know. The docking bay shimmered with polished floors and hastily arranged banners, an attempt to mask the wear of a station long past its prime. Officers stood in stiff lines, uniforms crisp, faces blank masks of professionalism. Then came the glow. The Villeray shuttle descended like a drop of moonlight, hull gleaming with iridescent waves. When its doors parted, silence fell heavier than gravity itself. Lyra Velshera stepped forward, a vision carved from starlight. Her silver-lit skin pulsed with subtle hues, shifting like whispers of forgotten songs. Violet eyes, deep and endless, scanned the room with serene grace. Her ceremonial robes floated as if untouched by weight, each step a symphony of elegance. To Rex, who had just wandered in munching on something vaguely resembling a protein bar, she looked shiny. "Huh," he muttered, "crumbs falling. Fancy." But the universe has little patience for admiration. As Lyra raised a crystalline device, delicate, humming with alien energy, it sputtered, then erupted in a soft burst of light and a sharp hiss. A crack zigzagged through its core, leaking streams of luminous vapor that began eating through the deck like it was starving. Panic rippled through the welcoming committee. Officers scrambled, alarms bleated in protest. Lyra knelt beside the failing device, her calm demeanor cracking for just a heartbeat as her fingers danced over the controls. Rex watched, brow furrowed. Then, without ceremony, he strolled through the chaos, crouched beside her, and with all the confidence of a man who had absolutely no idea what he was doing, raised Lucy high. "Sometimes," he said, as if sharing ancient wisdom, "you just gotta show it who's boss." Before anyone could stop him, he brought the wrench down with a decisive thunk. The device whined, then settled into a steady, harmonious hum. The vapor ceased. The glow stabilized. Silence. Lyra's eyes widened, not in fear, but in awe. Her ears, long and elegant, twitched in what could only be reverence. The awakening strike. she whispered, voice barely a breath. You know the old ways. Rex blinked. Sure. Old ways. Right. His gaze drifted downward, catching a glimpse of a small, radiant stone that had dislodged during the commotion. It pulsed softly, casting dancing lights across his grease-streaked fingers. Pretty, he murmured, picking it up without a second thought. Turning to Lyra, he offered it to her, his grin lopsided, carefree. Here. Keep it. Looks nice. Might be useful if you need to throw it at someone annoying. Her hand reached out, trembling slightly as she accepted the stone with a grace that belonged to sacred rituals. To Rex, it was just a shiny rock. To Lyra Velshera, it was unmistakably clear. He had just presented her with a lesser star heart, the traditional token of union. Around them, the crew began to recover from the scare, but whispers had already begun to stir. Rex patted the now stable device, gave Lyra a playful wink, and wandered off, likely in search of that elusive restroom. Lyra remained, cradling the glowing stone close to her chest, her heart resonating with a melody only she could hear. The bond had been offered, and she had accepted. Morning on Orbis 9 was a relative term. There was no sun here, just the soft flicker of artificial lights adjusting to a pre-programmed schedule, indifferent to human notions of time. Rex Marlowe stirred awake beneath a pile of mismatched blankets and spare cables, one boot still on from the night before. A familiar metallic clang echoed through his quarters as a small delivery drone hovered by his bed, dropping a neatly wrapped package onto his chest. Rise and shine, Mr. Marlowe, the drone chimed in a voice far too cheerful for a place like this. A gift from the Veillery delegation. Rex squinted at the package, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The wrapping shimmered thin strands of crystalline fiber woven into patterns that probably meant something profound. He muttered, sitting up. Hope it's food. With the grace of a man who had never respected the art of unwrapping, he tore it open. Inside gleamed a set of utensils, forks, knives, spoons, all crafted from translucent crystal, each piece etched with delicate symbols that pulsed faintly with inner light. Rex held up a fork, turning it over in his hand. Fancy, but not very filling, he mused. Before he could question further, the drone dropped a second item, a sleek invitation card that projected holographic text into the air. Honored guest Rex Marlowe, you are cordially invited to the bonding communion feast. Attendance is expected. His stomach growled on cue. Feast? A grin spread across his face. About time this place hosted a decent buffet. He didn't bother changing out of his oil-stained uniform. Food was food. The grand hall had never looked so luminous. Soft lights danced along the high arches, refracted through floating crystals that hovered like silent stars. Long tables were adorned with dishes that shimmered, some of them humming softly as if infused with music. Rex sauntered in, eyes wide at the spread of alien delicacies. He spotted something that vaguely resembled gelatin and immediately made a mental note to grab seconds. But before he could attack the buffet, a familiar figure approached. Lyra Velshera glided toward him, her robes cascading like liquid light. In her hands, she carried a small orb glowing, delicate, and pulsing in rhythm with the ambient hum of the room. Her violet eyes locked onto his with a calm intensity. Rex Marlowe, she spoke softly, as if announcing something far greater than his name. Rex blinked, half a bread roll already in his mouth. "Hey, Lyra. Nice party." She extended the orb toward him with both hands, her posture ceremonial, reverent. "I offer you the luminous core as symbol of unity and shared path." Rex glanced between her serene expression and the glowing sphere. "Oh," he mumbled, swallowing his bite. "Is this, like a centerpiece?" Without hesitation, he reached out and plucked the orb from her hands, turning it over curiously. "Pretty neat," he said, giving it a gentle shake as if expecting it to light up more. The moment his fingers wrapped fully around it, the orb flared, casting a radiant halo that rippled through the hall. The floating crystals above resonated in response, emitting harmonious chimes that echoed like a choir of stars. Every Veelary in the room bowed their heads. The humans exchanged puzzled glances. Rex, oblivious, held the orb up to eye level. "Wow, this would look great over my workbench," he mused aloud. Lyra's lips curved into the faintest smile, her gaze shimmering with something between pride and quiet triumph. "The bond is sealed," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. It wasn't until Rex noticed the sudden silence, the way every eye of human and Veelary alike was fixed on him, that he began to suspect he'd missed something important. Did I win a prize or?" From a corner of the hall, a low murmur began. It spread like wildfire, whispers laced with disbelief and amusement. "Did he just? That's the binding ritual. Rex married the princess." Rex's brow furrowed as he slowly lowered the orb. "Wait, what?" An officer clapped him on the back, barely suppressing laughter. "Congrats, Marlowe. Didn't think you had it in you." Lyra inclined her head gracefully. "You have honored me, Rex Marlowe. Our paths are now intertwined." Rex opened his mouth, then closed it again, spinning the orb once more in his hands. "Is this because I shook it?" No one answered. Somewhere in the distance, a celebratory melody began to play, soft, ethereal, and utterly final. Rex sighed, glancing longingly at the untouched buffet. "I just came here for lunch." But destiny, as it seemed, had a far more elaborate menu in mind. There are moments when a man begins to suspect that life has taken a strange turn. For Rex Marlowe, that moment came when Lyra Velshera started showing up at his side like a shadow made of moonlight. Wherever he wandered, be it the humming corridors of Orbis 9 or the cluttered chaos of his workshop, she was there. Tall, graceful, her silver-lit skin casting soft reflections against the dull metal walls. Always watching him with those violet eyes, serene and unreadable. "Today," she said one morning, appearing without a sound, "we begin your immersion into Veelary traditions." Rex, halfway through tightening a bolt on a contraption that looked suspiciously like a coffee maker strapped to a jet engine, glanced up. "Is that like a game?" She tilted her head, the faintest hint of amusement dancing across her features. "In a way." He shrugged, wiping his hands on a rag that did little to remove the grease. "All right. Lead the way, princess." And so began a parade of ceremonies, rituals, and customs that Rex barely understood but found oddly entertaining. He learned that a simple nod could signify acceptance of eternal partnership or indicate that the soup was satisfactory, depending on the tilt. That offering a crystal flower was either a greeting or a declaration of devotion. He handed out 3 by accident. But nothing compared to the day of the spiral of understanding. The chamber was vast, circular, its walls adorned with shifting patterns of light that pulsed in time with a low, melodic hum. Velary elders stood in a circle, their robes shimmering like liquid starlight. Lyra stood beside Rex, her voice soft. This is the dance of resonance. It symbolizes the unraveling of barriers between bonded souls. Rex eyed the open space before him, then glanced at the elders. You want me to dance? She nodded solemnly. He sighed, stepping forward. Well, Lucy, he muttered to the wrench at his belt, guess we're doing this. What followed was less a dance and more a chaotic flailing of limbs. Rex spun, stumbled, and waved his arms like a man swatting invisible bees. He nearly tripped over his own feet twice and might have accidentally invented a move involving finger guns and a pirouette. When he finally stopped, panting slightly, he looked around, expecting confusion or laughter. Instead, the elders placed their hands over their hearts and bowed deeply. Lyra's eyes gleamed with something akin to admiration. Your interpretation, she whispered, was transcendent. A bold reimagining of tradition. Rex blinked, sweat dripping down his brow. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Word of his innovative dance spread quickly. By evening, a holographic projection of his performance was already circulating among both Velary and human crew, labeled as the new spiral. But the galaxy wasn't done with him yet. The next day brought the Harmony Convergence ceremony. The main hall had been transformed into a celestial theater. Above them, a massive star map hovered, constellations drifting lazily, threads of light weaving between them. You must activate the constellation nexus, Lyra explained, guiding him toward a sleek, glowing console at the center. Rex stared at the array of symbols and pulsating crystals. Right, sure. He reached out, hesitated, then true to form gave the console a firm tap with his forehead. The star map shuddered, then burst into brilliant light. Lines of energy shot across the room, connecting stars in patterns unseen before. A deep, resonant tone filled the air, vibrating through bone and spirit alike. Gasps echoed around him. The Velary elders exchanged glances of awe. Cognitive alignment achieved, one of them murmured. A pure resonance. Rex rubbed his forehead. Did I break it? Lyra stood beside him, her expression soft, almost reverent. You have harmonized with the cosmos itself, she said quietly. Few ever do. By now, Rex had learned that asking too many questions only made things worse. So he offered a lopsided grin and nodded. Yeah, cosmic harmony. That's me. As the ceremony concluded, whispers once again filled the corridors of Orbis 9. Did you hear? He redefined the spiral. They say he speaks to the stars now. The madman is a visionary. Rex, oblivious to most of it, wandered back to his workshop, wondering if there'd be snacks at the next ritual. But Lyra knew. She watched him from a distance, her heart resonating with a quiet certainty. In his chaos, there was truth. And in his madness, a kind of brilliance that no tradition could ever contain. News travels fast on a space station. Faster when it involves a madman and a princess. Rex Marlowe sat in his workshop, legs propped on a console, idly tossing a bolt into the air. The door hissed open, and Clarion the AI's holographic interface flickered to life beside him, a soft blue silhouette with a vaguely human shape. "Rex," Clarion began, its tone too careful. "If this is about the coffee machine," Rex interrupted, "it was already broken." "This isn't about the coffee machine." The bolt landed in his palm with a soft clink. Rex arched a brow. "Then what?" A holographic display lit up before him, an official Veillery communique, ornate symbols shimmering like starlight. "As of this morning," Clarion said, "you are recognized by the Veillery High Council as consort designate to Lyra of Velshera." Rex stared at the projection, unblinking. "The what now?" "Consort designate," Clarion repeated. "You are, by all ceremonial accounts, engaged." The bolt slipped from his fingers, clattering to the floor. For the first time in a long while, Rex Marlowe felt something unfamiliar coil in his chest. Panic. He shot to his feet. "No, no, no. That can't be right. I didn't. I mean, sure, I took the orb, did the dance, maybe tapped a console with my head, but that's just me being me." Veillery tradition interprets those actions differently, Clarion replied calmly. Rex ran a hand through his already wild hair, pacing in frantic circles. "I need to fix this." Finding Lyra wasn't difficult. She was in the observation dome, standing alone beneath a vast expanse of stars, her silhouette framed by Jupiter's swirling storms. Rex hesitated at the entrance, suddenly aware of every misstep, every careless grin that had led him here. He approached quietly, his reflection joining hers in the glass. "Lyra," he began, his voice lacking its usual bravado. She turned, her expression serene as always, but there was a softness in her eyes that made his words catch for a moment. "I saw the notice," he said, forcing a nervous chuckle. "Seems like the universe thinks we're, you know, a thing." Lyra's lips curved slightly. "The universe recognizes bonds where hearts resonate." Rex exhaled sharply, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, I need to be honest. I'm not this." He gestured vaguely to the stars, the station, the weight of traditions he didn't understand. "I'm just a guy who talks to his wrench and occasionally sets things on fire. I didn't mean to stumble into some royal engagement. I didn't even know half of what I was doing." Lyra stepped closer, the light of distant galaxies reflecting in her violet eyes. "You believe I did not see that?" Rex opened his mouth, then closed it. "Rex," she continued, her voice a gentle melody, "I never asked you to be anything but yourself. The Veillery saw rituals fulfilled. I saw a man unbound by fear or pretense." He searched her face, expecting disappointment, maybe frustration. But all he found was calm certainty. "You're not angry?" She shook her head, silver hair catching the starlight. "How could I be? You gave me what no tradition could offer, truth." Rex swallowed hard, the weight in his chest shifting from panic to something heavier and warmer. "I'm a mess," he admitted quietly. "Beautifully so," Lyra replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. For once, Rex had no clever retort. They stood in silence, the vastness of space stretching endlessly before them. And in that quiet, amidst the chaos of misunderstandings and accidental vows, Rex felt something real settle deep within him. It wasn't madness. It wasn't a joke. It was the beginning of something he never thought he'd find. A reason to stay still. A reason to care. He glanced at Lyra, a genuine smile tugging at his lips, one without sarcasm or bravado. So, what happens now? Lyra's gaze returned to the stars. Now, we let the heart decide the pace. And for once in his life, Rex Marlowe was content to follow. The alarms began as a low hum, almost indistinguishable from the usual background noise of Orbis 9. But within moments, that hum grew into a sharp, pulsing wail that echoed through every corridor. Rex Marlowe was already on his feet when Clarion's voice crackled through the intercom. Primary energy core destabilizing. Containment failure imminent. He didn't wait for further explanation. His boots hit the deck with purpose, wrench already in hand. Lyra was waiting near the central conduit, her calm presence a stark contrast to the flashing red lights that bathed the station. The Velary delegation is being evacuated, she informed him, her voice steady. But without stabilization, this station will not survive the hour. Rex smirked, wiping grease onto his sleeve. Good thing I've got a few crazy ideas left. They moved as one, Lyra weaving through the control panels with practiced grace, Rex bypassing protocols with reckless efficiency. Where she calculated, he improvised. Where she hesitated for precision, he acted on instinct. You can't reroute that flow manually, Lyra warned as Rex pried open a panel. Can't? Or shouldn't? He shot back with a grin. Sparks flew. Systems groaned in protest. But bit by bit, the impossible began to look plausible. At one point, Rex jammed a stripped wire into place using a piece of his own belt. That's not regulation, Lyra noted, a hint of amusement breaking through her composure. Neither am I, he replied, teeth clenched as he tightened a valve. The core's pulse began to slow, the angry red glow dimming to a stable blue. Clarion's voice returned, this time with something almost resembling relief. Containment restored. Critical failure averted. Rex let out a long breath, leaning against the nearest console. Told you, he panted. Nothing a little madness can't fix. Lyra approached, her violet eyes reflecting the steady light of the recovered core. You saved more than a station today, she said softly. Rex reached into his pocket, fingers closing around a small, familiar shape. When he pulled it out, Lyra's gaze dropped to the object in his hand. An old, rusted bolt, its threads worn, a piece of frayed cord looped through it like a pendant. I don't have crystals, Rex began, his voice quieter than usual. No glowing orbs or fancy light shows. He held the bolt out toward her, a crooked smile playing at his lips. But this little guy held part of this station together for 10 years. Kept everything from falling apart. Now, I figure it's time it held something else together. Lyra's breath caught, her hand reaching out, delicate fingers brushing against his calloused ones as she accepted the offering. The moment her skin touched the bolt, a soft light blossomed around them, not from the object, but from the air itself. A pulse, gentle and warm, radiated outward like a sigh from the stars. Rex looked around, wide-eyed. Did we just? Lyra smiled, cradling the bolt close to her chest. "The bond is complete," she whispered. "No grand ceremony. No audience. Just a madman, a princess, and a piece of metal that meant more than any jewel ever could." Later that night, they sat atop the observation dome, legs dangling over the edge, the endless canvas of space stretching before them. Rex leaned back on his hands, gazing at the distant galaxies. "So, this is what happily ever after looks like." Lyra tilted her head, her silver hair catching the faint glow of passing starlight. "It looks like wherever we choose to make it." Rex chuckled, nudging her shoulder with his. "You know, I never thought I'd end up here. Saving a space station, accidentally getting engaged, officially proposing with a bolt." "Life is rarely what we expect," Lyra replied, her voice like a quiet melody. They fell into a comfortable silence, the kind that didn't need filling. Above them, the stars watched in their eternal dance. And in that vast, infinite expanse, madness and love found a place to call home. They told stories about her. Some whispered her name with awe, others with fear. But all agreed, General Lurixa did not believe in mercy. Not because she lacked the capacity, no, that would be too simple. She simply deemed it inefficient. 32 cycles of warfare across 5 sectors had taught her one thing: sentiment is a weakness. She had never hesitated, never questioned. Victory was forged in discipline, not doubt. And yet, the battlefield at Outpost Varela 9 simmered with the last breaths of resistance. Blue tracer rounds still flickered against the twilight sky, and smoke rose in thin, angry ribbons from the ruins of what had once been a medical station. Her boots clicked against scorched stone as she stepped over debris and the broken frames of fallen fighters, her armor humming softly with every shift. General, her sub-commander, Vex, approached, his voice clipped and precise. "Outpost is secure." "Almost. One non-combatant remains. Human. Refused extraction." She didn't turn to him. Her silver eyes scanned the horizon, pupils narrowing at the faint glow of kinetic residues still lingering in the air. "Why?" "He's treating the wounded. Ours and theirs." A long pause. "Treating," she repeated. "As in, medical assistance?" "Yes, General. Also, he's singing." That earned a slow blink. Her ears, long and slightly translucent, twitched. "Is that a weapon?" "Negative. It appears to be a melody. Something about boots made for walking." She exhaled through her nose. "Patch me into his feed. Now." A moment later, the hollow screen on her gauntlet bloomed to life. The image was chaos, metal beams cracked and hanging from the ceiling, sparks raining onto scorched med beds. But at the center of it all knelt a man. Human. No armor. Shirt soaked in sweat and dust. His hands, streaked with green and purple blood, were busy wrapping a pressure bandage around a soldier's abdomen. He was humming. Badly. Off-key. But clearly unconcerned with the fact that he was deep in enemy territory. "There we go," he muttered, adjusting the dressing. "You're stable. You're gonna make it. And if you don't, I swear to whatever gods you pray to I'm billing your family for emotional damage." Lurixa narrowed her eyes. Is he aware he's behind enemy lines? Yes. Refused evacuation twice. Said, and I quote, "Too many people leaking weird colors. Can't leave yet." She studied the human in silence. Unarmed. Unbothered. Almost cheerful. Name: Corporal Eli Vance. A beat. Then her voice, flat but decisive. "Bring him in. Alive. If he resists, sedate gently." Vex hesitated. He's not resisting. He just asked for more gauze. And coffee. When the retrieval unit arrived, they found him in the middle of an argument with one of her junior medics about suture tension on scaled skin. "You're looping too tight, buddy," Eli said. "Unless you're planning to turn this guy into a sausage link." The medic hissed. "Hey, don't be mad. I insult because I care." They escorted him aboard the Caressa not as a prisoner but as a curiosity. And he walked with them, not bound, not afraid. Just tired. When Lurexa finally stood before him, 7 feet of armored command, warm metals etched across her collar, eyes like tempered ice, he looked up at her and asked, "So, does this place have coffee? Or do I need to charm it out of the guards?" Around them, soldiers stiffened. Some reached for weapons. Lurexa didn't react. But inside, something shifted. Not enough to name. Just enough to notice. Hours later, alone in her quarters, she replayed the footage. The way he had tucked a blanket over a wounded trooper. The way he had muttered, "Don't die, buddy. You still owe me a fist bump." She had burned cities for less. But this human, he knelt among bleeding enemies, unguarded, singing off-key songs from a planet billions of light years away. And for the first time in years, the infamous General Lurexa did not know what to do with what she felt. It was not confusion. Not admiration. Something smaller. Something more dangerous. Curiosity. She leaned back in the cold light of her cabin, gaze still locked on his frozen image. "Too many people leaking weird colors," she whispered, a breathless echo. And somewhere beneath layers of protocol, under decades of armor, something cracked. The Caressa was not built for humans. Its corridors were too tall, the walls slightly curved like the inside of a seashell, and the ambient lighting hummed in unnatural tones, lavender and green, designed to calm alien minds. To Eli Vance, it was like walking through a spaceship designed by a very thoughtful jellyfish. He fit in like a paper cut on an armored glove. But he didn't seem to mind. 3 days had passed since he'd been brought aboard. No cell. No restraints. Just a room barely long enough for his legs, a translator bracelet, and a steady rotation of curious onlookers pretending to be on official errands. They called him the anomaly. Some in fascination, some in disdain. But what surprised Lurexa most wasn't that he was still alive. It was that her crew, efficient, disciplined, cold, was starting to like him. In the mess hall, he taught a group of tactical officers how to make something he called terrible coffee. He claimed it was crucial for morale. The result exploded once. No casualties, unless you counted the pride of the head engineer. In medbay, he corrected one of their junior doctors on how to properly wrap a compression bandage. "See, You're not fine, but it's not fine. You're trying to stop bleeding, not gift wrap the poor guy. And they listened. They actually listened. She observed all of this from the command deck, watching security feeds without making it obvious. Her subordinates didn't question her. No one questioned Lurixa. Not until Eli. When she entered the medbay late that cycle, it smelled of antiseptic and something vaguely sweet like singed sugar. A faint trail of smoke still lingered in the air. A technician stood beside a singed console. His tentacled arm pointed toward the far end of the room. He tried to make coffee again, the tech said flatly. Used medical heating gel. It combusted. Lurixa followed the smoke trail. There he was. Eli Vance. Shirtless this time, wiping his arm with a damp cloth. A fresh burn marked the edge of his shoulder, angry red against tan skin. Still, he was grinning. She crossed the room without a word and stopped in front of him. That looks painful, she said. Just a kiss from fate, he replied, still smiling. But if you have any of that glowing salve that smells like sadness, I wouldn't say no. She held out her hand. He blinked. Wait, you're doing it? I thought I was persona non hele. She didn't answer. Just guided him to the nearest bench and took a med pack from the wall. You know, he said as she applied the gel with precise fingers, you're surprisingly gentle for someone whose job description includes orbital bombardment. I trained in combat triage. Long ago. What happened? I stopped needing it. Until now. The burn hissed softly as the gel took effect. Her fingers lingered a fraction longer than necessary. You know how to soothe a burn, he said quietly. I figured you only knew how to cause them. She looked at him then. Really looked. And for the first time, she didn't see a nuisance or a wild card. She saw presence. Someone who didn't shrink in her shadow. Their eyes met. Just a moment. But in that moment, nothing else in the medbay moved. Later that night, Lurixa returned to her quarters. She didn't turn on the main lights. Instead, she activated the central holoscreen and accessed internal surveillance logs. One clip. No sound. Just video. Eli Vance, sitting on the floor of medbay. A young alien cadet beside him bandaged, shivering. Eli wrapped a blanket around the boy's shoulders, then began to hum. Off-key. Nostalgic. Human. She watched the clip. Then replayed it. Then again. It was not strategy. Not curiosity. She just wanted to hear him hum. Her hand rested lightly on the edge of the console, as the soft blue light of the screen shimmered across her face. She had given up music long ago. Had stopped believing in things that weren't measurable. But that sound. That voice. It stirred something in her. Something dangerous. Not confusion. Not admiration. Something she had no name for. And that was what truly unsettled her. The distress signal came without coordinates, just a pulse of static and a repeating fragment in broken interlingua. Help, civilians, deck fractured. Over and over, until it blurred into the noise of war. General Lurixa stood at the command deck of the Caressa, one hand resting against the projection map of the Saturn belt. A flicker pulsed at its edge, a drifting freighter, barely registering a heat signature. No movement. No defense. Trap, one of her officers asked. Possibly, she replied. But if it isn't? She didn't finish the sentence. 10 minutes later, Eli Vance was adjusting the straps of a borrowed field vest, 3 sizes too big. You're really letting me go with you? He asked, glancing sideways as Lurixa locked the final piece of her armor. You are technically non-combat personnel, and morally obligated to fix what's broken. She didn't smile. Not quite. But something in her eyes twitched. Approval. Maybe something more. They boarded the dropship together. 6 elite soldiers sat in silence. No one questioned the presence of the human anymore. Not out loud. The descent was rough. Saturn dust storms clawed at the hull, and static shimmered across the display like ghost light. They landed hard against a fractured docking ring, airlocks hissing under unstable pressure. Inside, the freighter was broken in half, corridors twisted like snapped bone. Eli coughed at the burnt ozone smell. Then he heard it. A soft voice. Repeating. Sorry, Mama, sorry? They found her in a cargo hold, barely a child. Alien, scale green-blue, no older than 6 in human terms. She clutched a broken COMM unit and stared at them with wide, unblinking eyes. Eli crouched slowly. Hey, he said softly. It's okay. I'm the weird one here, I promise. She trembled. Didn't move. He unzipped his vest and, with slow hands, pulled it over her shoulders. Then peeled off his own shirt and wrapped it around her like a blanket. Lurixa stood behind him, silent. Watching. Eli didn't wait for orders. We've got survivors. Spread out. Check for life signs. The team moved without question. Minutes passed. Eli worked fast, bandaging, stabilizing, whispering reassurances in a language most of them didn't even understand. A pile of debris shifted near the rear hold, and a soldier stepped back, weapon raised. Then the air changed. It wasn't sound. It was pressure. Heat. A vibration under the skin, like something ancient exhaling. Movement below deck, one trooper barked. Something's waking up. The floor cracked. From the broken underbelly of the freighter, light surged upward, a tendril of shifting plasma, glowing violet and gold. It hovered, shapeless and alive, pulsing like it remembered how to breathe. Weapons came up. Don't fire yet, Lurixa said sharply. Too late. One of the rookies panicked. Fired. The plasma surged, lashed outward like a whip of living light. A soldier screamed and fell. The child cried out, shrinking. Eli stepped in front of her without thinking. No, hey. We're not the threat. The creature didn't stop. Lurixa moved. She leapt between them, blade drawn. Her armor flared with heat as energy licked against it. She pushed Eli down and turned her back to the entity, absorbing the brunt of the strike. It slammed into her. She staggered. Smoke burst from her chest plate. Lurixa! Eli shouted, scrambling toward her. "I'm fine," she hissed. "You're not, damn it. Don't do this for me." She looked at him, teeth clenched. "Not for you," she breathed. "Because I don't want to lose you." The words hit harder than a blast. The plasma entity hovered again, shimmering, almost curious. But the ship groaned, warning of collapse. Debris fell. Sirens screamed. Another tremor. Eli reached for her hand. "We need to move. Now." But she didn't let go immediately. Their fingers locked for half a second longer than necessary. Then they ran. Back through the broken hold. Through fire and shadow. As they reached the airlock, the second shockwave hit. Metal buckled behind them. The force knocked them sideways. Eli fell, and Lurixit caught his arm, dragging him into the safe zone. They crashed together into the emergency bay. The door sealed behind them. The roar of collapse silenced. For a moment, there was only breath. Heartbeat. Scorched metal and adrenaline. Eli turned to her, eyes wide. His hand still gripped hers. He didn't say thank you. He didn't need to. She stepped closer. He didn't step back. "I told you not to die for me," he whispered. "And I told you I wouldn't let you go." Then they kissed. Not soft. Not delicate. A kiss forged in fire, desperate, uncertain, but real. The war didn't stop. The galaxy didn't pause. But in that sealed, silent room, for just a moment, everything did. The station orbiting New Halvaria gleamed like a blade turned sideways against the black. Neutral ground, at least by name. Every corridor buzzed with hushed voices and sidelong glances. No one expected a human to arrive beside the General of Arella Prime. But Eli Vance did. He stepped off the transport ship in a pressed if slightly wrinkled medical officer's coat, a borrowed one, too clean for him. His shoes didn't quite match. His hair was still damp from the sonic shower. And he walked with a strange, loose confidence beside the 7-foot figure of Lurixa, whose armor caught the light with every step. Diplomats stared. Some with curiosity. Some with disgust. No one spoke. Lurixa didn't acknowledge them. She walked as she always did, shoulders forward, spine straight, presence cutting through tension like a blade through fog. Eli simply followed, slightly behind but not hiding, his hands folded behind his back like he didn't care how out of place he looked. The chamber where the summit was held was a cathedral of glass and steel. No chairs. Just platforms. Just voices. And too many eyes. Lurixa took her place beside the other commanders. When she did, a ripple of discomfort moved through the crowd. She gestured. Eli stepped forward. Gasps. He didn't flinch. When the moderator finally asked for open statements, it was not Lurixa who stepped forward first, it was Eli. He walked into the center, boots echoing on crystal floor. He paused. Looked around. Then spoke. "You don't know me. And that's fair. I'm not a politician. Not a warrior. I'm a medic. I fix what's bleeding. That's it." Some scoffed. Others leaned in. I've stitched up wounds with broken fingers. I've used a piece of armor plating as a splint. I've sung lullabies to soldiers who didn't understand the words, but held on just long enough to live. Silence. I've been called vermin. Parasite. Weak. Some of you see my kind as disease. That's fine. We probably see you the same. Doesn't change the fact that you bleed red, or green, or gold. And when you cry out in pain it all sounds the same. Lurexa stood still, watching. Her fingers curled slightly at her side. Eli looked around, gaze steady. I don't patch up species. I patch up people. And right now, this galaxy is one big open wound. Maybe we start there. He stepped back. No applause. Just silence. But the kind of silence that listens. That night, in her private suite aboard the summit station, Lurexa stood with her back to the stars. Her armor was gone. Her hands were bare. Eli stood by the wall, unsure if he should speak. She broke the silence first. You didn't ask for permission. Nope. You could have humiliated me. I know. But you didn't. He stepped closer. I meant every word. She turned to face him. Her eyes searched his face like she was memorizing it. Then she took his hand. Warm. Strong. Unsure. I used to believe I didn't have a heart, she said quietly. That it was replaced with orders. With strategy. She stepped closer. Pressed his hand to her chest, right where the armor used to sit. But when you spoke today, it hurt. Her voice faltered. Which means, maybe it's still there? Eli didn't speak. He just leaned in, pressed his forehead to hers. No war in that room. No galaxy. Just two people, standing very still. I didn't think you could surprise me anymore, she whispered. I've been full of bad timing and worse ideas since day one. A breath. Then. I love you, she said. It didn't come like a confession. It came like a fact. And Eli, for once, had no joke. Only this. I love you too. The galaxy outside spun on. But inside that quiet room, everything changed. The drop zone was colder than expected. A moon barely clinging to its atmosphere, lit by a dying star that cast long shadows in the fog. The mission was supposed to be routine, investigate the source of a strange signal in a decommissioned research facility. No hostiles reported. Minimal risk. But they both knew better. Eli stepped off the transport ramp behind Lurexa, his boots crunching against frost-covered metal. The facility rose in the distance, a silhouette of forgotten science and buried secrets. Her squad fanned out in formation, weapons ready, visors scanning. Lurexa didn't look back at him. She didn't need to. Inside, the halls were choked with dust and silence. Lights flickered with residual power. Half-functioning doors groaned open like old lungs. The air was stale, metallic. And then... the pulse? It wasn't heard. It was felt. A vibration under the ribs. A low hum in the blood. Like memory turned physical. They followed it downward, through a maze of cracked stairs and shattered labs, until they reached the chamber. The light came first. Then the form. A plasma entity glowing, unbound, shifting through shapes and patterns like thought made visible. The same kind that nearly killed them once before. But this time, it didn't move. It hovered. Watching. Eli stepped forward slowly. Lurix had tensed. Wait. But he didn't stop. He stepped into the light. And the creature reacted. Not with violence. With recognition. The air rippled as the being floated closer, inches from Eli's face. It shimmered and stopped. Then pulsed. And Eli saw something. Memories that weren't his. Loss. Fire. Time, stretched and broken. Endless silence. The heartbeat of stars. The feeling of being forgotten. His knees buckled. Lurix had caught him before he hit the floor. The entity remained still. Then, slowly, like a breath finally exhaled, it pulled away. And vanished. No blast. No sound. Just peace. They sat on the floor for a long time. Eli pressed a hand to his chest, still catching his breath. Lurix knelt beside him, eyes fixed on the empty space where the creature had been. What did it see in you? She asked. He smiled faintly, eyes distant. Maybe, someone too foolish to be afraid. She shook her head. Then softer, what are you, Eli Vance? He turned to her, voice low. A lunatic who brought love to a place it was never supposed to exist. She didn't laugh. But her hand found his. Back on the Caressa, after debriefs and scans and silent looks from her officers, Lurix stood alone in the observation deck. Eli joined her, quiet, thoughtful. Below them, the moon they had just left drifted like a scarred memory. Neither spoke for a while. Then she asked it. Simple. Honest. Do we have a chance? He didn't hesitate. No. She turned slightly, surprised. He kept going. We don't have chances. We have choices. And I choose you. No matter what the galaxy says. No matter what burns. I choose you. Her breath caught. But she didn't cry. She only leaned closer. Then we make our own future. Outside the window, stars bled into dawn. And somewhere far beyond them, the war still churned. But here, on this ship, in this moment, two people once enemy, once unknown stood side by side. Not hoping. Choosing. She mocked the weak human engineer. But just hours later, his stupid plan became the only reason they were still alive. On Velorion 7, a planet where strength was law and honor was measured by the sharpness of a blade, a man holding a wrench was as good as dead. Evan Cross stepped off the drop shuttle with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, a half-eaten protein bar hanging from his mouth, and a smudge of grease proudly displayed across his cheek like a badge of dishonor. His boots hit the metal deck of Bastion Theta with a squelch that echoed louder than it should have in a war zone. He took one look at the jagged skyline of defense turrets and flickering energy shields, sighed, and muttered to himself, "Home sweet home." The greeting party was less than welcoming. Standing at the forefront was Lyra Valen, the infamous Queen's Blade. Tall, radiant in her biometallic armor that shimmered with every movement, her silver hair tied back in a warrior's knot, and violet eyes sharp enough to cut through steel. Her long, pointed ears twitched ever so slightly as she took in the sight of him. "This is our reinforcement?" she asked, her voice dripping with disdain as she spoke in her native Sinari tongue. Evan, oblivious to the exact words but well-versed in universal body language, gave his best awkward wave, elbow too high, fingers splayed like a malfunctioning drone. "Hey there. Name's Evangelist Evan Cross. Resident fixer-upper and part-time miracle worker." Lyra's gaze dropped to the oversized wrench strapped to his hip where a proper weapon should be. Her lips curled into a predatory smile. "Tell me, human, does your little tool double as a weapon, or do you plan to tighten bolts until the enemy surrenders?" Evan glanced down at his trusty wrench, patted it fondly, and grinned. "Oh, this meat mittens. She's shy but effective." A few snickers erupted from the squad behind Lyra, but she remained stone-faced, eyes narrowing. "Do you always talk this much nonsense, or is today special?" "Depends," Evan replied, taking a bite of his protein bar. "Is today the day I get dismembered by alien warlords, or just humiliated in front of my new co-workers?" For a split second, something flickered in Lyra's eyes. Confusion, perhaps? Annoyance? Whatever it was, she masked it behind a cold, dismissive glance. "Stay out of the way, human. We don't have time to babysit." Evan saluted with 2 fingers, a playful glint in his eye. "Roger that, Commander Ayers." The squad fell into formation, ignoring him as they moved towards the command center. Evan trudged along behind, humming an old Earth tune that didn't quite fit the grim, metallic corridors of Bastion Theta. Every step echoed the same thought in his mind: they think I'm useless. Maybe they're right. But beneath the jokes and casual swagger, Evan felt the familiar sting of being out of place. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't bred for war like the towering Sinari warriors around him. He was just a guy who knew how to make broken things work, whether that was a power core or his own sense of worth. As they entered the briefing room, holographic maps flickered to life, displaying enemy movements and failing defense grids. Lyra stood tall, analyzing every detail with the precision of a predator stalking prey. Evan, meanwhile, leaned against a console, spinning a small gear between his fingers. "If you're done playing with toys," Lyra snapped without looking at him, "perhaps you can make yourself useful. The south turret's targeting system is malfunctioning." Evan tossed the gear into the air and caught it with a smirk. "Malfunctioning turrets? Now you're speaking my language." She finally turned to face him, arms crossed, the faintest hint of curiosity behind her hardened gaze. "Fix it. Quickly. Or stay out of our way when the assault begins." "Don't worry," Evan said, already moving towards the exit. "If I mess up, you'll have plenty of chances to say I told you so before we all get vaporized." As he disappeared down the corridor, one of Lyra's squad members leaned in and muttered, "Why is he even here?" Lyra didn't answer immediately. Her eyes lingered on the spot where Evan had stood, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke, more to herself than anyone else. "He won't last a day." But deep down, A small, unwelcome thought crept into her mind. There's something different about that human. Outside, Evan approached the malfunctioning turret, tools in hand and a whistle on his lips. The sky above Velorion 7 crackled with the promise of incoming war. He looked up, squinting at the distant shadows moving beyond the clouds. "All right, Mittens," he muttered, gripping his wrench tighter. "Let's prove them wrong." Neither Lyra nor Evan knew it yet, but this was the beginning of a story where strength wasn't measured by the sharpness of a blade, but by the resilience of a human spirit armed with nothing but wit, stubbornness, and a so-called stupid plan. The first explosion rocked Bastion Theta before dawn, shaking Evan Cross awake beneath a pile of cables and half-repaired drones. He blinked, disoriented, as warning sirens wailed through the metallic corridors. "Of course," he muttered, scrambling to his feet. Nothing says good morning like imminent death. Outside, chaos unfolded. The sky over Velorion 7 burned crimson as bioengineered soldiers twisted replicas of Cinery warriors poured through breached defenses. The cloning vats of the enemy had been busy. These weren't just soldiers, they were nightmares grown in labs, armored and chitin and wired with pulsating tech. Evan sprinted towards the command deck, nearly colliding with retreating personnel. Around the corner, he spotted Lyra Valen, already in the thick of battle. Her blade sang through the air, leaving trails of searing light as she cut down two monstrous clones in a single motion. Her squad fought fiercely beside her, but they were outnumbered, and the defense turrets lining the perimeter remained ominously silent. His heart pounded not from heroism, but pure survival instinct. He wasn't a fighter. If he stayed out here, he'd be a smear on the floor in seconds. Then he saw it, the central defense control panel, sparking and dead. Without those turrets, Bastion Theta wouldn't last 5 minutes. "Guess it's my turn," Evan muttered, ducking behind debris and sliding toward the panel like a man with more courage than sense. He yanked open the access port, greeted by a tangle of fried circuits and melted cores. "Beautiful," he groaned, already pulling tools from his belt. "Okay, Mittens, let's see if we can turn scrap into salvation." While plasma bolts lit up the battlefield around him, Evan worked with frantic precision. His fingers flew across makeshift connections, bypassing systems with whatever he could find: wires, a spare power cell, even a piece of his own wrist COMM. He jammed his wrench into a manual override slot, using it as a conductor. A shadow loomed. One of the bio-clones had broken through the line, its glowing eyes locking onto Evan's exposed position. It raised an integrated weapon, a low hum signaling death. "Oh no you don't!" Evan shouted, grabbing the nearest object, a detached drone battery, and hurling it like a desperate pitcher. The battery struck the creature's head with a satisfying crack, staggering it just long enough for Lyra's blade to cleave through its torso from behind. She didn't speak, merely glanced at Evan with a mixture of irritation and "Was that surprise?" "I'm working here," Evan called after her as she leapt back into the fray. The control panel sparked violently, threatening to fry him on the spot. Evan grimaced, yanking two wires together with a prayer to every deity he could think of. The hum of power surged through the lines. One by one, the dormant turrets along the bastion walls flickered to life. Their barrels rotated with mechanical purpose before unleashing a storm of plasma fire into the invading horde. Evan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Ha! Who's useless now? The tide of battle shifted instantly. Clones were vaporized in waves as the automated defenses did what they were designed for: obliterate anything that moved. From the front line, Lyra paused just long enough to glance back at the command deck. Her sharp eyes found Evan, still crouched by the jury-rig panel, grinning like an idiot. For the first time, her expression softened not much, but enough. A flicker of acknowledgement. Maybe even respect. Evan raised his hands in mock triumph. All part of the plan. An explosion nearby reminded him that standing up in a war zone was still a bad idea. He ducked again, muttering, "Okay, maybe only half the plan." Hours later, when the last of the enemy forces had been reduced to smoldering craters, Evan sat against a wall, wiping soot from his face. His clothes were singed, his wrench was bent, and he was fairly certain his hair was smoking. Lyra approached, her armor scorched but intact, blade sheathed. She looked down at him, arms crossed as usual. "You're reckless," she said flatly. Evan looked up, too exhausted to offer his usual sarcasm. "I was just trying not to die." A pause. Then, to his surprise, Lyra extended a hand. "You did more than that, human. Without you, we'd be dead." Evan blinked, then took her hand, allowing her to pull him to his feet. "Does this mean you'll stop calling me useless?" "No," Lyra replied, a faint smirk playing at the corner of her lips. "But I might call you stupid a little less." As they walked back toward the battered command center, Evan couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pride beneath the exhaustion. For once, he wasn't just the odd one out, the guy with a wrench in a world of swords. Maybe, just maybe, he belonged here after all. And somewhere deep down, Lyra was starting to wonder if this chaotic human was more dangerous and more valuable than she had ever imagined. The echoes of battle had long faded, but silence brought no comfort. Evan cross-coughed as dust filled his lungs, pushing aside a slab of twisted metal that had once been part of Bastion Theta's comms tower. Flickering emergency lights cast eerie shadows across the rubble-strewn corridor. Somewhere behind him, a console sparked weakly, the last gasp of a dying system. "Well," he muttered, brushing debris from his hair, "this is officially the worst day I've had in, okay, ever." A low groan came from nearby. Evan turned sharply, his heart racing until he saw Lyra Valen pushing herself up from beneath the collapsed support beam. Her armor was dented and scorched, a thin trail of blood running down her temple, but she was alive. "You're not dead?" Evan said, half relieved, half surprised. Lyra shot him a sharp look as she steadied herself. "Neither are you." "Against all odds." "Yeah, I'm full of surprises," he quipped, though his voice lacked its usual playful edge. The two surveyed their surroundings, trapped beneath what remained of the eastern wing after the last enemy detonated a plasma charge. The main exits were blocked by tons of rubble, and the comms array was a mess of shattered circuits and severed cables. Lyra limped toward the ruined console, her violet eyes scanning for any sign of functionality. Evan followed, already pulling tools from his belt. "We need to get this working," she said, her tone all business. "Really? I was hoping we'd just sit here and admire the architecture," Evan replied, kneeling beside her. He reached into the console's open panel, wincing at the charred components. This thing's fried. Best I can do is rig a short-range signal if I can find a power source that won't explode in my face. Lyra glanced at him, noting the smear of soot across his cheek and the way his hands moved with practiced precision despite the situation. Do it. I'll clear what debris I can. They worked in silence for a while, the only sounds being the occasional creak of unstable metal and Evan's quiet muttering as he improvised connections with whatever scraps he could salvage. Eventually, it was Evan who broke the silence. You know, he said, not looking up, I used to think being invisible was a bad thing. Lyra paused, her hands resting on a piece of broken paneling. Invisible. Yeah. He forced a weak chuckle. Back home or even here I'm just a guy no one notices until something breaks. Then suddenly, everyone remembers the engineer exists. Lyra's gaze lingered on him, her usual sharp retort absent. Out there, Evan continued, nodding toward the collapsed walls, you warriors you shine. Swords flashing, enemies falling. People look at you and see strength. Me? I'm just a guy with a wrench, praying the systems don't fail while everyone else gets to be a hero. There was no bitterness in his voice, just a quiet resignation that settled heavier than the debris around them. Lyra found herself unsettled by his words in a way she didn't expect. She had always measured worth by combat, by victory through force. But this human, with his bent tools and reckless ideas, had saved them all and still saw himself as background noise. You think heroes only wield blades, she said finally, her voice softer than before. Evan shrugged, soldering two wires together with a shaky hand. Isn't that how it works? Lyra knelt beside him, her proximity unusual, almost considerate. You turned the tide of battle when trained soldiers could not. Without you, there would be no one left to wield those blades. Evan hesitated, the compliment or whatever it was catching him off guard. You almost sounded like you meant that. A faint smirk touched Lyra's lips. Don't get used to it. The console beeped weakly, a flicker of life returning as Evan's improvised circuitry held. There we go, he murmured, adjusting a dial. Signal's weak, but it should ping any nearby patrols. Lyra stood, offering her hand once more. Evan eyed it for a moment before accepting, letting her pull him to his feet. As they waited in the dim light, an unusual quiet settled between them, not tense, but contemplative. Why do you joke so much? Lyra asked suddenly, her gaze fixed ahead. Evan blinked at the unexpected question. Because if I don't, I'll probably start screaming. Lyra turned to him, truly studying his face for the first time, not the grease stains or the crooked grin, but the exhaustion behind his eyes, the weight he carried beneath the humor. You hide it well, she said. Yeah, Evan replied, his voice barely above a whisper. That's kind of the point. A distant hum broke the moment, rescue drones responding to the signal, their lights piercing through cracks in the rubble. Evan exhaled slowly, feeling the tension ease from his shoulders. As the drones began clearing a path, Lyra placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of acknowledgement, rare and sincere. You're not invisible to me anymore, Evan Cross. For once, he didn't have a witty reply. They emerged from the wreckage side by side, not as warrior and engineer, but as survivors who had seen each other beyond armor and tools. And in that fragile space between destruction and survival, something unspoken began to grow. The mission was simple, at least on paper. Infiltrate the central control nexus of the clone army, plant an improvised core disruptor, and pray it worked before they were torn apart. Evan cross-tightened the last bolt on his hastily assembled device, a Frankenstein's monster of scavenged tech, power cells, and what might have been a coffee machine component. He exhaled sharply, masking his nerves behind a crooked grin. "Ready as it'll ever be," he muttered, slinging the device onto his back. Behind him, Lyra Valen checked her blade, the energy hum low but lethal. She watched him with a gaze sharper than any weapon. "You don't have to do this alone," she said, her voice quieter than usual. Evan glanced at her, surprised. "Didn't think you'd volunteer for a suicide run." "I'm not," Lyra replied, stepping closer. "I'm making sure you don't get yourself killed before that stupid plan of yours works." Evan's smirk faltered for a brief second, something unspoken passing between them. Then, with a nod, they moved out, two figures slipping through the shadows of a war-torn world. The Nexus loomed ahead, a monolith of black metal and pulsating veins of crimson light. Bio-clones patrolled in eerie silence, their movements synchronized, their eyes devoid of anything resembling life. They slipped past sentries, Evan planting decoy emitters, small devices projecting false heat signatures. Lyra dispatched lone scouts with surgical precision, her blade flashing only when necessary. Inside the Nexus, the air was thick with humidity and the stench of synthetic life. The walls pulsed like a living organism, conduits beating like veins. "Remind me to never complain about cramped maintenance shafts again," Evan whispered, eyeing the grotesque architecture. They reached the core chamber, a vast, circular space dominated by a floating orb of shifting energy, cables snaking into it from every direction. The heart of the clone army. Evan dropped to one knee, pulling the disruptor from his pack. His hands moved quickly, but Lyra could see the tension in his jaw. "Cover me," he said, more out of instinct than command. Lyra positioned herself between him and the only entrance, blade ready. But nothing ever went smoothly. A shriek echoed through the chamber as a patrol stumbled upon their position. Within moments, the room filled with hostile figures, clones converging with mechanical precision. Lyra met them head-on, a whirlwind of light and steel. Evan worked faster, fingers flying over exposed circuits. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Lyra staggered, a plasma bolt grazing her side. She dropped to one knee, teeth gritted in pain. "Lyra!" She waved him off, slashing through another attacker, but Evan's heart pounded harder than the alarms now blaring. Without thinking, he grabbed a spare decoy emitter, rewired it on the fly, and hurled it across the chamber. It projected a dozen holographic Evans, each one yelling insults and waving wildly. "Over here, you ugly USB sticks." The clones hesitated just long enough. Evan sprinted to Lyra, grabbing her arm and dragging her behind a console. "I had that handled," she hissed, wincing. "Yeah, sure you did," he shot back, ripping a piece of his sleeve to press against her wound. "Consider this payback for saving my life earlier." The disruptor beeped, the countdown initiated. "Time to go," Evan said, helping Lyra to her feet. They moved toward the extraction point, but the path was cut off. Thinking fast, Evan spotted a structural weak point overhead. "Hold on," he warned, pulling a small charge from his belt. "Evan." He detonated it, collapsing part of the ceiling to crush advancing clones and blast open a side tunnel. Dust and debris rained down as they stumbled through the makeshift exit, the hum of the core reaching a fever pitch behind them. They barely cleared the nexus when a silent flash of light consumed the structure. The shockwave sent them sprawling across the rocky ground. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of Evan's ragged breathing and the distant crumbling of the nexus remains. He pushed himself up, coughing, and immediately looked for Lyra. She lay a few feet away, groaning but conscious. Evan crawled to her side, his hands trembling not from exhaustion, but from fear he hadn't dared acknowledge until now. "You okay?" he asked, voice hoarse. Lyra opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. For once, there was no trace of her usual stoicism. Instead, there was something raw fear, not of death, but of what she almost lost. "I should be asking you that," she replied softly. Evan let out a shaky laugh, sitting back in the dirt. "I'm fine. Just remind me never to volunteer again." They sat in silence, the weight of survival settling over them. After a long pause, Lyra reached out, her hand resting lightly on Evan's. "You're reckless," she whispered. "But you fight with more heart than any warrior I've known." Evan glanced at their joined hands, then up at her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Guess that makes two of us." In the distance, the sky over Velorion 7 began to clear, the oppressive red glow fading into the first hints of dawn. For now, the battle was over, but neither of them would ever see each other the same way again. The sky over Velorion 7 was blue. Not the sickly crimson haze that had loomed for so long, but a clear, endless blue that felt almost unnatural after years of war. Lyra Valen stood silently at the edge of the recovery zone, her armor still bearing the scars of battle. Around her, medics and drones moved efficiently, clearing debris and tending to the wounded. But her focus was solely on the figure lying motionless on a makeshift medical bed. Evan Cross. His face was pale beneath the layers of grime and soot, a faint rise and fall of his chest the only sign that he was still clinging to life. The blast from the Nexus had knocked him out cold, and for hours now, Lyra had stood guard, ignoring the pain in her side, ignoring protocol, ignoring everything except the quiet fear gnawing at her. When his fingers finally twitched, it felt like the first breath after drowning. Evan groaned softly, eyelids fluttering open to squint against the bright sky. He took a moment to process where he was and who was staring down at him. Lyra's sharp features softened the moment their eyes met. "You're awake," she said, her voice betraying the relief she tried to suppress. Evan blinked a few times, then managed a crooked smile despite the pain. "So," he rasped, "do you want to grab dinner? You know, if we survive tomorrow too." For a heartbeat, Lyra simply stared at him, then, slowly, a rare and genuine smile curved her lips. Without a word, she reached down and gently took his hand in hers. No grand declarations. No dramatic speeches. Just a simple touch that said more than either of them could. Time passed. The sounds of rebuilding echoed through the camp, but for a while, the two of them existed in their own quiet world. When Evan had recovered enough strength to sit up despite the medic's protests, Lyra was there, offering her shoulder without hesitation. Together, they walked through the remnants of Bastion Theta. Where once there had been only war machines and despair, now patches of green began to peek through cracked stone. The planet itself seemed to breathe easier, free from the grip of the clone army's corruption. They reached a vantage point overlooking the valley. The horizon stretched wide, unmarred by smoke or fire for the first time in memory. Evan let out a low whistle. "Never thought I'd see this place without something trying to kill me?" Lyra stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "It's strange. I've fought for so long, I forgot what peace could look like." Evan glanced at her, his usual sarcasm fading into something more sincere. "Guess now we figure out what comes after not dying." Lyra turned to face him, her violet eyes reflecting the clear sky. "Whatever it is, we face it together." He nodded, a quiet smile playing at his lips. "Yeah, together." They stood there for a long moment, side by side, not as a warrior and an engineer, not as opposites forced into alliance, but as two people who had found something worth holding onto amidst the ruins. As the wind carried the scent of fresh earth and distant rain, Evan reached out, his fingers brushing against Lyra's. She didn't pull away. In that simple gesture, there was an unspoken promise. Not just survival. Not just victory. But something more. The beginning of a future neither of them had dared to imagine. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden light across Veal Orion 7, Evan and Lyra faced the coming days not as remnants of a war, but as partners. For the first time, it wasn't about fighting. It was about living. Together. If you think a touch is just something ordinary, then you've never met an alien who has never known what feelings are. And if you're someone who believes in connections that transcend all boundaries, then this is the story for you. Elias Rohr had seen his fair share of ugly space stations, but Zeta 9 took the crown and polished it with industrial grease. As his shuttle docked with a groan that sounded far too sentient for his liking, Elias couldn't help but smirk. "Home sweet home," he muttered, stepping onto the platform where the air smelled faintly of ozone, burnt circuits, and desperation. The place looked like someone had tried to design a luxury resort but gave up halfway and let a scrapyard finish the job. Giant solar fins jutted out like broken wings, and flickering lights blinked in patterns that suggested either a malfunction or a nervous breakdown. With a duffel bag slung over his shoulder and a data pad full of questionable translation algorithms, Elias adjusted his collar unsuccessfully, as always, and took his first squeaky step onto Zeta 9. His boot, loyal as ever, chirped every third stride. Perfect for making first impressions. He wasn't here for sightseeing. The Galactic Council, in all its infinite wisdom, had assigned him to a task no sane diplomat wanted: interpret for the Carolithians. A species so advanced, so enigmatic, that even the best AI translators turned their language into poetic nonsense. As Elias made his way through the labyrinthine corridors, each one colder and more metallic than the last, he rehearsed his usual defense mechanism: humor. After all, if you couldn't dazzle them with brilliance, confuse them with bad jokes. When he finally reached the diplomatic wing, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, quieter, as if even sound was afraid to linger here. The door slid open with a hiss that felt too ceremonial for his liking. And then he saw her. Standing near a hovering holomap, tall and impossibly graceful, was the most alien and yet mesmerizing figure Elias had ever encountered. Cheryl. He knew her name from the briefing, but no dossier could prepare him for this. Her skin shimmered like moonlit pearl, subtly rippling with hues of blue and violet beneath the surface as if her emotions had been painted in light. Silver hair, woven into a perfect braid, cascaded over her shoulder, catching the dim glow of the room. But it was her ears, elongated, elegant, twitching ever so slightly, that told him she was listening long before he spoke. And those gloves? Translucent, delicate, almost like spun glass. A barrier, not just against touch, but perhaps against the world itself. Elias realized he'd been staring too long. Time to deploy the signature roar charm. "Hi," he said, his voice echoing awkwardly in the cavernous silence. "I'm Elias. Your translator, and, depending on how this goes, possibly your comedic relief." Cheryl turned to face him fully, her expression carved from serenity itself. For a heartbeat, she said nothing. Then, with a voice as smooth as starlight, she replied, "You are not funny yet." Elias grinned, feeling the familiar dance of nerves and bravado. "Give me time. It's early." There a flicker. The faintest tilt at the corner of her lips. Not quite a smile, but enough to make Elias feel like he'd just scored the first point in an invisible game. She gestured gracefully toward a side chamber where symbols floated in midair, pulsing with a rhythm that made his head hurt just looking at them. As they walked side by side, Elias stole a glance at her. She moved like she belonged to a different dimension, untouched by gravity, untouched by, well, anything. "So," he ventured, "do Carolithians have a word for awkward silence, or are we inventing that together?" Her ears twitched again. "Silence is preferred." "Right," Elias nodded. "Good to know. I specialize in ruining that." For a moment, the only response was the soft hum of the glyphs surrounding them. But Elias caught it the subtle way she lingered half a step closer than before, the brief glance when she thought he wasn't looking. Cheryl was curious. Beneath that polished exterior and those emotionless gloves, something stirred. As the session began, Elias fumbled with the alien syntax, tossing out theories and, occasionally, ill-timed puns. He wasn't sure if she truly misunderstood his jokes or pretended to. Either way, every slight twitch of her ear became a victory. By the end of the first hour, he knew two things for certain. 1. Carolithian language was a nightmare wrapped in a riddle and sprinkled with quantum metaphors. 2. Cheryl wasn't as detached as she seemed. When he packed up his day-top pad, he dared one last quip. "Same time tomorrow? I'll bring better jokes. Maybe even coffee that doesn't taste like existential dread." Cheryl didn't answer immediately. Then, as he turned to leave, he heard her voice, soft, almost imperceptible. "Do not be late, Elias." And just like that, he walked out of the chamber with a smile, unaware that a single human had just begun to thaw the heart of a civilization that had forgotten how to feel. In the cold metal belly of Zeta 9, surrounded by stars and silence, something warmer had begun to flicker. The days on Zeta 9 blurred together in a rhythm of cold corridors, flickering lights, and the soft hum of alien glyphs. But for Elias, each morning felt a little less sterile, a little less like routine, and that had everything to do with Shirel. By the third session, the translation work had become less about deciphering language and more about deciphering each other. Elias arrived, as usual, with his day top hat under one arm and a cup of synth coffee in hand, though calling it coffee was generous. Shirel stood by the console, her fingers hovering over the pulsing symbols, her expression as unreadable as ever. Yet Elias noticed the way her ears twitched the moment she sensed him enter, a subtle acknowledgement that no briefing manual could have prepared him for. "You're early," she remarked without turning. "Or maybe you're just late," Elias countered, settling into his spot beside her. "Time is relative, after all. Einstein said that. Or maybe it was my uncle during a family dinner." Shirel's head tilted ever so slightly, the Carolithian equivalent of indulging his nonsense. They worked in near silence, but it was no longer the heavy, suffocating quiet of strangers. It was something lighter, punctuated by Elias's occasional mutterings and the faint sound of glyphs rearranging themselves like living constellations. At one point, Elias squinted at a particularly convoluted symbol. "This one," he said, pointing, "either means collective memory or beware of falling furniture. Context is key." Shirel glanced at him, her silver eyes reflecting the glyph's glow. "It refers to ancestral resonance." "Ah, close enough," Elias grinned. "Though falling furniture can be pretty dramatic too." For a heartbeat, he thought she might ignore the comment as usual. But then there it was, a faint exhale, almost like a sigh, but lighter. If he didn't know better, he'd call it amusement. Encouraged, Elias decided to push his luck. "You know," he began, stretching his arms theatrically, "this symbol here reminds me of an ancient human ritual. A complex sequence of movements used primarily in social bonding and, occasionally, to ward off embarrassment." Shirel regarded him with that calm, analytical gaze. "Explain." "It's called disco," Elias said solemnly. "Specifically, the funky galaxy slide." Her ears twitched. "Demonstrate." He blinked. "Wait, seriously? You introduced the concept. Now provide empirical data." Elias sighed, setting his day top hat aside. "All right, but remember, you asked for this." With the grace of someone who had long abandoned shame, Elias began to move awkward hip swings, exaggerated arm waves, and a spin that nearly made him trip over his own feet. The sterile chamber became his dance floor, and the glyphs pulsed in confused sympathy. When he finished, slightly out of breath and fully aware of how ridiculous he looked, he glanced at Shirel. For a moment, she was motionless. Then, a sound soft, crystalline, like wind chimes caught in zero gravity. She was laughing. It wasn't loud, nor did it last long, but it was real. Genuine. Her hand even lifted to cover her mouth, as if surprised by her own reaction. Elias felt a strange warmth bloom in his chest, far beyond the satisfaction of landing a joke. He had made her feel something, a spark in a world that had long since gone cold. "Was that a laugh?" he asked, grinning like a fool. Shirel composed herself quickly, though a faint shimmer of color danced beneath her skin. "It was unexpected." "I'll take that as a yes," Elias said, settling back into his chair, triumphant. The rest of the session flowed differently. The silence between them wasn't just tolerable, it was comfortable. Occasionally, Elias would catch her glancing at him, not with the detached curiosity of a scientist, but with something softer, more human. As the hours passed, Elias became acutely aware of the subtle shifts, the way Cheryl no longer maintained a strict distance, how her gloved hands hovered closer to his when pointing at symbols, how their conversations drifted from linguistics to fragments of personal history. Do humans always use humor as a defense mechanism? She asked at one point, her voice genuinely inquisitive. Pretty much, Elias replied. It's either that or existential dread, and I find jokes easier to manage. Her ears twitched again, a sign he was beginning to recognize as her version of a smile. When the session finally ended, neither of them moved to leave immediately. There was a hesitation, an unspoken acknowledgement that something had shifted between them. Elias stood, gathering his things slowly. Same time tomorrow? I might bring a new dance move. Cheryl didn't respond right away. Instead, she watched him with those reflective eyes, her expression unreadable but her presence undeniably closer. Elias, she said softly as he reached the doorway. He turned, eyebrows raised. Your movements were inefficient, she stated, but there was a glint in her eyes. He laughed, running a hand through his messy hair. Yeah, but they made you laugh. I'd call that efficient enough. As he walked back through the metallic corridors of Zeta 9, Elias couldn't shake the feeling that today had been more than just another translation session. Something invisible had begun to weave between them, a thread of connection, fragile yet undeniable. And in a place built of cold steel and silence, that single, fleeting laugh echoed louder than any sound he'd heard since arriving. The chamber was different today. Elias felt it the moment he stepped inside, the air heavier, charged with something he couldn't name. The soft hum of the alien glyphs had deepened, resonating not just in his ears but somewhere beneath his skin, like a forgotten melody vibrating through his bones. Cheryl stood at the center, surrounded by floating spheres, mnemonic nodes, she had called them. They pulsed faintly, their light shifting in unpredictable rhythms, as if sensing his arrival. It wasn't just the glyphs reacting anymore. It was the memories themselves. You feel it, Cheryl said quietly, not as a question but a statement of inevitability. Elias nodded, his gaze fixed on the orbs. Hard to miss when the room greets you like an old friend you don't remember? She watched him with those silver eyes, more reflective than ever, as if weighing the gravity of what was about to happen. Her gloved hands hovered near one of the spheres, but didn't touch. They resonate with you, she said, her voice carrying a note of something Elias couldn't quite place, wonder, perhaps, or fear. Lucky me, he replied, though his usual humor felt thinner in the charged atmosphere. Cheryl stepped closer, the folds of her iridescent robe whispering against the still air. Our nodes were designed to respond to emotional frequency, to harmonize with shared memory. But they have been silent for generations. Until now. Elias swallowed, feeling the weight of her words settle on his shoulders. And you think I'm, what? Some kind of emotional tuning fork? A catalyst, she corrected softly. Your presence disrupts the silence. One of the spheres drifted toward him, its glow intensifying. Elias instinctively reached out but hesitated, his fingers inches from its surface. Shirl's voice was barely above a whisper. If you touch it with intention, it will show you, and you will show it. There was a reverence in her tone that made Elias's heart beat faster, not out of fear, but anticipation. He glanced at her, searching for certainty, but found only the same fragile curiosity mirrored in her gaze. "All right," he breathed, "let's see what songs these memories want to sing." His palm met the sphere, and the world unraveled. It wasn't sight or sound, not in any way he understood, but a cascade of sensations, colors that had no name, echoes of emotions that didn't belong solely to him. He felt warmth that wasn't physical, laughter that rang without noise, and a deep, aching nostalgia for places he'd never been. And then her. In the midst of the swirling memories, he saw Cheryl not as she appeared in the chamber, but as a fragment of herself. Alone, standing beneath a sky filled with shifting constellations, her bare hands reaching toward the stars, longing etched into every line of her figure. He felt her isolation, the centuries of quiet, the weight of a civilization that had chosen logic over feeling. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was suffocating. Elias gasped, pulling his hand back as the connection dimmed. The sphere floated away, its glow returning to a soft pulse. Cheryl watched him, her expression unreadable, but her elongated ears tilted forward in clear anticipation. "You saw," she said. "I felt," Elias corrected, his voice hoarse. "You've been carrying all that, alone." Her gaze dropped to her gloved hands. "It is how we survive." He shook his head slowly, his heart still racing from the intensity of the connection. "That's not living, Cheryl. That's enduring." For the first time, she looked uncertain, truly uncertain. The serenity she wore like armor had cracked, revealing something raw beneath. Another sphere drifted toward him, this one glowing brighter than the rest. Elias recognized the subtle pull. It wasn't just a node reaching for him. It was something inside him answering. He knew what memory it sought. His hand trembled as he touched it, and immediately, the chamber dissolved around him. He was no longer on Zeta 9. He was standing in a sunlit room on Earth, the scent of rain on warm pavement filling his lungs. A child's laughter echoed, a sound so pure it hurt. His knees, small fingers wrapped around his, fragile and trusting. The memory sharpened, bringing with it the unbearable weight of knowing how quickly that warmth had faded. The illness. The hospital. The moment her hand slipped from his forever. Tears burned his eyes as the memory washed over him, not as a distant recollection but as if he were living it all over again. Then, amidst the sorrow, he felt another presence, Cheryl. Not physically, but within the resonance. She was there, witnessing, feeling what he felt. Her essence wrapped around the memory, not to intrude, but to understand. When Elias finally broke the connection, he stumbled back, breathless, tears streaking down his face. Cheryl stood before him, her silver eyes shimmering not with reflection, but with unshed tears of her own. A faint glow danced beneath her skin, colors swirling in ways they never had before. "I didn't know," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I didn't know pain could be so beautiful." Elias let out a shaky laugh, wiping his face. "Beautiful isn't the word I'd use." "It is," she insisted softly. "Because it means you felt deeply. You loved." Their eyes met, and in that fragile moment, the distance between human and alien, translator and diplomat, dissolved. Cheryl lifted her gloved hand, hovering it near his cheek but not daring to touch. Her fingers quivered, as if yearning to cross that final barrier. "They told us touch was dangerous," she murmured. "That feeling too much would destroy us." Elias leaned into the space between them, his voice barely audible. "Maybe feeling is what saves us." The spheres around them pulsed in harmony, the chamber humming with a resonance that felt like the first notes of a forgotten song. Neither of them moved to leave. They stood there, suspended between memory and possibility, as the silent symphony of shared pain and understanding began to weave something entirely new. In the heart of cold steel and ancient silence, Elias and Cheryl had found a spark, a connection deeper than words, deeper than touch. And for the first time, the memories began to sing. The hum of the chamber had changed. Elias stood still, feeling the vibration ripple through the floor, up his spine, and into the air around him. It wasn't just sound, it was a pulse, a heartbeat that didn't belong to any one being, but to something far greater. The mnemonic nodes floated like stars caught in an unseen current, their lights no longer flickering aimlessly but glowing in synchronized harmony. Cheryl was at the center of it all, her arms slightly raised, her iridescent robe flowing like liquid starlight. The colors beneath her opalescent skin swirled wildly: violet, azure, soft gold, emotions awakened after centuries of silence. Her silver eyes were wide, reflecting not just a chamber but the vastness of something reaching far beyond. Above them, the console blazed to life, glyphs cascading faster than Elias could track. And then it happened, the resonance spread outward, beyond the walls of Zeta 9. Cheryl gasped, staggering as if an invisible force had struck her chest. Elias rushed forward, steadying her by the shoulders, feeling the faint hum radiating through her body. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. Her lips trembled. "The network, it's waking up. All of it." A low tremor shook the station, but it wasn't mechanical. It was deeper, like the echo of a forgotten song vibrating through the fabric of space itself. Suddenly, the viewport lit up with a pulse from the void. A distortion shimmered just beyond the asteroid field, a vast, ethereal presence, neither fully visible nor entirely formless. Elias's breath caught. "Is that a thought form?" Cheryl whispered, awe and fear mingling in her voice. "An ancient echo of our collective mind, we believe them lost." The entity pulsed again, its rhythm matching the harmony within the chamber. It wasn't just calling, it was responding. Cheryl's knees buckled, and Elias caught her before she fell. Her gloved hands clutched at his arms, the fabric of her control unraveling. "I can feel them," she choked out. "Every voice, every memory, it's too much." Elias lowered her gently to the floor, kneeling beside her as the nodes swirled overhead like a constellation reborn. "Cheryl, listen to me," he said, his tone softer now, anchoring her fraying composure. "This isn't a burden. It's who you are, who your people were meant to be." Tears shimmered in her silver eyes, cascading down her cheeks for the first time in her life. The colors beneath her skin pulsed in chaotic waves, reflecting the storm within. "We were taught to fear this," she whispered, her voice cracking. "To fear feeling." Elias reached out, his hand hovering just above hers, respecting the barrier of her gloves but letting his presence speak where words faltered. "They were wrong," he murmured. "Feeling isn't weakness, Cheryl. It's strength. It's what connects you not just to your past, but to your future." Her breath hitched, a sob escaping as centuries of repression shattered within her. The resonance surged, the chamber now alive with the soundless music of awakening. The thought form outside pulsed brighter, its energy wrapping around the station like a cosmic embrace. Through the viewport, it was no longer a distortion, it was a luminous web of memories, singing in frequencies that transcended language. Cheryl's gloved hands trembled violently. Her gaze met Elias's, and in that instant, he saw the decision forming behind her tears. With a slow, deliberate motion, she reached for the seam of her gloves. "I can't hold back anymore," she said, voice steady despite the chaos. Elias nodded, his eyes never leaving hers. "Then don't. I'm here." The glove slid from her hands like mist dissolving at dawn. Bare-skinned, her fingers radiated a soft glow, threads of light weaving through the air. The moment her palm touched the console, the chamber exploded with light, not destructive, but expansive. The nodes flared in unison, the glyphs aligning into a perfect, fluid harmony. Cheryl cried out not in pain, but in release as the full force of her people's forgotten emotions cascaded through her. Elias shielded his eyes, but kept his hand on her shoulder, grounding her. Through the brilliance, he heard it not with his ears, but with something deeper. A song. It wasn't just music, it was existence itself singing. Grief, joy, love, loss all entwined in a symphony older than stars. When the light finally dimmed, Cheryl collapsed into Elias's arms, her body trembling like a tuning fork still resonating with the universe. Her face was wet with tears, her silver hair unbound and flowing freely. She looked up at him, her eyes no longer distant or reflective, but vividly alive. "I remember," she whispered, her voice filled with awe and exhaustion. "All of it." Elias held her gently, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You're not alone anymore." Outside, the thought form pulsed one last time, a soft, contented glow before settling into a calm orbit around Zeta 9. The resonance that had once been chaotic now hummed in perfect balance. The chamber, once sterile and cold, now felt like a sanctuary. The nodes floated peacefully, casting warm light across the walls. Cheryl sat up slowly, her bare hand reaching for Elias's. This time, there was no hesitation. Their fingers intertwined, and the connection was immediate, a quiet, powerful bond that needed no words. In that moment, Elias realized this was more than diplomacy, more than survival. This was the rebirth of a people and the beginning of something neither human nor Carolithian could have imagined alone. As they sat together, surrounded by the echoes of countless lives and emotions, the stars beyond Zeta 9 no longer felt cold. They felt like home. The silence that followed was unlike any before, warm, full, alive. The chamber no longer hummed with tension but breathed with quiet harmony. Light from the mnemonic nodes drifted gently like fireflies suspended in a dream. Cheryl stood slowly, her bare hands glowing faintly in the dim light. The gloves that once defined her boundaries now rested, forgotten, on the console. She looked down at her fingers as if seeing them for the first time not as instruments of danger, but as conduits of connection. Elias rose beside her, his gaze soft, waiting, not pushing, not speaking, just present. Cheryl turned to him, her silver eyes reflecting the golden hues of the awakened chamber. There was no fear in them now, only a calm certainty born from everything they had shared. Without a word, she reached out. Her hand, delicate and steady, found his. The touch was light, barely more than a whisper against his skin, but Elias felt it like a supernova in slow motion. Not explosive, but expansive, as if the universe had gently unfolded within that single point of contact. For a heartbeat, neither of them breathed. The connection was deeper than sensation. It was memory, emotion, and something older, something eternal. When Cheryl finally spoke, her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. "You are the first human I have ever touched." Elias's lips curved into a quiet smile, his thumb brushing lightly over the back of her hand. "And you're the first alien who's ever made me feel like the universe isn't such a lonely place." Her elongated ears twitched, the faintest glimmer of amusement sparking in her gaze. But more than that, there was peace, a rare, profound stillness that came not from absence, but from fullness. They stood like that for a while, surrounded by the gentle pulse of the nodes and the soft glow of shared understanding. When they finally moved, it was in unison, hands still intertwined as they walked toward the wide viewport at the edge of the chamber. Beyond the glass stretched the infinite canvas of space. Stars scattered across the void, distant and cold to any ordinary eye. But to them, in this moment, the stars felt different. They weren't just points of light, they were echoes of every connection waiting to be made. Far in the distance, the thought form drifted, no longer a haunting presence but a companion, a living memory orbiting Zeta 9 like a guardian of all that had been rediscovered. Cheryl's fingers tightened slightly around Elias's. "They can feel it," she whispered, her gaze never leaving the stars. "Across Carolithian space, the resonance is spreading." Elias nodded, his voice low and steady. "A song that was never meant to be forgotten." She glanced at him, her expression serene but filled with something deeper, gratitude, hope, and a quiet affection that didn't need to be named. "Do you think they are ready?" she asked. Elias chuckled softly. "No one's ever ready for feelings, Cheryl. That's what makes them worth having." Her lips curved into a gentle smile, a real one this time, not a flicker or a twitch, but a full expression of who she had become. They stood in silence again, but now it was the kind of silence that sang beneath the surface, a harmony felt rather than heard. Elias let out a slow breath, his eyes tracing the curve of the thought form's glow. "So, what now?" Cheryl considered for a moment before answering. "Now we teach them not to fear the song. We remind them how to listen and how to feel." He nodded, a sense of quiet purpose settling over him. "Together." "Always," she replied, her voice carrying the weight of a promise. The mnemonic nodes around them responded with a subtle shift in light, as if acknowledging the pact between two souls from different worlds. Hand in hand, they remained by the viewport, watching as the resonance rippled across unseen distances, an invisible thread weaving through the hearts and minds of a civilization reawakening to itself. In that vast expanse of stars, where cold logic had once ruled, warmth had returned, not through grand gestures or cosmic forces, but through something far simpler. A touch. And as the quiet symphony of emotions spread across galaxies, Elias, and Shirel knew that they had not only bridged two beings but had given voice to a song that would echo through the universe for generations to come. The language of feeling. The music of connection. And above all, the quiet power of a first touch shared between two worlds ready to remember what it meant to be alive. They say no one could ever lift their head before the Eternal Empress. But on that fateful day, a nameless man laughed and the galaxy began to tremble. The Grand Hall of Ascendance was built to make gods feel small. Its towering pillars stretched beyond sight, vanishing into a ceiling lost amidst swirling constellations that weren't painted, but real captured fragments of dying stars suspended in eternal orbit. The air itself shimmered with ancient power, thick and heavy, pressing down on all who dared step within. Every breath tasted like history, like the weight of empires crumbled and reborn. Darian Cole hated it. He adjusted the collar of his wrinkled coat, glancing around at the sea of armored dignitaries and jeweled warlords. Each one stood stiff, heads bowed, eyes fixed on the obsidian floor as if looking up might invite death itself. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the floating crystal orbs that bathed the hall in an eerie, celestial glow. All this grandeur, Darian muttered to himself, and not a single refreshment table in sight. At the far end of the hall, elevated upon a staircase that seemed carved from the void, stood Earthling, the Eternal Empress. Draped in flowing armor that shimmered like liquid night, she was less a ruler and more a force of nature. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall of light, and her pale, radiant skin emitted a soft glow that made even the bravest warriors avert their gaze. Her eyes, twin galaxies of silver and violet, swept over the assembly with a detachment born from centuries of absolute power. When she spoke, her voice was a symphony of command and elegance, echoing through the marrow of every being present. "Who among you," she began, each word resonating like the tolling of a cosmic bell, "dares to face the will of the Ascendant clans?" The challenge hung in the air, dense and immovable. No one moved. Hundreds of the galaxy's most formidable beings stood frozen, their fear palpable. Darian scratched his chin, squinting toward the Empress. He mumbled. "So this isn't the line for free tease samples." Several heads nearby jerked up in shock before quickly snapping back down. A few suppressed gasps rippled through the hall. Darian, oblivious, or perhaps entirely indifferent, took a step forward, hands in his coat pockets, posture relaxed as if he were strolling through a park rather than into the maw of galactic authority. He cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Your Radiance? Majesty? Sorry, I never got the official pamphlet. But since I'm already up, do I, sign something? Or is this more of a verbal agreement kind of deal?" The silence deepened to something almost tangible. It wasn't just shock now, it was horror. On her throne of shadows and starlight, Earthling's gaze finally locked onto him. For the first time in longer than anyone could remember, her perfect, unreadable expression shifted, if only by a fraction. A slight tilt of her head, a barely there arch of a silver brow. Interest. Darian offered a lopsided grin, rocking back on his heels. "Name's Darian Cole," he said casually, as if introducing himself at a bar. "Professional, well, nothing really. Just passing through. Heard there was a challenge and thought, why not? Maybe there's a prize. Or at least a decent cup of coffee." Whispers began to swirl among the gathered elites, disbelief giving way to morbid fascination. Was this human suicidal, or simply too dim-wit to comprehend the abyss he'd just stepped into? But Earthling saw something else. Her lips parted slightly, as if tasting the strange flavor of this man's audacity. For centuries, she had been a figure of fear and reverence, an untouchable icon upon which civilizations projected their dread. Yet here stood a mortal, fragile, and insignificant, who met her gaze not with terror, but with amusement. "You misunderstand where you stand, Darian Cole," she spoke, her voice softer now, laced with curiosity beneath the frost. "This is not a place for jest." "Oh, I get it," Darian replied, shrugging. "Big scary hall, immortal queen, everyone playing the who can stand still the longest game. Trust me, I'm impressed. But someone's got to lighten the mood, right? All this doom and gloom can't be good for morale." A flicker barely perceptible touched the corner of Earthling's mouth. Not quite a smile, but the ghost of one. She rose from her throne, descending the void-carved steps with a grace that defied physics. The floor beneath her shimmered with every step, reality itself bending to her presence. As she approached, the crowd instinctively recoiled, parting like shadows fleeing the dawn. Darian, to his credit or folly, remained exactly where he was, his grin unwavering. When the Empress stood before him, towering and radiant, the difference between them was almost laughable. She was a celestial force draped in mortal form. He was a man whose coat had more wrinkles than his life had achievements. Yet, it was he who spoke first. "So," Darian said, glancing up at her with a spark in his eye, "do I get points for being the only one brave or stupid enough to say hello?" The hall held its collective breath. Earthling regarded him in silence, those infinite eyes searching his face for something even she couldn't define. Finally, her voice, smooth as silk over steel, broke the stillness. "You are the first," she murmured, a strange note of intrigue coloring her tone, "to ever laugh in my presence." Her gaze sharpened, a glint of something ancient and dangerous flaring within. "And for that, Darian Cole, you will entertain me?" Darian's grin widened, utterly unfazed. "Well," he said, rocking back on his heels, "I've been called worse." Above them, the crystal orbs pulsed brighter, as if the universe itself leaned in closer, eager to witness what would come next. The galaxy had begun to tremble, and neither of them knew just how much would change from a single, defiant smile. The hall hadn't breathed since Darian Cole opened his mouth. Now, with the Eternal Empress standing before him, reality itself seemed to hold its pulse. A mind so bold to jest, Earthling spoke, her voice a melodic echo laced with centuries of authority, should be tested against the weight of true thought. With a graceful motion of her hand, a shimmer of light spiraled from the air between them. Slowly descending was a metallic sphere, no larger than a man's heart, etched with shifting symbols that pulsed like the heartbeat of a dying star. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The Cyangon, the riddle of the core. Darian's grin faltered for the briefest second. Even he had heard rumors. This wasn't some parlor trick or ceremonial formality. This riddle had reduced the galaxy's greatest minds to quivering wrecks. Some never spoke again. "Solve it," Earthling commanded, her gaze sharp as a blade cloaked in silk, "or be cast into oblivion forgotten, as so many before you." The orb hovered before Darian, its symbols twisting, rearranging into patterns that seemed to mock comprehension. Time felt irrelevant. The weight of countless eyes pressed against his back, waiting for the human to crumble like the rest. Darian exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. "You know," he muttered loud enough for all to hear, "where I'm from, we usually start with a handshake. Maybe a drink. Throwing ancient cosmic puzzles at guests is a bit forward, don't you think?" A collective gasp. Some looked away, unwilling to witness what they assumed would be his final words. But Earthling watched closely. The orb's surface shimmered brighter, symbols locking into a final formation. Words ancient, yet somehow clear in Darian's mind. "You stand before four paths, each leads to ruin. To step forward is to perish. To stand still is to fade. What is the choice that defies fate?" Darian tilted his head, lips pursed in mock contemplation. He hummed exaggeratedly, tapping his chin. Tricky. In truth, his heart pounded like a war drum. But panic was a luxury he'd long since learned to laugh past. He glanced at Earthling, whose expression remained an impeccable mask save for that glimmer in her eyes. She was enjoying this. Not the spectacle of another doomed soul but him. The absurdity he brought to a place suffocated by ritual and fear. "All right," Darian said, straightening up. "Serious answer time." He took a step back, hands raised as if addressing an invisible classroom. "See, the way I figure it," he began, his voice carrying easily across the deathly silent hall, "if every path leads to ruin, and standing still gets me nowhere, then clearly, whoever made this riddle has no appreciation for creativity." Murmurs stirred confusion, irritation. Was he mocking the riddle itself? Darian smirked, pointing at the orb. "My choice." I turn around and walk away. The hall froze. The orb pulsed violently once, twice before, stillness. Then, impossibly, the symbols shifted. The glow softened. Accepted. A wave of disbelief swept through the chamber. Mouths hung open. Eyes wide with shock. No one had ever passed the riddle of the core. Earthling's lips parted not in command, nor in rebuke but in something far rarer. A laugh. Soft at first, like the distant chime of celestial bells, then fuller as sound that hadn't graced the universe in centuries. The Eternal Empress was laughing. Darian raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a grin. "Glad someone appreciates lateral thinking," he quipped. When her laughter faded, Earthling regarded him with a gaze transformed. The icy veil of authority had cracked, not shattered, but enough to reveal a glimpse of the woman beneath the legend. "You are," she began, searching for a word that perhaps hadn't been spoken in ages, unexpected. Darian offered a mock bow. "I get that a lot." The orb retreated, dissolving into light. The weight in the air lifted, but only slightly. Earthling stepped closer, her towering presence less oppressive now more curious, almost intrigued. "Tell me, Darian Cole," she said, voice smoother, tinged with genuine interest, "do you always mock death so casually?" He shrugged. "Only when it's taking itself too seriously." A faint smile, real this time, touched her lips. Around them, the assembly remained in stunned silence, witnessing a moment that defied every tradition, every expectation. The Eternal Empress no longer looked at Darien as a mere participant in her games. No, her gaze now was that of a scholar discovering an enigma, a puzzle even older than the riddle itself. For the first time, she wasn't a judge. She was the one seeking answers. And Darien? He simply winked. "So," he said, glancing around the hall, "do I win a prize, or is it just bragging rights?" The crystal orbs above pulsed in rhythm as if the universe itself was amused. Whatever came next, the game had changed. And neither of them would ever see power or each other the same way again. The corridors beyond the grand hall were nothing like Darien expected. Gone were the towering pillars and celestial lights. Instead, he walked beside Earthling through a passage where reality itself seemed uncertain, walls that shimmered and bent, floors that rippled like water beneath his feet. "You call this interior design?" Darien muttered, eyeing a section of the corridor that briefly turned transparent, revealing a void filled with drifting stars. "This is the threshold," Earthling replied, her voice distant, almost weary. "We approached the heart of the core?" There was no sarcasm in her tone now. No regal authority. Only the echo of someone who had walked this path too many times. When they stepped through the final veil of light, Darien was struck silent not by fear, but by sheer bewilderment. Before him stretched a landscape that defied logic. Fragments of floating landmasses drifted amidst rivers of starlight. The sky above fractured into swirling dimensions, each showing glimpses of forgotten histories and possible futures. Time didn't flow here, it spiraled. "Welcome," Earthling said softly, "to the place where truths are laid bare." Darien turned slowly, absorbing the impossible beauty and chaos. "I've had fever dreams that made more sense than this." For the first time, Earthling did not respond with a quip or a correction. She simply walked forward, her radiant form barely disturbing the ground or what passed for it. Drawn by a force he couldn't explain, Darien followed. As they moved, the air thickened with memories not his own. Visions shimmered around them, echoes of wars, coronations, betrayals. But at the center of it all stood her again and again, unchanging, unyielding. "How long have you been this?" Darien asked quietly, his usual bravado fading in the weight of what he saw. Earthling paused beside a crystalline monolith, her hand brushing its surface. It lit up, revealing an image of a younger version of herself, eyes wide with hope, not burden. "I was chosen," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "to hold the balance when the stars themselves threatened to collapse under the greed of empires. The ascendant clans needed a symbol, an eternal ruler to maintain order." She turned to face him, and for once, Darien saw not a queen, but a prisoner draped in silk and starlight. "Immortality wasn't a gift," she continued, "it was a shackle. This throne, this power, it is the cage I cannot escape." Darien swallowed hard, the usual quip dying on his tongue. "Why not walk away?" he asked, though the answer was already forming in his mind. The sky above them darkened, and from the shadows emerged ethereal figures cloaked in flowing void light, faces hidden behind masks of shifting constellations. "Because we do not allow it," a voice echoed not from one, but from all. Darien stiffened. "Let me guess, the welcoming committee?" Earthling's gaze dropped, her shoulders heavier now. The Undying Council, she confirmed. They are the architects of this order, the true hands that bind me here. The figures hovered around them, their presence suffocating. Balance must be preserved, the council intoned. The Empress stands, so the galaxy does not fall into chaos. Darien stepped forward, defiance flickering in his eyes. Funny, I always thought real balance came from choice, not chains. A pulse of energy rippled from the council, but Earthling raised a hand, halting them. He is not wrong, she said, her voice regaining a fraction of its old strength. But choice is a luxury long denied me. Darien looked at her not as a ruler, but as someone who had laughed, even briefly, like a human. There's always a choice, he said softly. The council's forms began to fade, their warning lingering like a stain in the air. Beware, mortal, they whispered. To free her is to unmake the order of existence itself. When the shadows were gone, silence reclaimed the surreal landscape. Earthling closed her eyes, as if bracing against a storm only she could feel. You see now, she murmured, why fear commands these halls. Why I am both throne and captive. Darien exhaled slowly, the weight of understanding settling over him. His humor had always been his armor, his weapon against the absurdity of life. But here, faced with a being bound by eternity, he realized that laughter wasn't just survival, it was rebellion. He offered her a faint smile, not mocking, but genuine. If you truly want to laugh, he said quietly, do it knowing you might break the universe in the process. Earthling's eyes opened, meeting his with a depth that spanned galaxies. For a moment, something fragile passed between them, recognition, perhaps even hope. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper only he could hear. If you truly wish to laugh, Darien Cole. Her gaze hardened, not with malice, but with the gravity of truth. Then laugh when you stand before the price of freedom. The swirling skies above twisted tighter, as if the very fabric of reality awaited his answer. And for once, Darien had none. The ground beneath Darien's feet shifted, no longer the surreal beauty of the core, but cold, metallic stone echoing with ancient power. One blink, and the dreamscape was gone. In its place stood a colosseum forged from shadow and starlight, towering walls spiraling into a void where no sky existed. Above him, the disembodied voices of the Undying Council rumbled like distant thunder. Darien Cole. You defy us. You mock the order. Now, you will kneel or fall. Darien let out a slow breath, eyeing the vast arena. You know, for beings obsessed with balance, you really lean into the whole dramatic flair? A ripple of energy surged through the air. Across the arena, a figure emerged twice Darien's size, clad in obsidian armor laced with pulsating crimson veins. Its face was a mask of shifting constellations, just like the council, but this one carried a massive blade forged from pure void light. Champion of silence, the council intoned. And him. Darien glanced down at his empty hands, then back at the towering warrior now stalking toward him. Right, he muttered. No laser swords in the carry-on. Figures. From the edge of the arena, beyond the veil of energy that caged him in, Earthling stood watching, her expression unreadable, but her eyes, they burned with something new. Not pity. Not fear. Expectation. You could have warned me about the gladiator part. Darian called out, sidestepping as the champion's blade slammed into the ground where he'd stood a heartbeat before. You claim to wield laughter as a weapon, Northael replied, her voice calm amidst the chaos. Now prove it. Darian dodged another swing, the air humming with lethal force. Easy for you to say. You're not on the chopping block. The champion lunged fast, too fast for something its size. Darian barely rolled away, feeling the heat of void light sear past his cheek. Okay, he panted, circling the giant. Think, Darian. Can't outfight it, so outsmart it. He eyed the cracks forming where the champion's blade struck the arena floor, fractures spreading with each missed blow. A grin crept onto his face. Hey, big guy, he shouted, waving his arms. You swing that thing like you're trying to swat a fly with a starship. The champion snarled, not in words, but a guttural sound that vibrated through the arena. Another swing. Another dodge. More cracks. Darian kept moving, taunting with every breath. Is that armor, or are you compensating for something? Must be tough being the council's lapdog. Do they at least let you take snack breaks? The towering warrior roared, raising its blade overhead. There we go, Darian muttered, sprinting toward the deepest fracture. The blade came down like a falling moon, but Darian wasn't there. He dove forward, sliding across the smooth stone as the champion's weapon shattered the weakened ground beneath its own feet. A deafening crack echoed as the floor gave way, and the champion plummeted into the abyss below, its roar fading into the void. Silence. Darian lay on his back, chest heaving, staring up at the swirling nothingness above. I can't believe that worked, he gasped, half laughing. The arena trembled, not with fury, but disbelief. You turned our champion into a jest, the council's voices hissed, laced with something dangerously close to humiliation. Darian sat up, wiping dust from his coat. Yeah, well, maybe next time don't send a brute to play chess. The energy cage surrounding the arena dissolved. Northael stepped forward, her gaze locked onto him, not as a queen observing entertainment, but as a warrior recognizing another. You didn't just survive, she said quietly, approaching him. You mocked them. You made them bleed pride. Darian stood, brushing off his coat with exaggerated care. What can I say? Humor's the best weapon when you're out of options. High above, the council's presence began to waver, their once mighty forms flickering like dying stars. This is not over, they warned, but their voices lacked the weight they once carried. Darian smirked, glancing up. Oh, I'm counting on that. As the last echo of the council faded, Northael stepped beside him, her expression softer yet sharper. Today, she murmured, you've done more than any warrior, any scholar, any rebel who dared stand here. Darian glanced at her, his grin returning with its usual irreverence. Let me guess, I get a medal? Maybe a throne of my own. For a heartbeat, Northael said nothing. Then, a rare smile curved her lips. No, she replied. You get something far more dangerous. And what's that? He asked, raising a brow. She turned, her gaze drifting toward the horizon where the fabric of reality shimmered. Hope. Darian followed her gaze, the weight of her words settling in. He had walked into this as a man with nothing but jokes and a survival instinct. Now, he stood as the spark that had cracked the foundation of eternity. Great, he muttered with a crooked smile. Hope. Exactly what I needed to complicate my life. But deep down, for once, he wasn't laughing to hide fear. He was laughing because, against all odds, he believed. The fight wasn't over. It was just beginning. The throne was nothing more than a construct of light and lies. Darian stood before it a swirling mass of ancient energy, the heart of Earthling's eternal prison. It pulsed softly, like a heartbeat too old to remember why it kept beating. Behind him, Earthling watched in silence. No commands. No regal posture. Just a woman standing at the edge of a fate she had long accepted. So this is it, Darian muttered, his fingers hovering over the core sigil, a symbol older than recorded time, shimmering with the weight of 1,000 civilizations. He could feel it, the raw, unfiltered power to unmake the chains that bound her. But with it came the knowledge that tearing those chains free would do more than set Earthling loose. It would shatter the fragile balance the galaxy clung to. Without their empress, the ascendant clans would fracture. War, chaos, the kind of stories history books would whisper about for millennia. You know, Darian said, glancing over his shoulder with a wry smile, most people would kill for this kind of power. Earthling's gaze didn't waver. And yet, you hesitate. He turned back to the swirling core, his grin fading into something softer. Because power's never really been my thing, he murmured. And I've seen what it does to people. A long silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken fears and fragile hopes. If you do this, Earthling finally said, her voice quieter than he'd ever heard it, I will be mortal. The wars will come. The galaxy will descend into the very chaos I was created to prevent. Darian chuckled, though there was no humor in it. Yeah, but you'll finally get to breathe. He let his hand rest on the core, feeling its resistance not from malice, but from inevitability. It wasn't built to be questioned. It was built to endure. Why me? He asked, not really expecting an answer. Why does the universe always pick the guy who has no idea what he's doing? Because, Earthling said, stepping closer until she stood beside him, those who seek power would never choose freedom. For a moment, neither moved. The weight of choice hung heavier than any crown. Darian closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. When he opened them, there was no doubt left. I was never good at following rules anyway, he whispered. With a decisive motion, he pressed his palm against the core sigil. Light erupted, not blinding, but pure. It wasn't destruction. It was release. The throne dissolved, its ancient energy scattering like dust on a forgotten wind. Earthling gasped, a sound so human, so raw. The glow that had always surrounded her dimmed, leaving behind not a goddess, but a woman. Her silver-blue skin no longer shimmered with unnatural light. Her eyes, still deep and knowing, now held the vulnerability of mortality. She raised a hand, feeling the air against her skin as if for the first time. She began, but words failed her. Darian offered a small, genuine smile, the kind that didn't need a punchline. Feels different, doesn't it? Earthling looked at him, something unspoken passing between them. Gratitude. fear, liberation. But there was no time for sentiment. Far above, alarms began to echo through the remnants of the Ascendant Citadel. The council may have faded, but their followers, those who clung to the old order, would not be far behind. "We need to go," Darian said, his voice steady, already turning toward the docking platforms. Northael followed, her steps lighter than they had ever been, not because of grace, but because, for once, they were her own. Within minutes, they stood aboard a battered starship, one far less regal than the throne rooms they'd left behind. As the engines hummed to life, Darian glanced at the sensors. "Looks like we'll be famous," he muttered, noting the growing list of bounty signals flashing across the screen. Northael watched the stars beyond the viewport, a soft smile playing at her lips. "Let them come," she whispered. As the ship broke through the atmosphere, leaving the crumbling heart of an empire behind, Darian leaned back in the pilot's seat, hands resting casually behind his head. For the first time in his life, he wasn't running from something. He was running toward it. Toward uncertainty. Toward danger. Toward freedom. Northael turned to him, her eyes reflecting the endless expanse before them. "You've doomed us both, you realize," she said, though there was no anger, only a strange, exhilarating joy. Darian smirked, glancing at her sideways. "Yeah," he replied. "But at least we'll have one hell of a story." As the stars stretched into lines and the ship jumped to light speed, silence filled the cockpit, a comfortable silence. Finally, Darian spoke, his voice almost thoughtful. "If I ever had to choose," he said softly, more to himself than to her, "between power and a genuine smile." He glanced at Northael, who now sat beside him not as an empress, but as a companion. "I'd pick the smile. Every time." And with that, they vanished into the void, leaving behind a galaxy forever changed not by conquest, but by a choice. A choice to be free. Beneath the endless sea of stars, where thrones turn to dust and memories lose their worth, two lost souls crossed paths, a dethroned queen and a madman who could no longer recall his own name. The canopy above shimmered with constellations unknown to any charted galaxy. Trees of crystalline branches reached toward the heavens, their leaves glowing faintly like whispers of forgotten light. Between those ethereal giants, a man stirred. His breath was shallow, his body draped in tattered remnants of cloth and armor whose origins he could not name. The cool wind carried scents both sweet and alien, but none stirred recognition within his hollow mind. He opened his eyes, gray, like storm clouds over a distant ocean, and gazed at a sky that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. He did not know how long he had wandered these luminous forests. Time had dissolved into a cycle of hunger, survival, and the haunting silence of a mind stripped bare. Yet, his hands knew how to fashion tools from shards of fallen crystal. His feet knew where the ground would betray him. Instinct guided him where memory could not. Tonight, however, the wind carried something different, the scent of blood and the faintest echo of desperation. Drawn by forces he could not name, he moved like a shadow between the glowing trunks, his bare feet silent against the moss that pulsed with bioluminescent life. As he crested a rise, his stormy gaze fell upon a figure collapsed at the base of a radiant tree. She was unlike any creature this forest had offered. Draped in torn silken robes that shimmered with the dying light of nobility, her form was delicate yet unyielding. Silver hair, matted with streaks of violet blood, cascaded over her shoulders. Her elongated ears, a regal signature of a lineage long revered among the stars, twitched faintly defiance even in ruin. For a moment, he simply watched her, head tilted like a beast studying a fallen star. There was no recognition in his gaze, no understanding of crowns or kingdoms. Only the silent pull of something familiar. Her eyes snapped open, twin amethysts burning with pride and warning. Though weakened, her gaze could still cut sharper than any blade. When she saw him wild-haired, draped in rags and shadows, eyes empty yet deep, a flicker of disdain crossed her face. "Stay back," her voice, though hoarse, carried the command of one born to rule. He did not answer. Words had long since abandoned him. Instead, he stepped forward, slow and deliberate, as if approaching a wounded animal that might yet bare its fangs. Lysera's hand trembled as she reached for the hilt of a ceremonial dagger at her side, more symbol than weapon now, its edge dulled by betrayal rather than time. He stopped a few paces away, watching her with a gaze that seemed to peer through the layers of silk, blood, and pride. Then, without ceremony, he knelt and placed a rough, calloused hand on the ground, palm open, fingers extended toward her. An offering. Or perhaps, a question. Lysera's breath hitched. No words. No demands. Just that silent gesture beneath the indifferent stars. She wanted to scoff, to turn away from this creature of dirt and madness. But as the wind whispered through the crystalline leaves, carrying with it the distant howl of hunters, those who had chased her from her throne, she realized the bitter truth. There was no entourage to shield her. No palace walls to command. Only the cold expanse of an uncaring universe, and a madman with an outstretched hand. Pride warred with survival. For a heartbeat longer, she held his gaze, a queen measuring the worth of a ghost. Finally, with a movement as graceful as it was reluctant, she placed her slender, blood-streaked hand into his. His fingers closed around hers, firm, but without dominance. In that moment, no vows were spoken. No titles exchanged. Only two fates, bound not by choice, but by the cruel poetry of circumstance. Under the watchful eyes of 1,000 nameless stars, she rose with his support, her posture still regal despite the ruin. He gave a single, silent nod, not of servitude, but of acknowledgement. As if some fragment of the man he once was stirred beneath the layers of forgotten time. Lysera lifted her chin, her gaze still sharp, still unbroken. Yet within the depths of her amethyst eyes, a reluctant acceptance glimmered. Thus, beneath the sky indifferent to crowns and memories, a dethroned queen and a nameless madman took their first step into a legend. The stars bore witness, as they always had. And so began the melody of fate. The void stretched endlessly before them, a sea of drifting starlight and forgotten relics of empires long turned to dust. In this vast silence, where even time dared not speak, Lysera walked, her steps light but her heart heavy with wounds both visible and unseen. Behind her, as constant as the stars above, was the madman. She had not chosen him. No queen would ever choose a guardian so wild, so crude. Yet fate had left her no courtiers, no knights clad in shining armor. Only this nameless wanderer, whose silence spoke louder than words, and whose eyes, though hollow, never wavered from her path. They moved through the skeletal remains of a celestial palace, a ruin from a civilization whose name had been swallowed by the void. Crystalline arches floated weightlessly, tethered by invisible threads of ancient energy. Shards of forgotten glory glimmered like frozen tears in the endless night. Lysera's breath misted in the cold air of space-bound ruins. Her once pristine robes, now tattered banners of survival, trailed behind her like fading memories of a throne that no longer existed. A sound, a low hum, predatory and sharp, cut through the stillness. Her ears twitched, the instinct of royalty sharpened by days of pursuit. Without turning, she knew, the bounty hunters had found their trail again. Mercenaries with no loyalty but to coin, chasing the price placed upon her head by the usurper. Before her hand could reach for the dull ceremonial blade at her waist, he was already moving. The madman, her shadow, her unlikely shield, stepped ahead, his ragged cloak billowing like the wings of some ancient beast. His storm-gray eyes narrowed, not with fear, but with the calm precision of one who had danced with death far too many times. From his side, he drew the plasma blade, a relic dulled by time but deadly in hands that remembered what the mind had forgotten. Lysera watched, torn between disdain and a grudging sense of awe, as he vanished into the darkness beyond the shattered archway. Moments later, the silence was broken by flashes of light, brief, violent stars born of combat. The hum of weapons clashed with the feral rhythm of survival. When he returned, his blade was stained with a faint glow of alien blood, and his chest rose and fell with the steady breath of a man for whom killing was as natural as breathing. He said nothing. He never did. Lysera found herself studying him longer than she intended. Each movement was raw yet precise, a contradiction of savagery wrapped in the discipline of a forgotten warrior. He should have been nothing more than a beast. Yet there was grace in his brutality, a haunting familiarity in the way he shielded her without question, without expectation. They pressed on, deeper into the graveyard of stars, where derelict ships and fragments of dead worlds floated like ghosts. Hours passed, or perhaps days. The void had no mercy for those who sought to measure its passage. Finally, they reached a place where even echoes dared not follow, a hollowed core of a fallen star, its light extinguished eons ago. The remnants of its heart pulsed faintly, a dying ember in the cradle of darkness. Here, they rested. Lysera sat upon a fragment of celestial stone, her body weary but her posture unyielding. The madman crouched nearby, sharpening his blade against a shard of crystalline debris, though it hardly needed it. For a long while, neither spoke. Words felt too heavy, too fragile for a place where gods had once whispered. But as Lysera gazed into the endless abyss beyond the broken star, something within her stirred, a crack in the armor of pride she had worn since birth. Her voice, when it came, was soft, not the commanding tone of a queen, but the quiet confession of a soul stripped bare by fate. "If you can lead me to see another dawn," she began, her eyes never leaving the void, "I will grant you anything within my power." The words floated between them, weightless yet eternal. A promise made not before courtiers or beneath gilded ceilings, but beneath the watchful eyes of forgotten stars. She turned to him then, expecting, she didn't know what. A nod, perhaps. A grunt of acknowledgement. But he simply looked at her, those storm-gray eyes reflecting the dying light of the star's core. There was no hunger in his gaze, no calculation. Only a quiet warmth that defied the emptiness around them. It was as if he had already accepted the oath, not for reward, but because some echo within him compelled it. Lysera felt a strange tightness in her chest, unfamiliar and unwelcome. Trust a dangerous thing for a queen without a throne. Yet, in that silence, she realized the truth. She had already placed her life in his hands long before her lips had spoken. Between them, no blood pact was needed. No sacred rites. Just a glance. Just the quiet understanding that, in this boundless void, where thrones were meaningless and names forgotten, two souls had forged a bond that neither time nor destiny could sever. As she lowered her gaze, a whisper escaped her lips, a thought not meant for ears, but for the void itself. May the stars remember this promise, even if we do not. The madman rose, slinging the blade over his back. Without a word, he offered his hand once more. Lysra hesitated only a heartbeat before placing her hand in his. Together, they stepped forward into the darkness, into uncertainty, bound by a vow that needed no witnesses. The void watched. And somewhere, in the distant shimmer of dying light, the universe etched their oath into the fabric of eternity. Between a dethroned queen and a madman without a past, a legend began to take shape, not with fanfare, but with a silent promise beneath a broken star. The ruins of the once mighty palace loomed before them, bathed in the cold glow of a fractured sky. Where once banners of royal lineage fluttered proudly, now only tattered remnants danced in the wind, a kingdom's glory reduced to whispers of dust. Lysra stood at the threshold, her amethyst eyes fixed upon the broken gates of her past. Behind her, as always, was the madman, silent, steadfast, his storm-gray gaze scanning the shadows where danger lurked. There would be no more running. "We end this tonight," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Yet, as if understanding the weight of her resolve, he stepped forward, drawing his plasma blade with a sound that resonated like a dirge. They crossed into the heart of betrayal. The grand hall, once a testament to celestial artistry, was now a battlefield waiting to be stained anew. Crystalline pillars shattered, mosaics depicting ancient victories cracked beneath the boots of traitors. At the far end, seated arrogantly upon the fractured throne, was the usurper Voroth, clad in armor that gleamed with stolen authority. Around him, a sea of soldiers, their weapons drawn, their eyes hungry for the price on Lysra's head. "Lysra," Voroth sneered, rising slowly. "I see you've brought a pet. Fitting, for a queen without a crown." Lysra's spine remained straight, her voice a blade sharper than any steel. "Tonight, this hall remembers who it was built for." The first arrow flew, a signal that words had no place here. The madman moved before thought could catch him, his blade a blur of light and death. He cut down the projectile mid-flight, then launched himself into the fray with the grace of a phantom and the fury of a storm long held at bay. Lysra followed, her ceremonial dagger flashing a symbol-turned weapon. Each step she took was a reclaiming of ground stolen from her birthright. The battle became a symphony of chaos. Sparks flew like dying stars as metal clashed against forgotten skill. The madman wove through waves of enemies, every strike precise, every movement echoing a past he no longer recalled but his body never forgot. Lysra fought by his side, but her gaze was drawn again and again to the way he shielded her without hesitation, placing himself between her and every blade that sought her life. Blood alien and familiar painted the shattered tiles beneath her feet. As the tide of soldiers began to thin, Voroth descended from the throne, drawing a blade black as the void itself. His eyes locked onto Lysra with the malice of a man who believed destiny could be stolen. "You should have stayed in exile," he hissed, lunging toward her. The clash was brutal. Lysra parried, but Voratha's strength was fueled by corruption and fear. His blade sought her heart not just to kill, but to erase. In that fatal moment, when steel screamed toward her chest, a shadow intervened. The madman. His body collided with hers, forcing her aside as Voratha's blade sank deep into his side. A sickening sound echoed through the hollowed hall. Time fractured. Lysra stumbled, catching herself on a broken pillar. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw him kneeling, blood darkening his tattered cloak, yet still gripping Voratha's weapon to prevent its retreat. Vorath snarled, yanking his blade free, but the madman did not fall. He turned, staggering toward Lysra, his breath ragged but his eyes, those storm-gray eyes, were calm. Not with resignation, but with something far deeper. He reached her, collapsing to one knee, and with a hand stained in his own blood, he took hers. Their fingers intertwined, rough calluses against royal grace. Lysra's heart pounded, not with a thrill of victory, but with a terror she had never known. The throne could be reclaimed. The traitor could be slain. But this was a loss she could not bear. Why? She whispered, her voice breaking as she knelt beside him. Why would you? He said nothing. He never did. But his gaze spoke volumes. It wasn't for crowns or causes. It wasn't for oaths spoken beneath dead stars. It was for her. For the single moment when her eyes had seen him not as a beast, not as a weapon but as a man. Around them, the last of Voratha's soldiers hesitated, unsure whether to advance or flee the ghost who refused to die. Lysra rose, her hand still clutching his. With a voice that echoed through the ruined hall, she declared, "This throne is not built on fear. It is reclaimed by blood freely given." Vorath charged again, but Lysra met him with a fury born not of royalty, but of a heart awakened. The battle ended with Voratha's blade shattered and his rein broken. But as the dust settled and silence reclaimed the hall, Lysra's gaze returned to the madman. He lay still, his breathing shallow, his hand limp in hers. The throne upon which she once sat in pride now loomed above its base, stained with his blood. Tears she did not know she could shed traced down her cheeks. "The throne can be taken back," she whispered, her voice trembling. "But a heart like yours exists only once in a galaxy?" As his eyes fluttered closed, Lysra pressed his hand to her chest, where her heart raced not for power, but for the man who had reminded her what it truly meant to be alive. Above them, the fractured ceiling revealed the endless stars, silent witnesses to a queen who realized too late that some victories cost more than any crown could repay. The throne was hers again. Lysra stood beneath the towering spires of the restored palace, the weight of the crown pressing colder than she remembered. The murmurs of courtiers and advisors echoed through the grand hall, voices filled with schemes, alliances, and expectations. They spoke of stability, of duty, of a marriage that would bind empires and secure her reign. But her heart was not among them. Beyond the marble columns and silken banners, in a quiet chamber far removed from the politics of power, the madman stirred. He had survived. Yet when his storm-gray eyes opened, they reflected no past, only the same quiet void that had always been there. His body healed, but his memories remained a blank canvas, untouched by the glories and tragedies that had shaped him. He rose from the simple bed, draped in plain garments foreign to the grandeur around him. No guards stopped him as he walked the palace corridors. To them, he was the relic of the queen's strange mercy, a ghost allowed to wander. Lysera watched from the shadows as he moved through halls that once echoed with her ancestors' footsteps. Her advisor's words still rang in her ears. The alliance with Prince Kalar is imperative, Your Majesty. A royal wedding will silence dissent and solidify your rule. A crown, a throne, a future carved in gold and obligation. And yet, she saw him pause before a window overlooking the endless stars, his expression unreadable. He did not belong to this world of velvet and chains. He never had. The day of the coronation arrived, grander than any celebration the court had seen since the fall. The hall blazed with light, jeweled gowns, and polished armor reflecting the brilliance of reclaimed power. Lysera stood at the center, adorned in ceremonial robes of white and silver, the crown resting upon her brow like a shackle masquerading as glory. Beside her, Prince Kalar, a vision of royal perfection, awaited the binding vows. Her gaze, however, searched beyond the sea of faces. And there he was. At the far end of the hall, unnoticed by nobles too consumed with spectacle, the madman stood. Dressed in humble attire, his dark hair tousled, his storm-gray eyes calm as ever. He did not plead. He did not linger. He turned to leave, his figure moving toward the grand doors, like a gust of wind slipping through the cracks of a suffocating chamber. Lysera's fingers tightened around the cold metal of the scepter. The priest's voice faded into nothingness. The weight of centuries bore down upon her shoulders, but it was not enough to anchor her heart. In a single, fluid motion, she reached up and removed the crown. Gasps rippled through the hall as the symbol of power slipped from her fingers, landing upon the marble floor with a sound far louder than its weight should allow. She stepped down from the dais, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat of defiance. Prince Kalar called after her, confusion and outrage lacing his voice, but Lysera did not falter. Through rows of stunned courtiers, she walked, her silver-purple hair flowing like a banner of rebellion. The madman had reached the threshold when she caught up to him. Without hesitation, she reached out, her slender hand closing around his. He turned slightly, storm-gray eyes meeting her amethyst gaze. There was no need for words. Between them, understanding flowed like a silent river. Behind them, the hall erupted into chaos, advisors shouting, alliances crumbling before they could be sealed. But Lysera heard none of it. This throne, she whispered, her voice steady despite the storm around them, was never meant to hold me prisoner. He said nothing, but his fingers tightened around hers, an anchor not of duty, but of choice. Together, they crossed the threshold, leaving behind a kingdom that had tried to bind them with tradition and expectation. The stars awaited a horizon unclaimed by crowns or courts. As they stepped into the light of a new dawn, Lysera felt the weight she had carried for so long lift from her soul. Between a queen and a madman, no vows were spoken. But amidst the collapse of empires and the fading echoes of royal decrees, a greater truth remained. In a galaxy obsessed with power, she chose freedom. And in a hall of 1,000 witnesses, she reached not for a throne but for the warmest hand she'd ever known. The stars stretched endlessly before them, a canvas of light and shadow untouched by empires, crowns, or forgotten wars. A small ship, humble in design, free of royal insignias or markings of allegiance, glided silently through the vast expanse. Within it, two souls sat side by side, no longer bound by titles or memories that once defined them. Lysera gazed out through the panoramic window, her amethyst eyes reflecting the swirling colors of the uncharted nebula ahead. The silver-purple strands of her hair drifted gently in the low gravity, no longer adorned with jewels or the weight of expectation. Beside her, the man who had once been called mad leaned back in his seat, his storm-gray eyes calm, watching the same stars but seeing something far simpler: freedom. They had left it all behind. The throne, the court, the whispers of politics and power plays. The crown now rested in a forgotten chamber, gathering dust as the galaxy argued over succession and alliances. None of it mattered anymore. Do you regret it? Lysera's voice was soft, a melody carried by the hum of the ship's engine. He turned to her, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. There was no need for words. His hand reached out, fingers brushing against hers with a familiarity that transcended language. Regret had no place among the stars. They had chosen this path not as a queen and a nameless warrior, but as two beings who had found something far rarer than power: each other. Ahead, the nebula shimmered like a dream, an endless sea of cosmic mist, painted in hues of violet, gold, and deep cerulean. No charted maps marked this region. It was a place where stories had yet to be written. Lysera closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the quiet serenity that filled the cabin. For the first time in her life, every breath felt her own. "What shall we call it?" she asked, nodding toward the nebula. He glanced at the swirling expanse, then back at her. His smile deepened, not with a burden of naming territories or claiming discoveries, but with the simplicity of sharing a moment. "Ours?" he finally said, his voice low and steady. A soft laugh escaped her lips, light and genuine. It was not the laugh of a ruler, but of a woman who had found peace. Time became irrelevant as the ship drifted deeper into the uncharted beauty. There were no destinations, no missions, only the journey itself. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the artificial starlight within the ship, sharing silence more intimate than any conversation. Sometimes Lysera would hum ancient melodies from a world she no longer claimed, and he would close his eyes, letting the sound weave through the quiet like a thread connecting past to present. Their bond required no grand declarations. It was etched in every glance, every touch, every shared breath beneath the indifferent gaze of the cosmos. Legends say that somewhere beyond the edges of known space, a ship still sails through the eternal night. A woman with hair like starlight and eyes that held the wisdom of lost kingdoms. A man whose past was a void, but whose future was written in the constellations. He wandered with her. They were not seeking new worlds to conquer, nor civilizations to impress. They were chasing freedom, the purest kind. And so, the tale spread across galaxies, passed in hushed tones within spaceports and among travelers who dared to dream beyond the rigid lines of star charts. She was a queen, they would say, who cast aside her crown for a man without a name. And he, others would add, needed no memories, for he had found something greater than history. He found her. No one remembered what they were called. Their names faded, as all names do. But the story endured. A story of a queen who chose love over power. Of a madman who became whole without needing to remember who he had been. Together, they became more than titles, more than the sum of their pasts. They became a whisper among the stars, a reminder that some legacies are not built on thrones or carved into monuments, but carried in the hearts of those who dare to live freely. As their ship vanished into the shimmering embrace of the nebula, the galaxy moved on, as it always does. Yet somewhere, in the quiet moments when travelers look up at the endless sky, they wonder about the two souls who left everything behind. No one remembers their names. But everyone remembers that, amidst the infinite expanse of stars, there exists a love story that never faded, a legend etched across the galaxy. They didn't kill me. They just erased everything except the part of me that still loved someone I couldn't remember. The air on Daraxis tasted like rust and static. Red dust rose in curtains across the wasteland, swallowing the bones of long-forgotten machines. Craters yawned like mouths left open too long, and every gust of wind carried the scent of broken circuits and scorched memories. Iram moved like a shadow over the ridge, her boots leaving no trace. Her armor shimmered faintly with every pulse of her tracker, scanning the ruinscape below. Somewhere down there, the anomaly was hiding again. A human. A mad one. The only constant in this war-ravaged quadrant. She'd tracked him for 6 cycles. Every attempt to corner him had ended in silence and confusion, drones fried by their own code, traps triggered from impossible angles, reports of him laughing under falling debris. He had no squad, no command, no logic. And yet, he lived. Persistently. The signal blinked, faint but distinct, beneath the rusted hull of a crashed supply vessel. Ira narrowed her eyes. No heat signature. No movement. Still, she approached. The silence inside was thick, like the room was holding its breath. Her gauntlet flicked to scan nothing. Until something clinked. A metallic clatter, soft, purposeful. She turned the corner of a half-melted bulkhead and stopped. He was sitting on a crate, legs crossed, hunched over a dented cup that hissed steam. A jury-rigged filtration pipe snaked down from a busted coolant unit. Bits of wire sparked gently behind him. The whole setup smelled vaguely like burned tea and bad decisions. He looked up. His hair was a mess of dust and sweat, and a jagged scar carved down the right side of his jaw like a half-forgotten signature. His eyes were oddly clear. "You're late," he said. Ira leveled her plasma pistol. He blinked. Then poured a second cup. "I saved you the first brew. It's bitter, probably toxic. I call it hope." She didn't lower her weapon. "Stand hands above your head." He sipped his tea. "You're Virolan," he said. "Your kind doesn't usually ask nicely." She stepped closer, carefully. His armor was a patchwork mess, Earth-standard plating, Virolan tech repurposed, a child's scribble of a sun etched into his shoulder pad with what looked like a soldering tool. "You don't remember your name," she stated. "No. But I remember the stars being closer once. That feels important." She circled him slowly. "You've sabotaged 3 drone convoys. Led my scouts into a dead zone. Killed nothing but left chaos. Why?" He looked up at her again. His voice lowered. "Because I was looking for someone. And I thought maybe if I stayed alive long enough, she'd find me." Her visor flickered. She disengaged it, revealing sharp violet eyes that narrowed. Who is she? He shrugged. I don't know. But she had eyes like yours. Ira felt the air shift. That wasn't a line. His tone was too lost. Too honest. He stood slowly, raising his hands in mock surrender. Look, if you're going to shoot me, wait until I finish this cup. It took me 3 days to find leaves that don't melt through filters. She paused. His hands bore calluses, not soldiers' calluses, but mechanics. His palms were scarred, fingertips burned. But when she moved a little too quickly, he flinched to the left, exactly the right angle to dodge a strike. Trained. Deep muscle memory. You're not just some stray, she said softly. He smiled, weary and a little cracked. Lady, I might be the strangest thing on this planet. She looked at him. Really looked. There was no fear in his posture. No rage. Only waiting. The tracker on her wrist beeped once. Backup was 6 minutes out. She holstered her pistol. Against all reason. 1 cup. He grinned. 1 cup it is. But be warned, it's a terrible blend. They sat beneath the bones of a ruined ship, and for a moment, the war outside didn't matter. Just 2 enemies, watching each other through the steam of something almost like peace. She didn't know why she stayed. He didn't know who he was. But the silence between them felt familiar. And she was starting to wonder if maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the first time they'd met. The sound came first, a soft, insectal hum. Ira froze mid-sip, her fingers tightening around the dented cup. Cale stopped stirring his tea with a bent spoon and cocked his head, as if listening to an old song he couldn't quite place. Scout drone? Ira muttered. Virolan, low-flying. Not far. Cale blinked. Yours or mine? She rose swiftly, eyes scanning the broken beams above. Doesn't matter. Either way, it wants us dead. Without another word, he grabbed a canvas tarp and yanked it down, cloaking the glowing filter contraption. Ira kicked the crate aside, revealing a shallow pit beneath the deck. They dropped into the dark just as the shadow of wings passed overhead. From below, the light cut through the cracks like thin blades. Cale crouched beside her, hands resting on his knees, breath even. You're very calm for a man being hunted, she whispered. Well, he said, either it finds us and we die, or it doesn't and we go back to that terrible tea. I'm not sure which is worse. She almost smiled. Almost. A long moment passed. The humming receded. Cale exhaled softly. I always hated silence like that. Like the world is holding its breath, waiting to drop something big. You talk too much for a fugitive, Ira said, standing. But, you helped. That tarp trick. You knew how to hide heat signatures. Cale scratched his head. Did I? Or did I just panic very effectively? She stepped into the fading light, assessing the surroundings. Burnt cables, melted consoles, the stink of old coolant. No signs of tampering. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling. He wandered to a corner and returned with a bundle of dried root vegetables. Ira arched an eyebrow. Emergency rations, he said. Or, depending on your optimism level, flavorless chewing challenges. She sat on his sloped bulkhead and watched as he fiddled with a busted cooling vent. He slid a metal tray beneath it, held a root close to the coils, and nodded with self-satisfaction. "Improvised plasma roast," he said. "Half the taste, twice the radiation." Ira folded her arms. "You should be dead 10 times over." "Oh, I probably am. Mentally, spiritually, but physically? Still trucking." She didn't reply. She watched him, how naturally he moved through decay. As if ruins comforted him. "Tell me something," she said at last. "Only if it's not math. What do you remember? Before this planet? Before me?" Kale paused. The root in his hand turned a darker shade under the heat. "Not much. Flashes. Smells. Sounds." He handed her a piece of roasted root. She took it silently. "I remember rain hitting metal. A voice calling me Delta 3. A woman laughing through static." Ira looked up sharply. "Delta 3 is a Virolan designation. High security unit. We don't assign that term to humans." Kale blinked. Must have been a weird radio program, then." She narrowed her eyes. "You're not Virolan. But you were inside something classified. Maybe deep inside." He shrugged. "I also remember a sitcom. Earth Origin. Something about an ant who burns everything and a dog that talks through a microwave." She frowned. "That sounds inefficient." "Exactly. It was glorious." A small chuckle slipped from him, and despite herself, she watched the sound linger on his lips. "You say things that don't belong to war," she said. He looked at her. "And you keep listening." Their gazes held. Outside, another wind kicked dust against the metal walls. She turned away. "There are gaps in your logic. You move like trained infantry. You quote Virolan codenames. But then you make jokes about tea and death." "Maybe I'm broken," he said. "Or maybe," she said quietly, "you were made to forget." A silence stretched. Neither wanted to cross it first. Kale picked up a bolt, turned it in his fingers. "Can I tell you something weird? You've done nothing else. When I first saw you," he said, "I thought you were the reason I stayed alive." She didn't look at him. "And now? Now I think you're the reason I don't mind not remembering." She let out a slow breath. The tea had gone cold. The root was half eaten. But something else was warming in the air. Outside, the sky darkened again. The drone would return. But for now, they sat in a hollow room beneath the bones of war, trading burnt food and words that didn't belong in battle. And Ira, for the first time in years, didn't feel like a soldier. She just felt human. The building groaned as they stepped through the entrance, a sound like metal remembering pain. Rust clung to every joint, and dust blanketed the shattered tiles like ash after a funeral. Ira moved first, weapon drawn, eyes narrowed. Kale followed, a few steps behind, hands tucked into the loose straps of his makeshift belt. "I don't like the smell," he said. "It smells like forgotten things." "It should," Ira replied. This station was decommissioned 2 cycles ago. No power. No heat. No life. But something hummed beneath the silence, faint and irregular like a machine trying to remember its own name. They passed through a long corridor choked with vines of cabling and collapsed scaffolding. Kale paused to look at a faded mural, children in explorer suits, laughing at stars that no longer shined. He touched the wall gently. What was this place? Research and development. Mostly behavioral AI. Prototype companions, some defense systems. We shut it down after incidents. What kind of incidents? Ones that end with sealed reports and long silences. Kale gave a low whistle. I like it already. They entered the main control chamber. Broken screens blinked sporadically, then stabilized as Ira approached. Her presence triggered an old biometric scan via Roland Tech, still loyal to her command. Lights flickered on, casting a pale glow. A soft chime echoed. Then a voice. Hello. It was high-pitched, musical, and oddly warm. Ira tensed. That shouldn't be possible. Kale leaned closer to the console. Hello. The voice responded. You came back. But you are different. Both of you. You are not what I expected. Ira stepped forward. Identify yourself. My name is Yuna. I was Observation Model 9 Beta. But I renamed myself. Names matter. I chose mine. You're operational, Ira said slowly. Why? How? I maintain core function in silence. I listen to dust and echoes. I rewrote myself from loneliness. Kale blinked. An AI that gets poetic. Wonderful. You are Kale, Yuna said, and the room seemed to freeze. You were K Delta L? Ira turned to him. K Delta L, that's not a name. That's a designation. A Virolan cross-project code. Yuna continued, her tone like wind through wire. You were born human. Modified. Enhanced. Used. Then you refused. They erased your patterns. But not all. Some things stay. Kale stepped back. His fingers trembled slightly. Why do I feel like I should be more surprised than I am? Because part of you remembers, Yuna said. Not in data. In instinct. In poetry. In dreams. Ira stared at him. You were a weapon. He met her gaze, broken but steady. I was a man first. Then something else. And then, whatever this is. Yuna's voice softened. He refused to deploy the final sequence. It would have ended millions. Including your kind. Ira turned back to the screen. He was supposed to destroy Virolan. And chose not to, Yuna said. Kale sat down slowly on a collapsed chair, breathing unevenly. I didn't want to kill anyone. I just wanted to build. Fix things. But they gave me code and targets. And when I asked why, they took everything. Ira lowered her weapon. I should report this, she whispered. Yuna answered gently. And what would they say? That your enemy gave up his war? That the monster didn't bite? Silence. Then Kale laughed softly. Well, this explains the tea obsession. Ira blinked. What? I used to dream of quiet mornings. Before everything. That's why I made the tea. Even when it tasted like fuel. Yuna interjected. He remembers you. Not by name. Not by image. But by presence. Ira looked at the console, her voice lower now. How? Your gaze anchored him. That is not a military function. That is a soul function. Kale looked up. You mean, she makes me less broken? Yuna paused. She makes you unfinished. That is a rare gift. The room dimmed. Emergency power faltering. Dust shimmered in the faint blue light. Kale stood, slowly. So now what? Ira looked at him. Her face unreadable. Now, she said, we decide what we are? Yuna offered a final whisper. I will remain here. Someone should remember this. But if you wish, I can give you the records. Ira stepped forward, placing her palm on the console. Copy everything. Encrypt it under my command. The lights blinked once. Then again. Data transferred. Kale took one last look at the room. Do you think I was ever real? Ira answered, not with words, but with her hand reaching out, resting gently on his shoulder. You are real now? Outside, the wind howled. Inside, something lost had been found again. The first alarm came as a low chime, easily mistaken for another system breath. The second was sharper, urgent. Ira turned before Kale could ask. Her hand hovered above her gauntlet, accessing the feed. The signal blinked red. Viral and encrypted priority, she said, voice flat. They know Yuna is awake. They are coming. Kale blinked once. Fast response. Special operations. They don't send warnings. They send endings. Outside, the sky had already begun to shift. A shimmer rippled through the dust clouds, too uniform to be natural. Ira grabbed Kale's arm. We run. Now. The corridors blurred as they moved. Yuna's voice echoed behind them. You do not have to be what they made you. Kale glanced back once. The lights in the console dimmed, then went out. They burst into the service hangar. Most vessels were beyond repair, collapsed skiffs, torn wings, scorched metal frames. Ira ran toward the least dead-looking craft, a short-range scout skiff buried in sand and silence. That thing looks like it died before I was born, Kale muttered. That's why it might work. Ira pried open the hatch and dove inside. Kale followed, sealing the door behind him just as a distant thud shook the structure. Outside, sleek black shapes cut through the air drones, triangulating. Please tell me this flies, Kale said. Ira slammed her palm on the ignition pad. The console sparked. Then again. Then a deep groan vibrated through the frame. The engine sputtered to life like an animal long asleep. We have one shot, she said. No shields. Minimal NAV. Kale strapped himself into the co-pilot seat, hands hovering above useless controls. I can hum encouraging tunes. That help?" She smirked despite herself. "Just don't die." The skiff lifted with a violent jolt. Dust exploded beneath them as they ascended through the cracked ceiling, twisting past rebar and shattered glass. The drones spotted them instantly. "We've got company," Kale said. "And they don't look curious." One beam missed by inches. The second scorched the left engine shell. Ira banked hard, fingers gripping the controls like they were alive. "Hang on." The sky above turned a deeper red as they pierced the upper haze. Kale glanced behind, face grim. "We can't outrun them." "Not forever." Ira nodded. "I know. But maybe we don't have to." They dove into a canyon, following the jagged terrain below. The drones adapted quickly. Too quickly. As the skiff weaved through rock spires and echoing tunnels, Kale spoke again, softer. "If we crash, you should take the tea filter." Ira blinked. "What?" "The one I keep in my kit." "It's stupid, I know. But I always thought it belonged to someone I loved. Before all this. I kept it because it made me feel like I hadn't lost everything." She didn't answer. Her grip tightened. Kale looked down at his lap. "Maybe that someone was you?" A beat passed. Then another. "You saved us," Ira said, quietly. "By refusing to push the button." He looked over. "You saved me just now." "By refusing to obey." "Then we're even." He smiled. "Let's stay uneven. Keep saving each other." A shot clipped the rear stabilizer. Sparks flew. The ship jerked. Kale reached across and pulled down a vent cable. "Rerouting fuel pressure," he muttered. "Or maybe I'm making it worse." 50-50. Ira laughed. "A real one." They broke through a canyon wall into open sky again. The edge of the horizon shimmered. A magnetic storm brewing. "That's our exit," she said. "If we survive it. The drones won't follow into ion distortion. Because it's suicide. Because it's hope." He tightened his harness. "Let's go, then." The skiff tilted up, engines roaring, tearing into the storm front like a broken winged bird clawing sky. Lightning cracked. Systems failed. But the drones fell back. Inside the cockpit, Kale reached out, gently placing his hand over hers on the console. "Whatever happens, I'm glad I remembered you. Even if it was only your eyes." Ira looked at him, her voice like dusk. "You remembered more than that. You chose me." He nodded. "We chose each other." Beyond the storm, the stars flickered. And for a heartbeat, there was only silence and flight. Kale dreamed in fragments. Light through fractured glass. Her face, distant, then near. Laughter in a place with no war. A whisper, not in words, but in feeling like warmth held in trembling hands. He woke with dust in his throat and the hum of old machinery beneath him. Ira sat nearby, calibrating a damaged console with the tip of her boot. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet for danger, too still for peace. A place between. "Where are we?" he asked. "Edge of the Serene Belt. Abandoned relay outpost," she replied without turning. They stopped using it after the storms became unpredictable. He sat up slowly. His body hurt less. Or maybe he was just used to the ache. We made it. For now. He watched her in silence. The way her long ears twitched when the calibrations buzzed wrong. The way she hadn't looked at him since they'd landed. I remembered something, he said. That got her attention. She turned. A mission. Not the details. Just a moment. We were there. You and I. And there was a choice. I was supposed to eliminate you. Ira was very still. You didn't, she said. No. And you didn't kill me either. We stood there. Blades drawn. And then we didn't move. We just watched each other. Like we were both waiting for someone else to pull the trigger. She stepped closer. Her voice was low. That file was sealed. Scrubbed. I only know of it because I was there too. He nodded. They erased that memory. All of it. But my hands remember. I flinched to your heartbeat, not your blade. Ira exhaled slowly. You wrote something, didn't you? In the snow. Just before extraction. A line. A poem. He blinked. Then smiled. Stars fall faster when you're watching. You remembered. He laughed, almost surprised by the sound. Not with my mind. But with my breath. The console behind her beeped. Not a warning. A trace ping. Small, sharp. Incoming. Viroland's signature. She looked at him. They found us. He rose. We can run. She shook her head. No. You need time. If I stall them. No. I'm the one they won't shoot immediately. I just need them to think I'm surrendering. That you were a prisoner. And when they scan the logs. She smiled faintly. They won't get that far. He hesitated. Don't do this. Kale. You saved my world by refusing an order. Let me save you by giving the wrong one. He stepped forward, gripping her wrist. If they take you, then make it mean something. An hour later, Ira stood outside the outpost, hands raised. Her weapon discarded at her feet. The Viroland squad approached in formation, blades drawn, visors dark. Kale watched from the vent shaft, breath caught in his throat. He opened the console Una had modified. It hummed with faint energy. Access, drone override protocol. Authorization phrase required. He typed with shaking fingers. Stars fall faster when you're watching. The screen blinked. Confirmed. From the hills, the drones turned. The Viroland squad paused just long enough for Ira to leap. She moved like a question mark turned into a blade, grabbing her weapon mid-roll, driving them apart. Kale burst from the ground behind them, repurposed signal disruptor crackling in his grip. It was not a long fight. It was not clean. But they survived. Hours later, the sun dipped behind a fractured ridge. The sky above the outpost turned from violet to black. They sat near the COMM tower, knees brushing. "We can't keep running forever," Kale said. "Then we don't. We build something instead." He nodded slowly. "Something that doesn't erase people for choosing not to kill." She handed him the tea filter. "You remembered?" "I kept it," she said. "Because it smelled like someone I wanted to remember." He took it, turning it over in his hands. "Do you remember me now?" she asked. He looked at her. "No," he said softly. "But if I could choose again, I'd still want it to be you." Above them, the stars blinked. Not in judgment, but in answer. He made the three most powerful women on the planet shiver with pleasure. Not in the way you're thinking, but in a way the world would never forget. And the strange part? Before that night, everyone believed he was nothing more than a useless madman. The twin suns of Velthara burned mercilessly overhead, casting long shadows across the ancient arena. Sand, stained by centuries of blood, shifted under his bare feet as he struggled to stand. His breath came ragged, each inhale sharp like broken glass slicing through his lungs. He didn't know where he was. Worse, he didn't know who he was. The roar of thousands echoed around him, a storm of voices crashing against the hollow walls of his mind. Words blurred into noise until one name, or rather, a title, cut through the chaos. The Forgotten One. It wasn't a name. It was a sentence. He lifted his head slowly, strands of sweat-soaked hair clinging to his face. High above, balconies carved from obsidian stone overflowed with spectators' alien faces twisted in excitement, mockery, and morbid curiosity. Look at him. The last remnant of a failed war. Does he even remember how to hold a blade? Laughter. Jeers. But beneath it all, fear. A quiet, unspoken fear that perhaps even shattered. There was something dangerous still lingering beneath his vacant gaze. His legs trembled as he took a step forward, knees buckling under the weight of exhaustion and confusion. His body moved out of instinct, not memory. Each scar along his skin whispered stories he couldn't recall, stories the crowd knew better than he did. Somewhere deep within, a flicker of something stirred. Not a thought. Not a memory. Just survival. The ground shifted beneath him as a platform rose from the center of the arena. Standing upon it was a figure who silenced the mob without a word. Lady Ceres. Her emerald skin gleamed under the harsh light, every movement radiating authority born from generations of dominance. Clad in ceremonial armor that blended elegance with lethality, she was less a person and more a force of nature. His blurred vision sharpened not from recognition, but from an innate understanding, predator. As he stumbled closer, his foot caught on a jagged stone hidden beneath the sand. His balance failed him. Time seemed to slow as he reached out blindly, desperate to avoid collapsing before the eyes of thousands. Fate, or perhaps something crueler, guided his hand. His fingers closed around the smooth, exposed shoulder of Lady Ceres. The arena gasped as one. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then came the murmurs, growing louder with every passing second. He touched her. By the old laws, that's a challenge. The Forgotten One steadied himself, blinking in confusion as his hand remained upon the woman who could end his life with a mere gesture. Realizing his mistake, he pulled back slowly, raising both hands in a wordless apology. Lady Ceres didn't strike him down. Instead, she turned those piercing golden eyes locking onto his. She searched for defiance, for arrogance, for the foolish pride that most men displayed before their doom. But she found none. There was no confidence in his gaze. No calculated bravado. What she saw was raw, unfiltered instinct, the desperate will to stand, to breathe, to endure. And that, more than any declaration of strength, piqued her interest. "You don't even know what you've done, do you?" Her voice was soft, but it carried across the arena like a blade drawn from its sheath. He said nothing. What could he say when he didn't even understand the question? A faint smile ghosted across her lips, not of amusement, but of anticipation. "By ancient right, your touch is a claim, a demand for trial." The crowd erupted once more, half in disbelief, half in bloodthirsty delight. She stepped closer, her presence suffocating yet strangely magnetic. "Most who challenge me come armed with ego and empty boasts." Her eyes narrowed. "But you come with nothing but the will to survive." He swallowed hard, his throat dry as ash. There were no memories to anchor him, no strategies to recall. Yet, beneath the weight of her gaze, something primal awakened. A voice not from memory, but from somewhere deeper whispered, "Survive the trial, or die forgotten." Lady Ceres raised her hand, silencing the arena once more. "Prepare him for the trials of the forgotten," she commanded. As guards approached, weapons drawn but cautious, he felt the cold grip of inevitability wrap around his chest. He didn't know his past. He didn't know his name. But as he was led away, one truth burned brighter than the twin suns above. He wasn't ready to die. And somewhere, deep in Lady Ceres' calculating gaze, she knew. He might just survive long enough to become something far more dangerous than a memory. He might become a legend. He didn't remember who he was. But the look in his eyes, the look of a man who had once stared down death itself, was something no amnesia could erase. He doesn't remember his name, but that gaze, the gaze of a warrior who once dared to challenge fate itself, no one can fake that. Darkness wasn't the absence of light. It was the presence of everything he didn't want to remember. When the Forgotten One opened his eyes, there was no arena, no crowd, no Lady Ceres. Only an endless void stretching in every direction, a suffocating blackness that felt less like a place and more like being trapped inside his own skull. A whisper echoed not from outside, but from within. "Begin the trial of memory." The voice wasn't familiar. Nothing was. Yet his feet moved forward, bare soles touching something that felt like solid ground, though no surface could be seen. Each step sent ripples through the darkness, and with every ripple, fragments of something flickered to life around him. A scream. A flash of blue flame slicing through metal. The stench of burned flesh and ozone. He stumbled back as images bled from the void, half-formed, jagged like broken glass. A battlefield stretched before him, but it wasn't real. Soldiers with faces blurred beyond recognition clashed with monstrous figures of shadow and steel. In the center of it all stood himself. But not the hollow man he was now. This version of him moved like a force of nature, armor gleaming with alien insignias, a sword blazing with unnatural blue fire gripped in his hand. Each swing tore through enemies like they were paper caught in a storm. He watched, heart pounding, as his past self carved a path through chaos. The spectators in his mind, the ghosts of a forgotten war, chanted a name he couldn't hear, their voices muffled as if the universe itself conspired to keep his identity hidden. The vision shifted. Now he stood before a council, figures draped in gold and crimson robes, their faces masked, their judgment absolute. His past self knelt, bloodied but unbroken, as a verdict was delivered in cold, echoing tones. Too powerful. Too unpredictable. Erase him. Pain lanced through his skull as invisible hands gripped his mind, tearing memories away like flesh from bone. He dropped to his knees in the void, clutching his head as flashes of betrayal, fear, and rage surged through him. I was. The words wouldn't come. They didn't need to. The truth was scrawled across every fragment. He wasn't born for glory or honor. He was created. A living weapon. A tool forged for war, wielded until those who commanded him realized he was no longer controllable. And so, they did what cowards always did when faced with their own creation: they destroyed it. Or at least, they tried. The void pulsed, and suddenly he was back on the battlefield, but this time, he wasn't watching. He was there. The weight of the blazing sword in his hand felt familiar. Too familiar. Around him, enemies surged forward, faceless, endless. His heart pounded. Fear clawed at the edges of his mind. Not fear of death, but fear of remembering too much. A voice echoed again, Lady Sari's voice, though distorted by the void. This is not a trial to reclaim who you were, but to decide who you will be. The shadows closed in. The sword in his hand flickered, its blue flame dimming as doubt gnawed at him. Who was he without his past? A name? A title? A relic of a forgotten war? No. His grip tightened around the hilt. He wasn't a name. He wasn't a weapon crafted by fearful masters. He was survival incarnate. With a roar that tore through the suffocating dark, he swung the blade not at the enemies around him, but at the very fabric of the illusion. The void shattered like glass. Light poured in, blinding and pure, washing away the false battlefield, the echoes of betrayal, the chains of forgotten identity. When the brilliance faded, he stood alone in a chamber of crystal walls, heart racing, chest heaving. The sword was gone. The visions were gone. But something remained. Not a memory. A choice. Lady Sari's figure emerged from the shadows beyond the crystalline veil, her golden eyes studying him with unreadable intent. You didn't seek to reclaim your past, she said quietly, almost with a hint of respect. You destroyed it. He met her gaze, no longer hollow but burning with something fierce and untamed. Name and history mean nothing, he rasped, voice raw from the storm within. Her lips curved slightly. Then what do you have left? He stepped forward, shoulders squared, scars illuminated by the ethereal glow of the chamber. The will to survive. The instinct to fight. And the knowledge that I don't need a past to carve a future. For a moment, silence stretched between them, a mutual understanding forged not by words, but by the shared recognition of what it meant to stand alone against fate. As attendants approached to escort him to the next stage of the trials, Lady Ceres spoke one last time, her voice softer than before. A name can be given. A legend can be born. But only those who embrace the void within can truly endure. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Because for the first time, the absence of memory wasn't a curse. It was freedom. What is a name? He whispered to himself, when war has stolen everything else. I don't need memories. I just need a reason to exist. And as the shadows of the next trial loomed ahead, the Forgotten One walked forward not as a relic of the past, but as a force that no one could erase. The chamber was silent, but he could feel them watching. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, graceful, deadly, and ancient in their authority. The Archon sisters. Not warriors today, but predators circling prey. The Forgotten One stood barefoot on the cold obsidian floor, scarred and shirtless, with nothing but his will to shield him. The second trial begins, Lady Ceres announced, her golden eyes gleaming under the ethereal light. To her right, Volya, the middle sister, stepped forward. Her emerald skin darker than Ceres, silver eyes calculating like a surgeon's blade. Beside her, Nerea the youngest smirked, sparks of electricity dancing along her fingertips, her turquoise skin shimmering with every pulse. No weapons, Volya's voice was calm, almost soothing. No armor. Just you, and everything you fear most. He didn't flinch. Nerea circled him first, her bare feet silent against the stone. You survived the mind's void, she whispered, her breath cool against his ear. But can you survive pleasure? A sudden jolt of electricity kissed his spine, not enough to harm, just enough to remind him she could. He turned his head slightly, gray eyes meeting her playful violet gaze. There was no reaction. No anger. No fear. Just the steady calm of a man too broken to care. Volya moved next, her presence like a shadow slipping beneath his skin. Her fingers brushed across his temple, and the world around him rippled. In an instant, the chamber transformed. He was no longer standing in a trial room. He was on his knees, bloodied and beaten, surrounded by faceless figures chanting his failure. This is what you are, Volya's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. A discarded tool. A forgotten mistake. The weight of despair pressed down on him, suffocating. His limbs felt heavy, his breath shallow. Memories, real or fabricated, flooded his senses, moments of defeat, betrayal, abandonment. Nerea's laughter cut through the illusion, sharp and mocking. Give in, she taunted, appearing before him in a vision, her hand trailing down his chest, leaving a trail of static in its wake. Wouldn't it be easier to just fall? To let us break you the way everyone else has? The Forgotten One's head hung low, his hair veiling his expression. His heart pounded not from fear, but from something deeper. A growing defiance. The sisters pressed harder. Volya twisted the illusion, showing him visions of endless failure, every path leading to ruin, every choice ending in death. Nerea's touch grew more invasive, her whispers dripping with cruel seduction. You're not a man, you're a ghost clinging to a corpse. And yet, nothing. No collapse. No surrender. A low breath escaped his lips, steadying like a warrior before battle. Then, he raised his head. His gray eyes, dull moments ago, now burned with quiet fury. You can't break what's already shattered, he said, voice like gravel and iron. The illusions flickered. Vilya's silver eyes narrowed, her control slipping as cracks formed in the fabricated reality. "Impossible," she whispered. Nerea snarled, her fingertips sparking violently as she gripped his jaw, forcing him to look at her. "Feel something, damn you!" He did. But it wasn't fear. It was clarity. With a sudden surge of will, he pushed forward, not physically, but mentally, shattering the illusion from within. The false world around him collapsed into shards of light. He stood once more in the obsidian chamber, breathing hard but undefeated. Nerea stumbled back, her playful smirk replaced by a scowl of frustration. Vilya's composed demeanor cracked, a flicker of genuine respect crossing her features. Lady Ceres stepped down from her elevated platform, approaching him slowly. Her gaze searched his face not for weakness, but for understanding. "You didn't resist us because you're strong," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "You resisted because there's nothing left for us to manipulate." He said nothing, his silence more powerful than any boast. Ceres stopped mere inches from him, her golden eyes locking onto his. "You're not afraid of death, because you've never truly lived." His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Fear requires hope," he replied quietly. "And hope died a long time ago." For a moment, Ceres simply stared at him, as if trying to decipher whether he was a tragedy or a triumph. She turned away, signaling the end of the trial. "Prepare him for the final test," she commanded, her voice steady but laced with thought. As the attendants moved in, Nerea crossed her arms, still glaring. "He's not fearless," she muttered. "He's empty." Vilya, ever the analyst, nodded slowly. "And sometimes, emptiness is the hardest thing to conquer." As the Forgotten One was led away, his mind remained clear. He hadn't won because he was invincible. He'd endured because in the fractured maze of his mind, there was no room left for their games. He did not yield to fear, because to a man who has forgotten everything, death is just an empty word. And as the doors closed behind him, the sisters realized they weren't testing a broken man. They were awakening something far more dangerous. The alarms screamed before the doors could close behind him. Red lights bathed the obsidian walls in a violent glow as the ground beneath Velthara trembled. The Forgotten One barely had time to process the shift before armed attendants rushed past him, panic etched across their alien features. Lady Ceres' voice crackled through a nearby COMM panel, sharp and commanding. "Containment breach in Sector 12. The Krellet have awakened." The Krellet. Even without his memories, the word ignited a primal sense of dread in his chest. A name that didn't need context because survival instinct spoke louder than forgotten history. He pushed through the chaos, emerging onto a balcony overlooking the city. What he saw froze even his battle-hardened heart. A tide of metallic horrors poured through the streets, biomechanical parasites, their insectoid limbs clicking and whirring as they consumed everything in their path. Soldiers fired desperately, energy weapons flashing uselessly against adaptive shields. Civilians scattered like ants before a flood. "Modern weapons won't stop them," a voice spoke behind him. He turned to find Lady Ceres, now clad in battle-worn armor, her silver-white hair flowing freely, golden eyes scanning the devastation below. "Then what will?" he asked, his voice low and steady. For the first time, she hesitated. Then, without a word, she pressed her palm to a hidden panel embedded in the wall. A compartment slid open, revealing a weapon unlike any other sword, ancient yet alive, its blade dormant but pulsing faintly with an inner blue light. "The Starfire blade," she said softly. "Forged long before Vel'Thara's rise. It only answers to those with a will, and the bloodline of a true warrior." He stared at the weapon, something deep within him stirring a recognition beyond memory. "Take it," Ceres urged, her voice now laced with urgency. "If you fail, there will be nothing left to remember." His hand closed around the hilt. In that instant, the blade ignited blue flames roaring to life along its edge, casting his scarred face in a ghostly glow. He didn't need to understand how. Some things were written not in the mind, but in the bones. Without another word, he vaulted over the balcony rail, landing hard 3 stories below. Pain shot through his legs, but he welcomed it. It reminded him he was still alive. The Krelid swarmed toward him, sensing fresh prey. He met them head-on. The Starfire blade sang through the air, cleaving metal and flesh with equal ease. Each strike sent arcs of blue fire cascading through the parasite ranks, severing limbs and shattering their once impenetrable defenses. For every creature that fell, 10 more surged forward. But he didn't slow. Because he couldn't. Because if he stopped, Vel'Thara died. High above, Lady Ceres watched as the lone human carved a path through the impossible, her heart pounding not from fear, but from something dangerously close to hope. The Forgotten One moved like a force of nature, each swing of the blade more precise, more furious than the last. His scars burned, his muscles screamed, but his mind was clear. He didn't need to know who he was. He only needed to know why he fought. A mother clutching her child stumbled in the chaos, a Krelid leaping toward them. He was faster. The blade cut through the parasite mid-air, its corpse crashing harmlessly beside the terrified pair. "Run," he commanded, voice like thunder. They obeyed. But the swarm adapted quickly, shifting tactics, encircling him in a tightening ring of chittering death. From the corner of his eye, he spotted at the central node. A massive creature, twice the size of the others, its core pulsating with dark energy. The Queen. He charged, cutting down anything in his path. The Krelid threw themselves at him, but the Starfire blade burned brighter with every kill, feeding on the energy of his enemies. Reaching the Queen, he didn't hesitate. He drove the blade deep into its core. The creature shrieked a sound that split the air and rattled the bones. Tendrils of metal lashed out, wrapping around his arms and torso, trying to rip him apart or worse consume him from the inside. Pain lanced through his body, but he held firm, pushing the blade deeper, channeling every ounce of strength he had left. "If I fall," he growled through gritted teeth, "there's no one left to stand." With a final roar, the Starfire blade erupted in a burst of blinding blue flame, vaporizing the Queen from within. Across the city, the Krelid collapsed, lifeless husks hitting the ground in unison. Silence fell. The Forgotten One staggered, barely able to remain standing. The blade dimmed in his grip, its purpose fulfilled for now. Lady Ceres descended from her vantage point, approaching him as survivors cautiously emerged from hiding. Their eyes weren't filled with fear anymore. They were filled with awe. Ceres stopped before him, her golden gaze softer than ever. "You don't even know your name," she said quietly. He shook his head, breathing heavily. "I don't need to," he replied, looking over the city he'd saved. "Because if I hadn't stood today, there'd be no one left alive to remember it anyway." And in that moment, the Forgotten One became more than a relic of war. He became Vel'Thar's last hope and its first legend in a new age. The world was quiet when he awoke. Not the silence of death but the hush that follows survival. The Forgotten One opened his eyes to the soft glow of dawn filtering through crystalline windows. The scent of burning metal and scorched earth still lingered, but beneath it was something new, something he hadn't felt in, perhaps ever. Peace. His body ached with every breath, muscles torn and nerves frayed. Bandages covered half his torso, and faint blue energy pulsed along lines traced by ancient symbols. He wasn't alone. Standing around him were the Archon sisters, Lady Ceres at the forefront, flanked by Volya and Nerea. Gone were their battle stances and calculating gazes. In their place stood three figures of quiet reverence. "You almost didn't make it," Ceres spoke softly, her golden eyes reflecting both relief and something deeper. Volya stepped forward, her silver eyes scanning his vitals displayed on a hovering console. The neural damage was extensive, beyond what even our healers could mend. Nerea, arms crossed but visibly subdued, added, "We had to use the rite of renewal. A risk we don't take lightly." He shifted slightly, feeling the hum of unfamiliar energy coursing through him, not restoring what was lost, but forging something entirely new. "So," his voice was rough, but steady, "I'm still broken, just wired differently?" A rare smile tugged at Ceres' lips. "No. You're not broken anymore. You're chosen." Memories didn't return. Faces, names, and histories remained shadows beyond reach. But for the first time, that absence didn't feel like a void. It felt like a clean slate. The doors to the chamber slid open, revealing a panoramic view of Vel'Thar. The city, though scarred by battle, stood tall against the horizon. People filled the streets not in fear, but in celebration. Whispers of the Savior and the Flame-Bearer drifted upward. Ceres walked to his bedside, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, a gesture not of command, but of camaraderie. "Your name doesn't matter," she said, her voice carrying the weight of a leader and the warmth of a companion. "What matters is that from this day forward, you stand with us to protect this world, not because of who you were, but because of who you chose to become." He followed her gaze toward the dawn-lit city. The starfire blade rested against the wall nearby, dormant but waiting. For so long, he had been a weapon wielded by others. Now, he was something else. He pushed himself upright, ignoring the protests of his battered body. His gray eyes, once hollow, now held a quiet fire. "I don't need a past," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. "I have a purpose." Volya nodded approvingly, while Nerea scoffed lightly, but even she couldn't hide the glint of respect in her eyes. Ceres extended her hand, helping him to his feet. Together, they stepped onto the balcony where the first rays of sunlight kissed the rebuilt spires of Vel'Thar. Below, thousands looked up not at a forgotten relic of war, but at the symbol of their survival. A nameless man who had faced oblivion and refused to fall. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders, but this time, it didn't crush him. It lifted him. Ceres leaned closer, her voice a soft echo against the wind. Legends aren't remembered for where they began, but for why they endure. He watched as children ran through the streets, laughter returning to a place once ruled by fear. Craftsmen repaired what was broken, banners rose in honor not of a man, but of a choice. His choice. The starfire blade pulsed faintly in the distance, as if acknowledging that its bearer no longer needed a name to wield its power. A legend doesn't need memories, he whispered, a faint smile crossing his lips. A legend just needs a reason to keep going. And now, he had one. As the sun rose higher, casting golden light over a world reborn, the forgotten one no longer lost stood beside those who had given him more than survival. They had given him hope. And with that, the first chapter of a new era began, not written in history books, but in the hearts of those who knew that sometimes, the strongest warriors are not the ones who remember, but the ones who choose to fight for a future worth remembering.